And welcome to the Global Freedom Rally number 2. We're so excited to have you here. My name's Andy Anderson, and I also have this good-looking chap, Jake Julius. Welcome, my man.
Too kind, mate. Too kind.
Mate, we're so pumped to have you here. Also, behind the scenes, we have Chris Cam.
We have Chris Cam. Hello, everybody.
Good-looking man, you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Guys, we are here at the Global Freedom Rally presented by Contrarian Daily. If you have not gone over and followed Contrarian Daily on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, where else?
Mate, we're everywhere.
Everywhere.
We're on Getter, we're on Rumble.
Getter, Rumble, all the
Twitter,
good
we
stuff.
don't use it.
That's right, yeah. But if you want to follow Contrarian Daily with all the latest and greatest, this is what we've collaborated on. It's awesome. We've got big plans for it, and hopefully you get a lot of value out of it. And part of that journey and part of that message is exactly what we're here to do today. Today is all about, well, number one, it's about having fun. I think that's important. I mean, it's been a very serious 2 years for a lot of people. And I think coming together with like-minded people, with experts, with people that have a mission and a powerful message, it's important that we embrace it. It's important that we have fun. So if you're watching this, make sure you share this with friends, family. If there is someone that you know needs to hear this message, get it out there. But also for you watching, make sure that you have fun today. Kick those feet up, grab a beer, grab a wine.
I hope
a
we've
little
got
bit early,
few
but
viewing parties happening.
We did last time, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
But we want you to have fun. There is a huge lineup today, and it's going to be mind-blowing, some of the information that we're going to be delivering. And we are absolutely stoked to have you on board. So my intentions for today are for you to have a lot of fun, to get some education and knowledge, but also some huge action points, because we've gone through a lot of the last 2 years. A lot of it I don't agree with on many different levels, from a business perspective, from a social perspective, from a transparency perspective, and the list goes on, a human rights perspective. God, don't get me started. Yeah. But I think that it's so important that again, we are learning what to do for not only now, but also into the future, and make sure that what's taken place doesn't happen again. I think there needs to be accountability, and I think you agree.
I reckon that we're at a crossroads right now where the narrative is collapsing before our eyes, but we can't get complacent.
That's right.
We're at the gates, and we've got to break down the walls of Jericho now, because we've been suffering this the last 2 years, and now it's time that the narrative's crumbling for us to come together and put the final nails in the coffin of tyranny. That's what I say.
Amen. And I'm pumped about it. And everybody that's speaking today has been really playing a pivotal role, especially in Australia, but also globally, in regards to that message and that plan. And as you said, the fight's not over yet. You know, we've been speaking about this for a long time now. We've been doing, all of us, even you watching, we've all been playing our part, doing what we can with the best that we know how to during this period of time. I don't know about you guys, but I've learned a lot. Yeah. I've learned a lot about politics. I've learned a lot about the system. I've learned a lot about government. And a lot of it, unfortunately, I wasn't that happy to find out.
Yeah, well, we've all been playing catch up. I mean, I know I have. I've been doing my research over the last few years, and it's a lot to learn. But just over the last week, we've seen the fact that you're all here right now watching this event, the fact that we had upwards of maybe 100,000 people gather in Canberra last weekend, massive demonstrations of solidarity. We did not have any instance. I think we might have had one or two stray, but not many instances of violence or unruliness at those protests. They were peaceful. They were loving. I was talking to Dr. Stephen Shavura this week about it, and he was saying that the atmosphere and the vibe was just incredible. So if you were there on the weekend, first of all, congratulations. Canberra was an amazing success. We're now seeing the Canadian truckers at the moment really holding the fort. And, you know, obviously we've seen some very draconian measures put in place by Justin Trudeau, but it just goes to show, though, that people around the world are waking up. They're standing in solidarity. They're fighting for what they believe in, and they're standing for something.
Yes, absolutely. And it's so important. It's also so important to acknowledge all the other countries and all the other efforts, because, again, this has been a global situation. And, of course, I think Australia was hit pretty hard by it. I think our government manhandled us in a way that a lot of countries didn't experience. And I really want everybody watching to think about what sort of future do they want to have? What sort of country do you want to live in? If you're in the US, what country do you want to live in as we move forward? And one of the greatest takeaways that I've really removed from all of this over the last 2 years and all the interviews and conversations with great people, senators, politicians, Dr. Stephen Chabura, and so many more, is that people power is the only way to change this.
Yep.
And understanding that you as an individual, you have the power, even though you may not feel like it, even though you may not know what to do. If we come together, if we work together, if we cut out the bickering and the snickering and the significance wanting and everything else that you sometimes see when these movements get quite large, if we can come together with a single focus on improving our democracy, improving our country, we will prevail, because it has to be that way. And I know from being on the ground and speaking to so many business owners, entrepreneurs, doing so many interviews, that there is a huge majority of people feeling the same way. There is a lot more people now, even at the beginning, that they maybe supported the lockdowns. After seeing the data coming out now and researching it a bit more, a lot more people are now have made that decision that it wasn't the right method. Blanket policy didn't work. It was based off data that was either incorrect or not there. And now we're seeing it. I mean, in the mainstream media this week, we saw them finally come out and admit that the case fatalities were misrepresented. And this is a global thing, by the way. We said this last year at the Global Freedom Rally, how shocked I was when Italy came out and admitted that they had a similar thing. 90 to 95% of their deaths were not from COVID, but they had comorbidities. And why that is so damaging is that, you know, so much of what we did here in Australia and countries like Canada, etc., we made moves here to do huge lockdowns, destroy businesses, send people into bankruptcy, mental health issues, overdoses, so much more, based on the narrative of we don't want to end up like New York, we don't want to end up like Italy. And the truth was that their cases weren't what was represented. So based on those facts, based on the data that's been out for a long time, by the way, this might be coming out in mainstream now. We've known this for a long time. And this is why it was so frustrating to watch, because for anyone that wanted to find the data and properly look, it was there. But unfortunately, a lot of people didn't at the time.
Well, it's been readily available the whole time. And like I almost fell out of my chair this week when I saw that, I think Channel 9 had reported that 91% of the deaths had other comorbidities. We all knew that. That's only one fact. But what I don't want to see now is people saying, okay, cool, it's all done. It is not done. For me, that's a pat on the bum for us, saying, here you go, here's a little statistic. We'll give you that one. But now it's time to keep pushing. What are the rest of the facts? Let's hold them accountable. Let's hold their feet to the fire. And that's what we're doing today. We're here to hold them accountable. We're here to look for the truth. We have people from all different expertise coming in today to systematically dismantle this narrative. So that's what we're doing here, and I'm really excited for it. We've got some unbelievable speakers today, and I really hope that everybody enjoys this as much as we're certain to.
Absolutely. I think the accountability point that you brought up is so important. I know everybody's feeling the same way watching this, but we've got some great politicians coming up today. Senator Rennick, we've got Heston, and there's so much that needs to be done around the accountability of government, I believe, and specifically in Victoria as well, with the way that decisions were made and the lack of transparency. And of course, you see the current Victorian government still in court trying to hide the documentation on their decision-making moving into these harsh lockdowns, etc., which, you know, is quite suspect in itself. But I really think that, again, with some of these great politicians that are out there, there are a lot of good ones out there that are fighting for accountability, that are fighting for you, the average Australian or the average American who's out there really trying to make a difference. And I really do think that if we keep the pressure on, we will see that accountability come through.
For sure. And the great thing about that is that we've got people like Senator Gerard Rennick and Heston Russell today who are brave men who are standing up within our political system
Yes.
to make a difference. And it's easy to become cynical in these situations. It's easy to think, okay, the rot is so deep, it's corrupt from the ground up, there's nothing we can do about it. May as well just sit down, smoke a cigar, and eat some McDonald's. But we can't be doing that right now, Andy.
Right.
We've got to be pushing forward. So we're lucky to have people like that. And if anybody needs some reassurance that we can make a change within our robust political system, today's the day where you get to see that. We get to speak to people who are on the ground level, who are at the forefront of this battle within our political system. So can't wait to speak to those guys.
So as I've said, guys, we've got an action-packed day. If you are watching and you love this message, make sure that you share this link. It's up on the screen right now, globalfreedomrally.com/live. Friends, family, enemies, everyone can watch this today. The more the merrier. Get everybody on board because this message needs to be heard. I'm excited about Dr. Peter McCullough today.
Oh, tell me about it. I really
He's
can't
caused a scene globally when, of course, we knew about him long before Joe Rogan broadcast him. But when he went on Joe Rogan, of course, it took the world by storm. It triggered the outrage from the left, which have then moved into trying to censor Joe Rogan, etc. And again, I think it's really shone a light on how negative and how detrimental the censorship play is for society and everyone.
Yep. And he's a man who is one of the most qualified people in the world to talk about these issues.
Yes.
And the hegemony within the medical system over the last few years has seen that people are so terrified to speak out. And even if they do think that they're speaking the truth, they're likely to have their medical licenses stripped from them. But this is a man who's gone against the grain and he's done what he believes to be right and what he believes to be true. And before he was on Rogan, he was on a much bigger podcast in the Primal podcast.
That's right.
I listened to that a few times.
Exactly.
And we've rightfully got the Primal following straight after Dr. Peter McCullough today. And he's been amazing as well, Chris Covington. So yeah, I can't wait to speak to Dr. Peter McCullough. Raw facts, hardcore facts, and we're gonna have a good one.
Well, let's have a look at some of the speakers we've got on for today. Why don't we give you guys a bit of a rundown of some of the incredible speakers and the awesomeness that they're going to bring to today's event. First up, of course, we've got Pat Mesiti. What a freaking warrior. This man is absolutely charging from the front, has been the whole way through this. He's a man of God, but he's a man, an actual warrior as well, and he has been fighting the good fight. I've known Pat for a long time, and he's such a great guy, always with the best intentions, and he's just doing some amazing work. Have you seen much of Pat?
Yeah, I watched Prayer and Pushback a few weeks ago. That was great. He had Bobby Kennedy on there.
Huge.
And he had Dr. Peter McCullough as well, I believe. So, yeah, it was fantastic. It was a great event, and we're on the same mission here. So, yeah, much respect for Pat.
Absolutely. So as we go through these speakers, guys, make sure you go and follow them as well. Pat Mesiti, check out his Instagram. He puts out a lot of great stuff on Facebook and Instagram. Some awesome lives. If you want to release some fury and get G'd up in the day, watch some of his live streams because he puts a lot of passion and energy into those things. Then we've got Samir Banger, lawyer extraordinaire, one of my favorite humans, such a great guy. He's way taller than you think as well, by the way. He's 6 foot. You wouldn't even know.
Yeah, right.
But he is one of the smartest lawyers out there. And again, being on the front lines the whole time, fighting the good fight. What I love about Samir is that when most lawyers and most professionals were not brave enough to step up and fight for the average person, fight for people that were getting abused for not wearing masks, arrested for the craziest things. He was up the front fighting for them. And he knew that his reputation initially might be on the line, but he knew it was the right thing to do. And this is what separates the ordinary from extraordinary. You know, it is being able to stand in the fire when you know it's the right thing to fucking do. I'm sorry I swore. I get a little bit passionate sometimes. we said we're going to keep this PG before we came on, but I had to ruin it for everybody.
No, but Samir, he's a man of principle and he's a man of character. And that goes to show it's not now that there's a bunch of eyes on him that he's doing this. He was doing this way before.
Correct.
But not just about this. When he sees an injustice, he will try and tell the truth. He was talking before COVID started about refugees and about some of the injustices being perpetrated by our government before this. So he's a guy who, when he sees something, he acts, and he's a man of character. So we love Samir at the Contrarian Daily Global Freedom Rally.
Absolutely. So Samir's going to be on. We're going to be interviewing Samir. Great things coming up from him. And then we've got Darren Jenkins. You would have seen Darren on the last Global Freedom Rally. He absolutely blew everybody's minds. And we had Darren on because Darren is an expert in cryptocurrency. And so many people at this stage are wanting to find out what they can do with their money and their investments that isn't tied to the government and the normal system, so to say.
Yeah.
He blew a lot of minds, including mine. And we got a lot of emails afterwards wanting to hear more from Darren. So Darren's back on, and he's going to blow some more minds today. So make sure if you're wanting to learn more about cryptocurrency, if you're wanting to learn more about detaching from the system, then he is all about that, and he will absolutely blow your mind today. Do you know much about crypto?
Well, I don't know too much about crypto, but last time
you're not one of those
global...
secret crypto millionaires?
No, I wouldn't be here if I was. No. Last time we did the Global Freedom Rally, I remember watching Darren Jenkins, and he was so nice. We had to have him twice, obviously. But if we're not talking about freedom, guys, if we can't talk about financial freedom, and in today's day and age, that is a real possibility.
Yeah.
And if you do the right research, financial freedom is something that anybody can achieve. And when you listen to somebody like Darren, who really knows what he's talking about and knows the ins and outs of cryptocurrency and the blockchain, then that becomes more and more evident. So looking forward to seeing what he has to say today, and maybe I'll be rich and I won't have to stand next to you anymore.
Well, that's right. Absolutely. You poor bugger. Look, there's worse jobs. Trust me. Next, after that, we've got Dr. Peter McCullough. As we know, world-renowned Dr. Peter McCullough. He's going to be sharing some incredible facts about the data, about the stats. We've got some great questions from people that have registered that we're going to share. We've got Chris is going to be asking questions. We all wanted to get in on this one because he's just such an incredible human and fighting furiously from the front. Like that man has put so much on the line. You got to give a shout out to all these speakers that are on today that have risked everything during this period of time when it was the most unpopular opinion. But deep down, we knew it was right. Deep down, they knew it was the right thing to do. And they stood up and they fought the good fight. And they've risked a lot. And it's so good to see the truth coming out now for so many people, because it just shows that these guys didn't risk it in vain.
And history will vindicate them. I have no doubt about that. And, you know, a guy like Dr. Peter McCullough, you cannot even imagine the amount of relentless attacks that he would have gotten from all different angles. And the fact that he just kept going, kept pushing through, and kept on trying to spread the truth is just commendable. I couldn't have more high praise for Peter McCullough, and I cannot wait to get him on here and have a good chat to him. The three of us are going to be crammed like a can of sardines in here.
Well, we look forward to it. What a great man. And then we also, of course, have Premod. Now, you just mentioned that Chris, aka Premod, he was probably one of the first globally to bring attention to Dr. Peter McCullough, which was a huge win and a great thing to do. He's been at the forefront. Hilarious in so many occasions, because you got to laugh at some of the things that have taken place. And one of the things I love about Chris is that he definitely knows how to take the piss on some of these very funny moments, but he's also super intelligent, and he's been coming out with some incredible articles, incredible data, and you got to love hearing from him.
You got to have a sense of humor in this game, because if you take things, obviously we have to take things very seriously, but you got to have a sense of humor as well. And that's the thing that he really mixes so well into it. He will, take the piss out of it. And that's the thing that comedians do so well, is they take really serious issues and they poke a bit of fun at them. They take them seriously, have an educated opinion about them, but at the same time have a bit of fun with it. So
absolutely,
can't wait to have a laugh with Chris today.
100%. We also have Jamal. He heads up Turning Point Australia, and he's been doing such a fantastic job over this period of time. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the last event, but we finally snagged him. We got him on for this Global Freedom Rally, and he's going to bring the fire. I love what Joel's been doing. He is young, but frick, man, he's extremely smart. Dude, he really understands the system. He's super intelligent. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go into politics later on in his life and career, but he's doing some fantastic stuff and just educating people,
I'm certain that he'll go into politics. He's absolutely built for it, but not in a bad way. But he's built for it in a way that he's so educated.
Yeah.
He studies it. He loves this stuff, and he's been making a difference. When you look at a guy who's been making a difference, you look at Jamal, because he is at the vanguard of young people getting involved in politics, and he's helping people to understand it. He did his how to vote cards. He can talk to the everyday layman about politics, and that's not easy considering how difficult it is to navigate our political system.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And then, of course, we have the furious and the fiery Evelyn Rae. She's definitely one of my top 3 female freedom fighters. She's incredible. She's an ex-detective. Again, super, super intelligent. But more than that, she's got such great morals. She is a conservative, and also she loves to just stand at the forefront and fight for what she believes in, no matter what. And it ruffles some feathers sometimes. It absolutely ruffles some feathers, but I think it's necessary during this period of time.
Many of feathers have been ruffled by Evelyn. Many are left
we love
feathers, but that's
we
fine.
love Evelyn Rae.
Yeah, we had her on the podcast a few weeks ago, and then since then, she's been doing an amazing podcast. She had Zuby on there. She's going to be having I think she had Dr. Peter McCullough. That will be released on the 21st of Feb. So we are of the same fight, us and Evelyn, and she's just doing fantastic work.
Yeah, she's phenomenal. Make sure you go follow Evelyn on all her socials. As I said, she's fiery, she's passionate, highly, highly intelligent, and she gets the point across, and we're really proud of her and all the work she's done. Then we've got all the way from Melbourne, Jason Andrew. Jason is an incredible entrepreneur. He has been on the front lines this whole time in Victoria, fighting the good fight. He knows firsthand the impacts on small business and to the entrepreneurial community. And he's going to be talking about exactly that. I'm really, really proud of Jason, and he's such a genuine, good-hearted guy. Make sure you go follow him on socials as well. But he's just got such a great message. We're going to shine a lot of light, Wild will anyway, on the small business side of things, because again, I felt it firsthand as well, and so many others. And I don't think enough energy and light has been shone on those working class people, those small business owners and medium-sized business owners that have been absolutely impacted and destroyed during this period.
Yeah, we have a great announcement coming up really soon about just that, about how we're going to shine a light on those people who have suffered at the hands of this pandemic and their governments. But I can't wait to hear from Jason, because we need to have that first-hand knowledge from businesses, and you guys are going to have a great chat because you've been affected by it, on the front line as well. So
absolutely. So we've got a few more speakers to talk about. I'm going to have to move through them a little bit more quickly because we have our first amazing guest coming up. But we also have Maria Zee. She's also a fiery one. I love her passion. She's been doing great things, global exposure during this period of time, and really bringing the news to the people. Love what she's been doing. Of course, we've got Topher Field. He's come out with a great documentary. You've got to follow Topher. So intelligent as well. Really smart.
He yesterday or the day before released a video about the Australian preferential voting system. That if you have not watched that is a must. So go to Topher Field's Instagram. If you want to understand how your vote works, you have to watch that video.
Absolutely. Then we've got Carl Soda. She was on the podcast a week ago. She absolutely went viral multiple times with her passion, energy, and intellect, and we can't wait to have her on board. We've also got the Australian, what do we call him? The Australian...
Jordan
Peterson. Nearly went blank there. But Dr. Stephen Shavura, one of my favorite guys to interview. He's fantastic. Again, highly, highly intelligent, well-respected, and gets straight to the point. Love what he preaches and teaches. We've got Senator Gerard Rennick. We've got Avi Yemeni. And, of course, we've got Heston Russell, who is an ex-Special Forces, I believe.
Fifth-generation soldier.
Wow, fifth-generation soldier, a true warrior, and he
was a major of a platoon. He reached the heights. Now he's in politics. He's got a lot of great things to say, a lot of life experience. I cannot wait to talk to Heston.
Absolutely. So really, really excited to have all of these incredible speakers on, and it's going to be an action-packed day. So one more thing before we introduce our first amazing speaker is that we are on Contrarian Daily. We're going to be doing a series of interviews and stories called People of the Pandemic, and it's going to be highlighting the stories of people, small business owners, entrepreneurs, people that have had adverse reactions, and so much more, just people that have been impacted negatively throughout this period of time. It's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, well, I mean, behind every mandated vaccine, behind every job lost, there's a human being. There's somebody who has been adversely affected by a vaccine. There's somebody who's trying to put bread on the table of their families. There's somebody who's trying to feed their family. And we are wanting to shine a light on it because there's so much chaos going on at the moment. And there are so many big movements for us to all wrap our arms around. But now it's time to wrap our arms around the people who have suffered. And we've been doing this behind the scenes now for a few weeks, trying to sharpen it, figure out exactly how we're going to go about it. But now we've gotten this down, and we are going to be doing People of the Pandemic. So you guys can visit the link. I believe it's going to be on screen. It's going to be globalfreedomrally.com/people. If you have had an adverse reaction to a vaccine, if you have had lost your business, or any other story that you'd like to share that you think people could get value out of, it's time for everyone to know that you're not alone, that we've all gone through it in some form, and we cannot wait to tell the stories of the people who have been affected by this tragedy.
Absolutely. So, of course, some can be anonymous. Would rather be able to interview some people as well and really get to the crux of what has taken place here. But these stories need to be told. We need to share this. We need to make sure this doesn't happen again. And we cannot forget the pain that people have gone through, because what has happened is unacceptable. And we're really excited to bring these stories. But what I am excited about right now is to introduce to you our first incredible speaker. The man, the myth, the legend. This guy has been at the forefront, kicking ass, taking names, and he's one of my favorite preachers as well. He has actually, and I'd say this genuinely, he's connected me more spiritually over this period of time just via watching him preach and talk on Sundays, etc. He's doing such amazing work, and he's also an incredible entrepreneur, so he can speak from many perspectives. It is none other than Pat Mesiti. Welcome to the Global Freedom Rally.
Hey, look at you two good-looking dudes there, man.
I'm going to just put my headphones on quickly.
Yeah, how are you all? Great.
Got you there. How are you, mate? You well?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Just excited about today, and great to see Jake on there as well, man. I'm sitting there going, look at these two. Not only are they good-looking and smart, they're fighting for freedom. I'm telling you. So awesome, man. It's gonna be a great day. What a lineup, gosh,
mate. Yeah, we have a great lineup today, and honestly, it's an honor and a privilege to have you kick off the day. Thank you. You're on the last one. We had some incredible feedback from your presentation, but again, you've been at the forefront. When the narrative and our message was not popular, you still had the grit and the courage to stand up and fight the good fight and put your reputation on the line. And it is I'm so glad to see that you've come out the other end still fighting the good fight. And of course, I feel like we're getting more and more vindicated, but you risked a lot, mate. And I'm really, really proud of you and grateful for your efforts. Why did you risk it all? Why did you step up when you could have lost everything?
Because I smelt a rat. And I'll tell you what was interesting. I'm a street guy, Andy. You know, people look at me, the speaker, the former preacher and all that kind of stuff. But I'm a street guy. And I sat there. I was about to do my big sell for all my student body all over the world. And I sat there and Scott Morrison came back from the G7. And all of a sudden, it was like hell vomited on our country. We had one death in 8 to 12 months. And he comes on and it looked like all hell let itself loose. And I smelt a rat. And since then, I felt freedom is a complex thing. And this is why I had to speak. You know, we're not into liberation. Liberation is, you tear down the statue of Saddam and we dance on the street. That's called liberation. But freedom's more complex. And freedom means you've got to fight. You've got to fight for your freedom. And at any point when you want freedom, you've got to realize there's going to be liberators and there's going to be dictators. And when I saw what was happening, I thought, I'm going to put my business on the line and everything else on the line. But interestingly enough, guys, my business took off. Our spiritual work took off. Rather than going this way, it went that way. It was unbelievable. And by the way, I generated more millionaires in the last 18 months through our business program, because that's what I do. I train people how to become wealthy and independently wealthy, than at any other point in our 12 years of history in the business.
Wow. So on that point, I mean, do you feel like you went in this, you risked it all expecting, look, I may lose a lot of followers, I may lose a lot of business, but I'm going to speak up because I know what is right. Then seeing the opposite happen where everything took off, do you feel that is a representation of the silent majority, that there is more than we know that are absolutely sick and tired of what's happening and are absolutely against it?
Look, Andy, I got ticked off at my church pastor friends. And again, I want to be careful because I'm not going to start naming names on here. But a lot of my mega church pastor friends, these generals, they went AWOL, not speaking out. It's all right to put a black sticker on your social media for, George Floyd and everything else, but that people were losing jobs, losing their freedoms, committing suicide, losing their incomes. And these people said nothing, zero. Not one of them stood up because their patron saint of a prime minister, they were all, and I'm going to say it, Andy, can I go there?
Go there, my friend, unleash.
These people were too busy, and I'm going to talk about it in my talk today, being enamored by bread and circus. The Romans, what they did in the days of the Roman Empire to keep people enslaved and to keep them distracted from their pain, they gave them a loaf of bread every now and again, and they kept the sporting activities and the circus.
Wow.
So they gave handouts, the job keepers, the government grants, the stuff with Tim Costello, end COVID for all. And that annoyed me, Andy, and that made me a little angry. And to me, I was like, I'm not going to sit here and be silent, because there was a group of individual people of all kinds of faith reaching out to me saying, where are the spiritual leaders? Where are they? And my question still today is, where the hell or heaven are they? They're gone AWOL. Their religious freedom bill just got thrown under a bus. And I believe that's the Almighty saying, you're going to reap what you sow. You're not going to get your religious freedom until you let my people free.
Yeah, no, very, very, very true. And again, I think that unfortunately we have tolerated way too much. This is not about being negative. This is not about sooking and whinging about the circumstances, but this is about understanding that in this incredible country that we have, this is not our right. We need to protect this. We need to fight for it every single day. And we're basically renting it. And the way that we pay our rent is via protecting and fighting and making sure that we stay sovereign. And that's exactly what we've been doing during this time. But it has been disappointing, Pat, to see the lack of courage from a lot of these church leaders, etc. And that's why, again, I had so much admiration for you.
Thanks, mate. Andy, on a good note, let me just say, yesterday I received notification. This is Canada, not Australia. Canada, a lot of these, and some of them are my friends, got involved, spiritual leaders, and wrote to Trudeau and said, you're out of line. You're out of line. And they really took it to him. And I can tell you, it put the fear of God in him. Whether it changes anything or not, it doesn't matter. But Andy, what I'm going to talk about today is people's addiction to slavery, especially in Australia. My background for many years, I was director of Teen Challenger Drug Rehabilitation Centre, and I learned so much about human behaviour and addiction. And our country, and I know I'm going to offend people today, I'll just, look, as I say to people, if I don't offend you publicly, come and see me privately and I'll do that for you. But we have become addicted to slavery, socialism, the whole handout mentality. How on earth can Albanese be even remotely anywhere near the other pharaoh, Morrison, in the polls? Unless they're fake polls. We have become addicted to this slave mentality of handouts. Before COVID, this country, and again, I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, over 47 to 50% or more of people in this country were under some kind of welfare. Now, listen to what I'm about to say. We should support those that cannot work. Our pensioners, our veterans, people with disabilities, and so forth. I'm not that anti welfare. We need to support people that cannot work. But right now, our culture is so addicted to having pharaohs give you food rather than plugging into what you're doing with the likes of Darren and others. And Darren, was one of my coaches at one stage, and becoming financially free and independent. They'd rather government handouts. They'd rather the JobKeeper. They'd rather the government grants. They'd rather all that stuff. And I'm telling you, that is an addiction that needs to be broken over this country.
So true, Pat. I mean, you're right. We're creating a soft nation. We're creating soft people that are almost repelled via work. But on top of that, I'm sure they understand and know what's happening, but there is a staffing crisis across Australia. Again, I've been flying back and forth from Queensland to Victoria. Every small business owner, cafe owner I know is struggling with staff because of what has taken place. But look, enough from me. Let me give you the stage, Pat. Let's see your passion. We're going to come in a moment and ask you some more questions once you're done.
Okay. Well, thanks, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Look, I'm going to talk fast and furious, and I don't know if there's any ability for people to ask questions or not. I can't get to them all, but I want to speak to you. Look, please don't let my exuberance or my passion get in the way from you learning. And I really believe now that many of us can break something over this country. Now, I want to use a biblical story. Please, doesn't matter whether you're religious or Christian or not, I want to use a biblical story. Just consider like a little Sunday school lesson, because if you want to learn something now, today, go back and have a look what happened before. It's like Jeffrey Gitomer, who wrote this brilliant book on sales and attitude. He said, if you want to learn something great about sales, leadership, go back in history and see what happened. Because history does not necessarily repeat itself. History foretells what will happen. And what happened years ago, there's an ancient story, and I'm sure you all heard of it, where God spoke to Moses, and watch this. He said, I've seen the anguish of soul. I've heard the cry of my people in slavery. Now, what I want you to remember, please make notes. The children of Israel were under slavery for something like 17 to 20 generations. Now, normally in cultures, you've got 1, 2, and 3 generations. By 3 generations, historically, something is established in the psyche of a culture. Our nation, for literally, I don't know how long, just like those children of Israel, who for 20 generations were addicted to slavery, and they didn't know they were. Listen to me, I've worked with addiction. Most addicts will never admit that they're addicts. Alcoholics don't admit they're alcoholics. I was raised by 2 alcoholic parents, and I'd say to my mum, Mum, you're drunk. She goes, I'm not drunk, you're drunk. And I'm like 9 years old. So Israel, 20 generations deep, and someone comes along called Moses. Bear with me, because I'm going to give you the lessons, okay? So don't switch off, because I'm using a little Bible story. Moses comes along, and God says to him, go to Pharaoh and say this, let my people go. Now, I want you to hear this loud and clear. Everyone listen to me. The issue was not whether Pharaoh was going to let them go. He fought, he squabbled, God sent plagues. Let me say it again. God allowed plagues. Let me say it again. God allowed plagues to get Pharaoh's attention. And he got harder, dug in deep, just like McGowan, just like Palaszczuk, just like Marshmallow, just like Scotty, just like Albanese. They dig in harder. The issue was not whether, listen to me where I'm at the time, I'm going to drop a truth bomb, whether Pharaoh would let them go, but whether Israel would let Pharaoh go. They were so used to being under this socialistic empire. By the way, if you want to know how the pyramids were built, that's how they were built. And at one point, listen to what it says. It says Pharaoh, when Moses goes to him and says, let my people go, and the people of Israel go to Pharaoh, yeah, let us go, and let us go. He says, right, now I'm going to make you work harder. So you used to make bricks and we bring you the straw. Now we want you to make the bricks, but go get your own straw. He made the mandates harder. Does that sound familiar to you? Lock them out, lock them in, stop them traveling, take away their privileges, don't let them see their children, don't let them see their dying ones, don't let them have funerals over 20, don't let them have any celebrations. I want everyone, and I say this often, pharaohs don't change. And just remember, and Goliaths don't end well. Now, I'm using a little bit of Bible story here. How do we know a culture that is addicted to slavery? Number one, you've got to work out who controls your mind. Pharaoh controlled their mind. He controlled their mind so much so that when the people of Israel were finally let go out of Egypt, listen, they're heading on the way to the promised land. They end up complaining. And here's what they said. Moses, when we were in Egypt, we had leeks, garlics, and onions. They forgot about how they were beaten. They forgot about how they were mistreated. They said, we were better off with Pharaoh. Kind of reminds me of the people of Queensland that revoted Palaszczuk in, and the people in WA that revoted McGowan in. Stockholm syndrome. They fell in love with their captor. They fell in love with their captor. Listen to me what they said. They said, we had leeks, garlics, and onions over there. Firstly, they stunk. That's the first thing. But do you know what? In the ancient text, it says that every day, the good Lord would give them fresh manna from heaven. Every day it was fresh, with no strings attached. But they become so addicted to the welfare mentality, to the government handout, that they preferred the leftovers from the government to the ability to create their own financial freedom. Does this make sense out there? Someone give me something in the chat. Does this make sense? He controlled their minds so much so that when they're about to go into the land of promise, listen to me, these people died in freedom. They were on their way to the promised land. Listen to me. And they died in a desert. You know why? Because their mindset, when they looked at the land of Canaan, listen to me. Come on, this is good. They said, we saw giants in the land, but everything was giant. The grapes were giant. The apples were giant. The pomegranates were giant. Everything was giant. But here's why they were not able to break through that slavery mentality. It says, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and so we were in theirs. You know, the pharaohs of our world right now, do you know why they see us as irrelevant and grasshoppers? Because that's how Australia has viewed itself for so many years. Oh, she'll be right, mate. Oh, just an average Aussie battler. No, the internet has him frozen. Oh, I'll just go to assembly. Because we thought like grasshoppers in our own heads, they became grasshoppers, small, insignificant, in the eyes of the enemy. Next year. And this is such a powerful statement. Addicted to socialism, handout, welfare, bread and circus, Romans, they just kept the circus going, the Colosseum, and hand them out some bread. Kind of like what they're doing to us. Hand out the money, hand out this, hand out that. Right now, Scott Morris is preparing his budget. He'll be throwing money out everywhere, including his 30 cents off your beer. Can you believe that? People will vote for this man on 30 cents off their beer. And there'll be people that'll do it. They'll sell a country for 30 cents off a beer. They kept the circus going, and they kept the bread every now and again. Kind of reminds you of Australia, right? Give them a handout, keep the cricket, keep the tennis. Oh, by the way, if you're a dissenting voice in tennis, we're going to throw you out of the country. Wasn't based on any medical condition at all. Alex Hawke admitted that. And by the way, I know Alex. He's not a very nice man at all. I've got no problem saying it publicly. And all you've got to do if you want to figure out what Scott Morrison's like, look at the men he's got around him who speak into his life. Just look around you. Pharaohs don't change. Moses comes in and says, let my people go. And he goes to Pharaoh. He confronts Pharaoh. You know what the children of Israel do? They go up to Moses and they tell him off. Shut up, Moses. You're making our work harder. You're making this fight harder. Listen to me. Freedom is complex and freedom requires a fight. An enemy in your life will extrapolate greatness inside of you if you allow it. David would never have become the king if he did not defeat a Goliath. And by the way, when David defeated Goliath, he chopped off his head. And you know what David did? He stuck Goliath's head under his bed because every day he wanted to remember that he was a giant killer and a freedom fighter. Now watch this. Listen to this, the analogy. They turn against Moses. Listen. Pharaoh is not your friend and Moses is not your enemy. What has happened now is the Australian culture has shifted from, the government that put us into bondage and slavery and losing our jobs and not traveling. And now they're going, it's the anti-vaxxers. Hang on a minute. You've been jabbed twice. You now are one of us in certain states. If you've not been drugged according to the quota, interestingly enough, Dan Andrews down there says, if you're an overseas person and you've been drugged twice, I call it drugged, you can come into the country. But if you're an Australian and you haven't had 3 drugs, you can't. I'm a tax-paying citizen of this country. And I have more bondage on me than someone from somewhere else. Listen to me carefully. If you want to break out of the slave mentality, and I know most of you on here don't have it, but believe you me, you know people do, and some of us still go there. You've got to work out who your friends are. Just remember, they turned against Moses for 40 years and kept saying we were better under a socialist communist government. In America right now, there are people running around creating marches to reintroduce mask mandates. So is the mass psychosis that's gone in their head. The next thing. The reason why they stayed in this slavery mentality, watch this, they got conditioned to pain. 20 generations did. Now, this country's been around for a couple of 100 years. But that mentality, convict mentality, yes, even in people like me. Now, I broke out of it when I was a kid. I did not want to let the government, handouts, church, or anyone else put a fence around my income. So I refused to comply. But when you get so conditioned to pain, you actually defend the abuser. Women who are beaten, my mum was. My mum was beaten by my alcoholic father. She was alcoholic as well. If I ever spoke against my dad to her, she'd slap me. I remember when I said, Mum, why don't you leave? Bang, slap me across the face. We've got people like that right now in this country. You speak out, they'll attack you. I know, I get them all the time. You should comply, because if you don't comply with the government says, you're not a real Christian. Romans, they give me one scripture and deny 30 others. I know many of you don't you're not in that kind of environment, but they give me one verse, submit therefore to government. But the guy that wrote that was in prison because he didn't obey the government. And what he was doing was illegal. Just because the government says something, watch this, is legal or mandated doesn't mean it's right. Slavery was not right. Martin Luther King, what was going on there was illegal. Apartheid was legal, but it was not right. What Anne Frank did, what Corrie ten Boom did, what Schindler did, the government said was legal, but it was not right. They got conditioned to pain. So they would rather live in the comfortableness of pain rather than the struggle for freedom. Man, that's good. I hope you wrote that down. Now, understand this. Also, they listen to wrong voices. They listen to wrong voices. They're about to go and enter the land. They can see it. They send out 12 spies. 10 go out and bring back a negative report. They are the Channel 9s, Channel 10, SBS, ABC. They're bringing the negative report because it keeps the ratings going. They're bringing out the negative report, the 10, the 10, the 10, the 10. Two people come along, a Pat and an Andy. They go, we can win. We can turn this around. You know, another one comes along. Dover comes along, or Rookchan comes along, or Jake comes along. We go, come on, we can do this. No, we'd rather die in the desert because this is too big. Let me tell you something. Listen to me. If you don't want to fight for your freedoms and fight, and I don't mean physical, if you don't want to fight for your freedoms for you, do it for your future generation. If you think, listen to me, I've read this sacred book, and if you think what's going on now is bad, you wait till the big fella comes along. Let me go there. I'm going to go there. Book of Revelation talks about the man of lawlessness, the Antichrist, which comes out of the European Economic Union. That's where he comes from. Just remember that. Without his mark, you cannot buy, sell, or eat without the mark or the number of his name on your head, on your forehead or your hand. Oh, Pat, that's preposterous. If I'd have told you what's going on right now, that you'd have to show a pass every time you walk into a hospital, a cafe, an airport, you would have told me that was preposterous. All of these things we're experiencing now are merely forerunners and practice for what's coming. I had a minister say to me, well, when we get to that, we'll fight it. Hey, listen, if you're not going to fight right now against a little Goliath, why would I trust you with a big fella? Let me move on. They listen to the wrong voices. You must put in your ears, I'm gonna finish up soon. You must put in your ear access denied. I listen to the news and I read the paper because I wanted to confirm what I already know is about to happen. I take it. Our country, listen to me very carefully, Australian Bureau of Statistics. The people that died of COVID, only of COVID, right? Of COVID, 83 people. That's it. Everybody else had up to 3 serious underlying comorbidity, terrible sicknesses. They lied. I got it here. Here's the stats. The Australian Bureau of Statistics. But they're still carrying on with this nonsense. Pharaohs don't. Robert Kennedy, when I interviewed him, said to me this: dictators and despots do not give you back freedom volitionally. And lastly, the reason why they died in their freedom is because they forgot their pain. I hope the last 2 years, and there is a bit of a change in narrative, only because these politicians know there's an election coming up. Labor, Liberal and Greens dead last. Dead last. I don't care if you voted Liberal, Labor or Green for 3 generations. Stops now. And certainly don't go voting independent. Because some of these guys I know are just Labor and Greens in disguise. Choose a Freedom Party. I don't care which one. Put them first. These pharaohs need to learn it. So how do we change our addiction to slavery? Number one, you got to realize there is no freedom without a fight. Number two, you got to realize that freedom that freedom is valuable. Listen. And most people don't realize that freedom is powerful until freedom is your only option. Otherwise, you're going to stay a slave. Thirdly, realize that every enemy, every pharaoh, if I can use that, should bring out a strength in you, not cause you to bow down in cower and weakness. Let there be a giant slayer rise up inside of you. Let these mandates and all this pain we're going through, let it release something that has lied dormant in you, a fire, a passion. Let it release something inside of you. And also realize you've got to choose your loyalties. Realize you've got to choose your loyalties. Well, Andy, I hope that helps people. I hope people can follow that. And if there's any questions, Andy, I'm happy to take them. Hope that was that okay, Andy? I just
mate, it was absolutely phenomenal. Of course, it was fantastic, and I love the point you just made about being giant slayers. We need to step up right now. We need to step up and stop tolerating this, because what you tolerate is what you get. And unfortunately, if we keep swallowing it, we're just going to get more of the same.
Andy, can I mention something? I know you've been a great support. This Friday,
yes.
Whether you're a person of faith or not, it's irrelevant, doesn't matter. I've got a special online event called Pray, Prophesy and Proclaim. And I invited some great spiritual leaders. Matter of fact, Paula White, who's an advisor of President Trump's going to be on.
Wow.
And we're going to be actually praying for people. You know, if you're unwell, if you're sick, if you lost your job, I believe, you know, the old Elvis song, there's somebody bigger than you and I. And it's not a religious event, but we'd love you to be part of that. Anyone that wants to join us, it's this Friday, starts at 10 a.m. Brisbane time. It's called Pray, Prophesy. And of course, if any of you want to follow me on Instagram, please do. It's lonely out there. They shut me down on YouTube, can you? But they shut me down on YouTube. But we're just on now. They told me one more strike. I never heard of fact checkers until someone was telling the truth, Andy.
No, exactly right. The censorship is disgraceful. I can't believe it's taking place. But let's end on a positive note. Pat, do you feel like we are making headway? Are we winning? Are we moving forward?
We are moving forward, but it's not over yet. Listen. Right. It's like a boxer. You know, you got them wobbly on the knees. Come on, knock them out. And I don't mean physically hit anybody. Just because the narratives, you haven't won the fight yet. Until that thing goes 10 or the referee goes, you know, I like the UFC, you know, they do that, you know. Until the referee does that, and until they learn, we haven't won yet. Listen, a truce is not a win. Yeah. And we call no truces. We need to win this and eradicate this out of our country. And there is a turnaround, but like our Aussie mentality, oh, wow, yeah, great, we've got a little bit of freedom. That's exactly what Israel did. And what did the pharaohs do once they gave them that little bit of freedom? They slapped another thing on them. And then they did another thing. And then they did another thing. You know, we've got to be completely out of this Egypt slave mentality. So, yeah.
Pat, you're an absolute warrior. I want to say a huge thank you for all the work that you're doing. If you are watching this now, head on over, follow him on all the socials, on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, before he gets kicked off again, of course. And he has some amazing events coming up. You've got to follow this man. Pat, again, I'm grateful for you, my friend. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thanks, man. Andy, one last question.
Yes.
For you.
Yes.
Jenkins, well, how do I get a body like yours? I mean, seriously.
Well, head on over to my Instagram. Link is in the bio. I've got all my programs there ready to go, and we are good to go.
I hate looking at your Instagram because I look at you and I look like a garden gnome on steroids.
Mate, and not true at all. You are a very good-looking man, my friend. But, of course, we can always improve. And I'll be happy to train you anytime.
Just give me something that'll suck the fat out, mate. That'll do.
That's right. I love your work, Pat. Again, my man, thank you so much for coming on the Global Freedom Show. See you, mate.
See you later, Pat.
What an absolute legend. Pat just has so much energy and so much passion, but he just speaks so much truth. And again, I've got so much respect for that man. He's been at the forefront, fighting the good fight, lived almost daily lives, just giving people hope, giving people courage and inspiring them. Because again, I want to give perspective on this. I don't know if people remember a year ago, it was very lonely for a lot of people. There's a lot of people in lockdowns. A lot of people were upset, scared, felt like they didn't have a voice. And they really relied on messages like Pat's live every day in order to keep the spirits up and to really focus on moving forward. So again, huge credit to the man. He's doing some great things.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing I love about Pat is that he's a man of God, and obviously that is what would have inspired him to do such things. But at the same time, here's a lot of historical analysis. If you replace, during his speech, if you replace Pharaoh with Premier, if you replace Moses with any of the people on our list today of speakers, you know, it tells a really like parallel story. So the historical references are amazing, and I love to see that. So thank you so much to Pat, and go and follow him everywhere, guys, because this guy is really speaking some amazing truths.
Absolutely. Guys, we have some more incredible speakers coming up. Again, I'm going to remind you, make sure you are sharing the live link out across your socials. Tag us, we'll share you. Also, comment. Leave some comments. We're going to post you up on the screen. Make sure you keep it PG. No more swearing from me, I promise everybody. But we're going to keep it very PG and all above board. And share the link, globalfreedomrally.com/live. And also head on over to Contrarian Daily on all platforms because there's so much goodness there.
Oh, yeah.
Would you agree?
Absolutely. I think especially follow us on Rumble. Guys, I made a TikTok. I've now had 4 community guideline violations on TikTok.
You're a bad boy.
So I am a bad boy, and I've been deactivated for a little while, but I'm back on TikTok now. Follow us there. But mainly, guys, Telegram and Rumble. You hit the link tree that Chris has just put up on screen, and you can find our Telegram and our Rumble, and those are the main ones for now, guys, because we're not going to get censored there at the very least.
And of course, on TikTok, Jake's doing a lot of great dancing.
Yeah.
All your favorite songs are on there with dancers.
Absolutely.
No, just joking. We're not going to none of that nonsense. But anyway, on a serious note, let's talk about our next guest. This is a great man. I've got very close to Samir over the last year and a half due to our beliefs on everything that's been taking place. And again, I have so much freaking respect for this guy. This is why I'm always getting him on lives, always getting him on the events, because his message is true. It's correct. He has risked a lot during this period of time, risked his business, risked his reputation to stand in truth and fight for the average Aussie person, Aussie battler, Aussie entrepreneur. And again, a huge hats off to him. And so it's an absolute privilege and an honor to have my good friend and lawyer extraordinaire, Samir Banger, on the Global Freedom Rally. Welcome.
Thanks, Andy. Look, that was way too kind, I must say. It was a brilliant introduction. I can't complain about that one. But thank you guys for hosting this and getting the people on that you have. I just heard the last 5 minutes what Pat was saying, and it's really good to hear other people who have a very similar message, fighting the same fight and fighting for this cause, so to speak.
Absolutely. And don't let the camera fool you. He's 6 foot tall. He will absolutely tower over this guy. He's good looking and he's tall. What a combination. And stylish. But Samir, mate, thank you so much for joining us. You have been such an important voice during this period of time. Honestly, I can't remember where I first saw you. It may have been Discernible, something like that. But I remember seeing you at the forefront, immediately started following you, and I thought, thank freaking goodness there is a lawyer, or there's someone out there fighting. Again, you have studied the law, you have been in court, you have fought the good fight previously and all the way through this. Why did you risk it all for this message?
Because it needs to be done. And I think it's like everyone who's going to be on here. You've got Dr. Peter McCullough coming as well. And like yourself, man, like we know it doesn't matter what we do, whether you're a solicitor, whether you're a doctor, whether you're in your profession or what you do, owning your gyms or being a business person. Everyone is risking their personality. Everyone is risking their backside to do what we're doing. But the fact is we need to do it, because if we don't, no one will. And then we will be a genuine minority and we'll be wiped out effectively. This is a true stamp, and this is a true caveat to free speech. Not free speech that should be stopped either. We're not talking about hate speech. In fact, hate speech has come from, I don't know what to label the other side. I don't want to call them pro-vax. I want to call them just bigots, to be honest. All we have ever done is say, let's look at both sides. Let's listen to both sides. Let's stop telling everyone you're going to die tomorrow. Let's be reasonable about this. Look, I remember when we first got into touch, it was about small businesses and some of the other businesses that I'd seen go down. You showed me a couple of businesses that you knew about, and we had a bit of a chat about that. And some people on here now would have forgotten that. They would have forgotten that there were small businesses and medium businesses who are now no longer existent because of how the government handled this. Now you have political commentators who didn't say anything turning around saying this should have happened 2 years ago. You have Dr. Martin Kulldorff, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya saying this should have been done 2 years ago. We could have avoided this. That should tell people everything. You're not subservient to the government. The government is meant to be serving you and be a voice for you. And in this 2 year period, if not a lot longer for some people, they have not been a voice for the people. They have basically just decided how your lives are going to be run. That's not the point. And I'll always say, we need the police. We need government. We can't function without it. I don't want to go primal here, but it's got to be a true, flexible government that genuinely has our best interests at heart, that's willing to be transparent, that's willing to listen to the people, its electorate, and not prejudice the lives of the people as they have done. Victoria especially suffered a lot through this. WA and Queensland are going through it now. New South Wales, at least, I'm going to say luckily, although it's probably not the right word, is starting to see the other side. Look, I think Pat, one word he said, or one thing I do really genuinely believe what he said was true, is we can't just stop and pretend it's all over. I do think he's right in saying a truce is not a win. And quite frankly, one thing I need to elaborate on is this is not going away at the end of this year, next year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years time. There's been massive damage to the Australian culture as a whole. That needs to be wound back. That will take time. The mandates will go. Don't get me wrong. They will. The pandemic will go and it will become an endemic, and then eventually it will fade away. However, your rights that have been invalidly stripped, that is now for the government to take whenever they feel like, because they know they got away with it. And this is the kind of stuff we need to stop. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing, and this is why I think a lot of guys are as well, and why it is so vitally important we don't stop.
So true. And look, it's all fun and games until people start to get hurt. And it is fair to say a lot of people have got hurt during this period of time. We've seen bankruptcies with liquidations, people losing their savings. We've seen mental health crisis, self-harm skyrocket, depression and anxiety drugs, sales going through the roof, and so on and so forth. And I then, of course, and we've known this for a long time, but you then see the data coming out where they are admitting that fatalities were not represented correctly. The data is showing that potentially everything that was done during this period of time was completely overboard. And to me, it feels criminal. It feels criminal that they can ruin businesses, lives, etc., and sit there and then just say, endemic, let's get on with it. My question, Samir, is will there be accountability, legal accountability? Because I feel like it is criminal. So my question is it criminal? Will there be accountability?
Is it criminal? That's a big question. Look, let's just say in a civil suit, it's a balance of probabilities is a threshold. So kind of like saying 51-49. In a criminal action, it's beyond reasonable doubt. So we would have to prove that the people making these decisions, one, should be charged, and two, that they've done it effectively, beyond a reasonable doubt, negligently, recklessly, a few different things. So this is where we need to look at it as well. And this is where I understand. I do believe it is to a certain extent. It's completely wrong. But in terms of giving it the criminal label, I'm not sure yet. I think jury is out on that one, to use that analogy. We'll see. Even if that is the case, it's going to take us 5 or 10 years. Why? Because, Andy, me and you will turn back and go, okay, here's further evidence. As you said, what your point is spot on. We'll have more of that. We'll see, okay, this was an unnecessary overreaction, and rather than actually turn their minds to fixing it and going, okay, we got it wrong, the government doubled down and started making people get boosters and whatnot and push them beyond control. And then we'll see how many people are going to be or will be suffering mental health issues and from this little era or this little period, because that's not going to come out yet either. That's going to take some time.
That's right.
I think in some people it festers a little bit, sits inside, and eventually comes out. Families are breaking down, friendships, like just that kind of stuff is happening. People will realize that in 5 or 10 years' time. Like when we look at accountability now, yes, I do believe there can be, Do I believe there will be? That depends on us as Australians and putting the pressure on. We could easily have a royal commission into the different states handling of this, into the way the federal government handled this, actually get some transparency, look at the premiers, look at the information they were given, why they made certain decisions. And look, if they've done it in the right way or for the right reasons, then quite frankly, I'll take a piece of the humble pie and shut up too. But if they haven't, we need to know. And when you have these positions of power, and when you have the ability to ruin people's lives, you owe it to the public to go through scrutiny. And quite frankly, if someone says something that doesn't flow well with you or criticizes you for something, that's a risk you take by being in the public eye and by being a politician. Me and you get criticized all the time because we take a certain view. We cop it on the chin and move on and keep doing it because we think it's right. They need to do the same thing. They need to be held accountable. It can happen. But I think this is where the majority of Australians need to come together and go, hey, we need to check, regardless of what we think is right or wrong, did they have the information? Did they do it properly? Were there other measures that could have been put in place that would have reduced the suffering to the Australian people? And if the answer is no to any of them, we need to take action. And that's when we can potentially look at criminal ramifications or other ramifications for misuse of public office or misfeasance and stuff like that. So it can happen, but that's on us to make sure we keep pushing it. There's a bit of a campaign against Dan Andrews at the moment. That's going quite strong. And I think that needs to be effectively against every premier in the country, really, to be honest.
And you raised such a good point before, Samir, about the power. And I think that the power of premiers has been one of the most divisive issues of this whole pandemic. There's no doubt about that. And we've seen overreaches just like we never would have expected to see in this country. Now, you raised a good point before that when this flu or when the coronavirus is all said and done and it becomes, something very minor, the overreach of the government is endemic. And what are the specific overreaches that we need to be watching, and how do we stop this power from proliferating in the future?
Basically, they've had too much discretion in terms of mandates or directions that they can apply. Basically, they've been able to keep people locked up in their houses except for certain reasons. They've been able to apply it to different people in a different way, such as vaccinated getting so-called liberty. I'm going to say liberty, not freedom. And then your unvaccinated people not being allowed out. As effectively in Victoria, you still can't dine out if you're not vaccinated, same in Queensland and WA. The fact that they should go through a transparent system, if this was ever going to be used again, to seek power from the people, to actually question what they're doing is right, making sure the people are okay with it, making sure it's proportionate, not just the judiciary. Because in the end, as much as I am a solicitor and I respect the judiciary, I don't think they're always making the right decision. It's a big call, I know, but sometimes, and this is my issue, the law works really slowly and they're going to be conservative. It's very rare they're going to act against something like this, even if they see an issue, unless it's such wide blown or such a big issue that they can't hide from it anymore. So there should have been a process with something like this. And it shouldn't just be through the party. There should be external stakeholders, and all this information should be public at all times. And the fact is, look, I'm not a doctor. I don't have all the information. However, people that I interact with, Andy, you interact with as well, and you guys obviously do, they give information and they've looked at the statistics and they say, well, hold on, it's not as bad as it's made out to be. If that's the case, why aren't we open to looking into that? The COVID death thing, dying with or from, two very different things, and that's coming out now. We already knew it happened in India, in Italy, in UK, in the US. So why didn't we look at it here and go, okay, are we doing the right thing? Because we didn't want to I guess we just didn't want to look internally, and we didn't want to admit that we may make mistakes. And that's a failure of the government, because a true leader and true leaders are willing to look inside, and if they've done the wrong thing, own up to it, move on. And really, I don't think we've had one of them in a long time.
Unfortunately not. Yeah. And as well, Samir, it's such a good point that you raise, and there has to be something done in the future. And when I think about it, obviously there's the possibility that, people are held accountable, but what about something like a referendum at the end of this, or some sort of a community mobilization where we take people from all different demographics from around Australia, we come together, we say, what did we do right? what did we do wrong, what can never happen again, and where do we move forward from this, so that people can at least feel like they've had a voice, rather than just having these mandates and laws foisted upon us by the TV screen every night.
Oh, look, I don't know what the right process would be, but I agree with you completely. Giving people a voice, allowing people to feed back on this openly without criticism, because you're going to have people that support it, and they should be allowed to support it, and you're going to have a lot of people who don't support it, and they should be allowed to voice that. So I completely agree with you. We do need something like that. And quite frankly, I think what this period also teaches us is our Constitution needs some amendments. It needs some strengthening. In my opinion, there are other people who don't believe that, but I don't believe the rights are as strong as such as a Constitution in America. And yes, I said this last time as well, our Constitution comes from a different place. It was more about trade, and the protections of rights, even though they're there, are probably not as strong as they should be, and they could be made more overt rather than us having to infer from what's there. And I think that is a big move, and that's something that a referendum could do. There's a number of changes like that. Sorry, one thing I forgot to mention before is police power, how police power was used, how the police were used against the people in a period like this. That's overreached to the next level. There are good police, there are bad police. I've dealt with both, and we need the cops. We need very well-educated police, and police have discretion in times like this. Sometimes I think they've used it well. Sometimes I think they've used it improperly. Today, for example, I can say that I was at the airport, a copper came up to me about my mask, and he did it in a really good way. I was actually quite respectful of the way he asked me, and there was nothing inappropriate, where I've seen the complete opposite. Someone's come up and basically, just some 4 coppers came up, surrounded me about the mask. So, there's ways to do some things, and these people should know better when they're dealing with the public, stuff like that. And there's a lot more than this, but yeah, man, look, I think what you're saying is spot on. That is necessary. How we go about it, that's a different story, but we do need some kind of feedback from the people of each state, from the people of the country as a whole, and we need a way out of this so this doesn't happen again. And if we can get people's voices in the clear, into the public domain, then they can't ignore it. At the moment, they can ignore a certain section of society, ignore certain people, but once that happens, it changes the story. So I agree with you completely.
For sure. And, on that point, I'm glad you brought that up. Again, I agree with you. We need the government, we need police, and there are a lot of good politicians and police out there. Mm-hmm. But it absolutely rattled me. It shocked me seeing, especially a year and a half ago, the footage coming out of the raids of the females getting thrown through car windows, people getting run over, people getting literally beaten.
An old lady being decked
by the police. An old lady, yeah. And we saw also in the Victorian train station, a police officer come up behind a guy who was talking to about 7 other police officers and fully face slam him basically into the ground. I was blown away by the behavior and how bad it actually was. Samir, were you surprised at how, especially in Victoria, the police were used? And do you also think that they were targeting some of those minorities within the community? Because I know in Sydney, unfortunately, there was huge police presence in the West and not so much around Bondi, etc. So what are your thoughts on that?
I hate to say that I kind of expected it. I've been dealing with the police for a while. As someone, actually, I just saw one of the comments come up. So they came up, not come up, they came up. And that person was quite correct. I think her name was Lavina, in saying that not all police are bad, but the ones that are need to be held accountable. 100% right. Look, the best example I can give you is in Sydney itself and the greater west of Sydney. I actually live in the greater west of Sydney, but not in the Bankstown area or those areas that were heavily targeted. I'm in a place called Camden, and I know this is live, but you're probably going to struggle to find me at one point anyway. But Camden is next to a place called Campbelltown. That is effectively from where I am now about 500 metres to a kilometre away, but the restrictions are completely different. Now, I don't think Campbelltown had it as bad, but if you look at Bankstown, they had drones flying overhead, and I spoke to people and interacted with people who told me about how they were actually timed when they're outside for exercise. That didn't happen in Camden. It didn't happen in the North Shore. It didn't happen in Bondi. And really the only times there was any ever uproars, and we saw those videos or photos of the beaches being absolutely smashed. Yeah. No mask, even when there was a mandate to wear masks outside. And really the treatment of people there was completely different. Yet if that was a park in Bankstown, those people would have been treated very poorly. And these people, I don't want to say are used to it, but there is a disparity in the way the police treat certain people. I've had it myself. I have many clients who have gone through this, and First Nations people can speak to this better than anyone can, I think, because they've been at the negative end or had the short end of the stick for many, many years. It's just now it's hit a bigger proportion of society.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this isn't something that the average white Australian wasn't getting hit by. They were locked down too. It's just if you happen to live in certain areas that were more affluent, you were less likely to get targeted or hit upon, whereas in certain other areas that were not as affluent. So it became more of a class thing, I think, rather than a ethnic thing, which is a little bit different to what it's been previously. The positive is, and it's a small positive, but we now know this can happen at a grand scale. So every Australian now should look at this and go, okay, this can happen, will happen. What's next? How do we deal with this now? How do we make the police accountable? And how do we stop this happening? So, I mean, 100%, but was I surprised about some of the things I saw in Victoria at the protest? Certain things, yes. Certain things, no. Look, I was pretty surprised that they had the tactical forces called because they effectively looked pretty serious, like the army and whatnot. I was not happy with that. Look, I think that's a poor choice by whoever made that decision, and I'm not sure if it's the commissioner, the premier, or they all had a board meeting and got together and decided. That should never have happened. The protests could have been peaceful and generally were. And also, I genuinely believe, regardless, and people can call me whatever they want, there were people sent to incite violence from both sides, And that should not be a negative on everyone else, ever. Just because one person does something wrong doesn't mean everyone who holds a similar view, for in this case, over as against the mandate, is going to do the same thing. I know there were bottles thrown at police that shouldn't have been. I basically was involved in a case there was effectively a glass bottle thrown, and that was incorrect. However, I know the exact opposite, where people have walked to the police, asked for leniency, had their arms up and been shot by rubber bullets or the beanbag shot. Necessary? Hell no. That's where the training goes awry. But what I also understand is, speaking to some police officers, is that some of the officers who were at the scene were not well trained and were juniors. They would basically call in people, because a lot of officers didn't want to go too. So we need to give these officers respect, the ones that effectively protested by saying they're not going to the protest, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So there were those officers too. Am I surprised? Oh, no. Am I shocked? No. But maybe I'm a little bit surprised by certain things to the extent that it got to. And like, for example, the tactical forces that I mentioned, that's disgusting to me in every way, shape and form. Unnecessary too.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. And again, it was shocking. It was uncalled for. And I think the positive we can take from all of the craziness is that, as you mentioned, it's shone a light on what we need to improve and the cracks in the system. And as a collective, as a nation, and this goes for everyone watching in the US and Canada right now and overseas, as a collective, when we come together, we can change these things. First, you got to be conscious of it. You got to be able to see it. You got to know it. And then you've got to have enough energy behind it to make a change. And that's the positive I hope will come from seeing all of the absolute insanity that's taken place. Samir, I'm curious to know about your opinion on the way the law has been used during this time by obviously police as well, but politicians to hide and not be transparent around the decision making around lockdowns and the pandemic, etc. I know in Victoria there are there's a lot of cases at the moment going through the court system where the current government is trying to conceal the documentation around how they made their decisions and the information that they were receiving. And my initial thought to that is, do they know that it's criminal, hence why they want to hide it? And then we also see pharmaceutical companies utilizing the law to protect themselves, such as concealing the data for 50 plus years
of what's in the vaccine,
the current medicine, and also the adverse reactions, etc. Do you feel like there has to be a change in the legal system in order to protect the greater majority from, I guess, it being manipulated in the way that it seems to be?
Is it a change in the system or a better application of the system? I think is probably the question. I think it might be a mixture of both. The application in this period of the last 2 years, the pandemic, has basically been give the government whatever power they want. They can do whatever they want. A good example was the information that finally came out about how Dan Andrews made his decision about masks, and how the evidence, when it finally came out, was bunk. It was bogus. He obviously didn't want that to come out because it doesn't look good. Now, in respect of other information, we have the National Cabinet. They've hidden the information there too. They didn't want the information to come out. So the first question, as you said, Andy, is doesn't that tell you, or doesn't that give you some kind of warning sign or a red flag that there must be a reason why they're hiding it? So either they're saying you're too stupid to understand, so we don't want to show you, or that we know better than you, so just shut up and do what we say, or they're hiding something. And none of those three reasons are good enough. Maybe there's something else that I'm missing, but just think about that. When they're hiding this from you as politicians, as information that should be in the public sphere, that is wrong, completely wrong, morally, ethically, and quite frankly, I think legally as well. However, the problem is the government does have avenues to hide certain information and make it confidential, especially if it's a security risk, and in this case, abuse health. And this is where the acts are too broad. However, the way I would have looked at it is said, okay, even if I was in that position, if I think everything's completely clear, wouldn't you just release the information, let people discuss it? But the fact is, even if someone goes against you at that point with the information in the public, at least it's there. You can say, I've done this for the right reasons. It's here, have a look. You might disagree, but it's different. But when you're holding it, holding it so close to your chest, that is a warning sign. That is problematic. And I think that states around the country. I know some of the cases that went up tried to subpoena or tried to obtain certain documentation that the government used. They didn't get it. And that's going to continue on. Hopefully in 5-10 years' time, that becomes easier to obtain and access because it's no longer considered a risk. In a time like this, I think that should be completely transparent. There should be no hiding behind it. And really, the government should be a model litigant, or the government should be upholding very high ethical standards, not poor ones. And this is problematic to me as well. So look, I have a serious issue, Andy, whether it's criminal, whether it's just wrong, something's not right. And as you said, when it comes to the pharmaceutical companies, the other motive they have is money. They obviously want to hold it close to the chest. As you said, it could be partly because of the issues it could cause, is causing, but it's also the money. It's all about money. And in this case, when it comes to health, it shouldn't be money. But unfortunately it is, because pharmaceutical is one of the biggest industries in the world. And we need to understand that. These guys don't always make up the best decisions for us just because it's good for our health. It's also got to be good for their back pocket. Now, I'm not against medicine. I'm not against Western medicine at all. That's not what I'm saying, because some people will run off and take that conclusion or draw that inference from what I'm saying. However, when we look at studies, and I'll look at, just simply speaking, creatine is one of the most studied supplements in bodybuilding. There have been a lot of studies done on it openly, and one of the big criticisms that any of these studies get is it's funded by the people who made it. And is that a problem? This is why they get independent people to verify. And in some of these cases, I believe there hasn't been when it comes to the vaccine. And that should be an issue to people. And I believe there's been some ethical dilemmas in some of the subcontractors as well. I don't know enough about this. However, I definitely have heard about it and see issues there.
Yeah, completely agree. Look, I think across the board, ethical standards has been completely dropped or massively overlooked, even to the point, again, in the medical profession, where we know that transparency is a crucial part of ethics in the medical field. And we know for a fact that that has been dismissed and pushed aside in the name of an emergency. And you're right, there's been a lot of people, unfortunately, making a lot of money from what's taken place, while people are going bankrupt. The average business owner, medium-sized business owners, are going under, losing life savings. You've got Dan Andrews getting a pay rise, and of course, pharmaceutical companies skyrocketing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. But Samir, I want to say a huge thank you. Again, you have been at the forefront. You are an incredible inspiration, and I really, really appreciate and love the work that you do. Everybody, head on over, check out all his work at bangerlegal.com.au. Check out his Instagram, which is on the screen right now, his LinkedIn, which is on the screen right now. And of course, if you need any help, he's the man to go and see. He is always by your side fighting the good fight. So, Samir, thank you, my man.
Thank you, Andy. I think you should probably release the information that you might be a lawyer one day in the near future as well, that might be coming too, because there might be some people who are interested in that.
Absolutely. That'll be for another episode.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. Love your stuff.
Yeah, thanks, brother. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Samir, what an absolute legend.
Superstar.
And again, he knows his stuff. And that's why I was so grateful for him, risking everything and being at the forefront so early on, because of what he knows and what he's done in court and how he has helped people previously. I knew that this man was a man of reason and sense. And I always resonate with rational people anyway, of course. But he absolutely has done so much good during this period of time.
Absolutely. And if anybody wants to know more about Samir and hear him talk more, he did a great podcast with Chris Primal as well.
Yes.
And he also did a podcast with us a few weeks ago where he talked more about your rights as an individual. And if you are approached by police, what you can do, how you can protect yourself. So all those things are really interesting as well. And he's been arming people with the ability to be able to handle themselves better. And obviously, this is unprecedented for Australians. I mean, the police have never really had to act in this manner, and then there's obviously been a lot of chaos involved with it. So now that we've seen these overreaches, people need to know their rights all of a sudden. So he's been absolutely crucial.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to Samir, absolute force of nature, and we're really, really appreciative of him. Everybody watching, make sure that you are comfortable and ready to rock for our next action-packed speakers. Make sure you share this link, globalfreedomrally.com/live. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbor. Head down to the local pub. Shout it out to all those guys. Go to the football club. Whatever you got to do, let's get this out to everybody, because this is a message that needs to be heard. And we're really, really proud to bring you this message today. I'm really pumped about our next guest.
Yeah.
The next guest is absolutely going to blow some minds. He's been doing some incredible, incredible things. And he was probably the guest that was asked for the most after the last Global Freedom Rally. You're going to find out who that is in just a moment after this short break.
See you soon, guys.
And we're live. We have an awesome speaker coming up. Absolutely pumped. We mentioned him before, of course, but he cracks me up for many reasons. One, he can see the BS and he calls it, unlike a lot of people. But he has brought some of the most epic interviews to the people during this period of time. Literally before Joe Rogan even cracked it, he had Dr. Peter McCullough, and he had some of these other great interviews taking place.
And he's been doing the Joe Rogan in the sense that he's been sticking it to the mainstream with his numbers. He's been getting bigger numbers than some of the mainstream. And they would be absolutely filthy because they do not want the Prime Mod from Sydney overtaking them for viewership. All right?
Exactly. No,
So
very, very true. Look, I've
poetry to watch.
100%. Look, I've gotten to know Primod and over the last year and a half, and he is such a genuine good guy. And that's one of the things I want to get across. You know, I don't know how people see people online, and you might read smart ass comments and think, who knows what you think. But anyone watching this, I want you to follow him and I want you to hear his message because he's genuine. He's doing it for the right reasons and he really cares. And that's why he's put everything on the line. And
he lost his job. He's really
lost
taken
his
a
job
hit.
and he's copped a lot of hate and a lot of comments off people and a lot of criticisms, as we all have. But I think he probably has a lot more than the average person because of how outspoken he is. But anyway, he's done such an amazing job. He's bringing incredible podcasts, etc., to the forefront. So let's welcome the man to the Global Freedom Rally stage. Primod, welcome to the Global Freedom Rally.
Hey, Andy, how are you, boys?
Good, mate. Good. So good to have you on again, my friend. You are an absolute weapon in all sense of the word. And again, we really appreciate the work that you've been doing.
Well, I appreciate that. It's a pleasure to be here again. And I'm glad you kept these running because the first one we did back in November was one of a kind. It wasn't done before on this scale. And some of the guests that you've lined up, mate, you've done an incredible job. So, mate, a shout out to you and to everyone involved because I know it's quite a big task. I mean, it's not simple. I can see you boys there and got your computers up. Nice studio as well, by the way.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're in the Gold Coast at the moment in this fantastic studio. And we appreciate that, mate. We're all here for the same reason. We're here because we have seen the BS taking place. We've seen how wrong it is. We know that people losing their jobs, people going into bankruptcy, people being forced into taking medical procedures against their will is not right, especially when the data has not backed it. And that's one of the things that I really love about you, my friend, is that you have documented some of the discrepancies in the data. And I love how you have done comparisons and showcased flu data with COVID data and a whole bunch of other stuff in your articles and interviews. It has really blown my mind on a few occasions, and I've shared it far and wide because that is the information that needs to get out there and that hasn't been. So again, hats off to you, my friend. I'm excited to hear you speak today, and we can't wait to get your message out there.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Take the stage, my friend.
Beautiful. All right, guys. So a lot of you know me now as being the host of the Primal podcast, which I started August last year. And my message has been the same throughout. I just want to get people on the show and share their opinion, whether they're for what's happening at the moment with the vaccination or they're against it. It's fine. Everyone has the right to share their opinion. And I've done my best to get those people across to you guys. And I wish I had more people from the opposite side trying to come over and have a chat, but they seem very reluctant to do that. But look, my message has been the same. And I think now, me personally, I've got to a point where it's very obvious that something is not right, something's amiss. And it's been quite obvious for a while, but I think now the majority of people are actually starting to wake up to that. And which is a great thing because ultimately we've been asleep for a very long time. So it's an interesting time because a lot of people, the people that aren't necessarily vocal about it are still skeptical and still have their doubts, but they may not have the ability to speak up about it. I know many people that message me privately from all walks of athletes, actors, singers, and they can't share that, they can't talk about it because if they do, they'll lose their job, they'll lose their contracts. And it's disappointing because what it's doing, it's really holding us back, humanity back. Because I think those people in those positions are the ones that can really make a difference in people seeing it. They've got a lot of people that follow them that, I guess, hold on to what they say. And I feel like if those people were to do more in terms of trying to get it across, that would be in a very different position. But unfortunately, it's not the way the world works. We've seen that. This has been worked from day one in such a way where it's been very smart on their end. We had the PCR tests that were essentially used to control the pandemic, to turn it up and turn it down at will, depending on how they were manipulating the tests. We know that. That's a fact. Now the PCR tests, you don't really hear about them. It's all rapid, the RAT tests. But what's interesting is that a few months ago, they were illegal. You weren't allowed to test yourself at home. You couldn't just buy them and test yourself at home. It'd be illegal. So it's very interesting that in the space of 3 months, they've gone from being illegal to encouraged. They're practically throwing them at us at this point. I have children in school, and I know that the government have spent millions of dollars in funding these rapid antigen tests to distribute to all the parents and children across the schools, and a huge amount of taxpayers' money, mind you, my money and your money, to cover these costs. And it's how does that change in 3 months? How does that go from being illegal to encouraged? There's been many instances of this happening in the last 2 years, full of contradictions. And I think at this point now we all know, well, the majority of people know that something isn't right. I think a lot of people don't want to necessarily believe that there's something else going on, because I guess we've taken our lives for granted. We've taken our freedom for granted for a very long time. And you would never suspect that our government, any Western government, would be doing this to its people, but it's in fact a reality and it's happening. Now, I think we need to move away from COVID and vaccination talk, because that's just one part of what's happening at the moment. But the more we discuss that, and I'm guilty of that because it's very easy to pick holes in it, but ultimately what's happened is in the meantime, we've been worrying about that and discussing it and looking for data and studies and all the rest of it. We're slowly losing our freedom more and more. And that's really something that we need to focus on, because COVID won't be the end of it. It won't be the end of it. If you recall, this time last year, around the same time, everything wound back, where they stopped. It wasn't really a risk. Things went back to normal somewhat for a period of time before they hit with the Delta variant, and then we went back into this chaos for the best part of last year. So we've got to expect that something's going to happen, maybe towards the back end of the year, next year, who knows? But there's many people I've spoken to who are quite convinced that climate is the next big agenda that's going to be pushed on us, and we're talking climate lockdowns and all sorts of things. And in fact, the media are already mentioning and sort of planting the seed that COVID lockdowns really reduced emissions, and that we need to do this every so often in order to get the climate situation under control. So they're planting the seed, and they have been since since we started going to mass lockdowns worldwide. And this all has to do with the plan of the United Nations. Now, the problem is, if you speak about this to the average person, most people don't know. They may know United Nations, the World Economic Forum by name. They may have heard of that, but they don't really understand the role that they play in our world and what they can influence and what they can change. And we're really seeing that now speed up and hit new heights. So if you jump on the World Economic Forum's webpage, you'll see on there, they don't even try to hide it. They speak about, the new world order. They speak about that. They speak about Agenda 2030, 2021, 2030 now. They speak about all these things, saying it's the way we have to move forward. We've seen what COVID could do to the economy and to the world. We need to better prepare for that. And you can see really what they're sort of targeting. And bit by bit, you can see us hitting those milestones. So they spoke about lockdowns and reducing emissions. We've ticked that box. There's been so many things, and it's all coming to fruition. And it's almost like a guide. Their website's like a guide. You can sort of see what's coming before it happens. And what's probably the most concerning thing, there's two parts of it. First is a digital currency, which they really want. And they've tried doing this back in, I think it was 2019, maybe 2019, 2020. The Australian government tried putting in a bill, and it was One Nation, Senator Malcolm Roberts and Pauline Hanson, that actually stopped that from going through, from passing. Otherwise, right now, we wouldn't have cash. It'll be all digital. And in theory, okay, it's easier, right? It's easier. Most people tap their phones already, and you tap your watch and all sorts of things now that the technology is just getting so advanced, and it's very convenient and very easy. But it takes power away from the people. It takes away the ability to choose whether or not you want to pay in cash, whether you want to pay with a card or electronically. So it's a serious problem because we know how regulated that is. So Senator Roberts was speaking about the Reserve Bank of Australia have a new system in place where they control and they can see everything you do. So, for example, if I went down to Coles and I bought whatever and it was $3.50, the Reserve Bank of Australia know that Chris went to Coles and spent this amount of money. They can already see that information. So that's happening now. And then we've got the issue of the digital ID, which is definitely the biggest problem we have at the moment. And this is at the moment, I think it's in the phase 3, I think, now being discussed in Parliament. And just a simple search on the internet, you type in digital ID Australia, you'll see it all the information there. It's an Australian government initiative. They speak about why it's great and all sorts of things. But if you go onto the United Nations website, they've got a lot of information about the digital ID on there. And it's copied word for word. Like if you go onto the United Nations digital ID information sheet and then you go to the Australian government's information sheet, it's exactly the same thing. Just copied and pasted it. And the same thing can be said for Canada. Someone sent me the Canadian digital ID webpage, and I was reading through it, and it's word for word exactly the same as the Australian one and the one that's all over the United Nations website. So it's real and it's happening. Why do they want to do that? That's the question everyone asks. Well, why? And some people believe that it's a great idea, that it'll make our lives easier. And while there might be some truth to that, in the sense where it'll sort of link all the services in one. So if you run a business, you can have your business details in there. You can have your banking details, your medical, all the rest. It can all be linked up, your driver's license in one. So it's easy, very easy. But who's looking at that data? Because according to Senator Malcolm Roberts, he believes that that data will be sent off overseas, stored overseas, where they don't have to comply with our rules and regulations. And essentially, he reckons that will be sold. So if we want to access our medical records, we'll have to request that from an overseas entity who holds that, and we'll have to pay to access our own medical records. So there's all these things to take into consideration, but more so, it's easy for them to control us at all times. At all times, they can see what we're doing, where we've been. At the moment, the QR code, you can see that. It's part of it. The QR code, you're voluntarily telling the government where you're going, how long you stayed there. If you work at a particular place, they know by trends and by patterns that you check in at the same place at the same time every day and you leave the same time every day. So they would know, okay, this person probably works here. So there's many issues with that. But ultimately, it does come down to control. It really does. It comes down to control. It may be sold as being a great tool for us to make our lives easier and more convenient, but ultimately, it's a tool for them to control everything, essentially everything that we do. Now, I believe, and it's just my opinion, that a lot of what we've experienced in the past 2 years has got to do with control. So, yes, the virus exists. I'm not disputing that. I've never disputed that fact. The virus exists, but I believe there's a lot more to it than just the virus and the vaccine. It's about control. So QR codes, as I said, we're voluntarily informing a government body where we're going and how long we're staying there, in the hope that in case we're a close contact, that they can help us and go, oh, listen, you're around somebody, you need to isolate. But it's smoke and mirrors. Then you've got the vaccination where you have to show people your vaccine tick, right? If I would have said to anybody listening 5 years ago, would you voluntarily do that? Just walk into Big W and show the person at the front door your vaccination history? No way would you consider doing that. You wouldn't even ask the question, right? But they've normalized that. They've normalized the idea of you having to show random strangers your medical history. Now, where does that stop? Does that stop at, if it's already your vaccination history, is it going to be in terms of your illnesses that you've had or any medical conditions? Is it going to be your financial records? Is it going to be show your ID every time you walk into a business? There's many ways that this can go. And ultimately, they've normalized it in the sense where, oh yeah, it's because of the virus. We're doing it for our own good. That's why we're showing people our information. It's okay. So it's normalized it in the sense. And that just opened the floodgates up to whatever they want. And unfortunately, a lot of people have been desensitized to it. So if they were to say tomorrow that you now need to show, you need to carry around a test in your pocket and show people that you're negative, people will do that because it's being considered, it's normalized to a lot of people. But once they implement this digital ID, which they're really working hard to do, we've lost everything. We really have. And it's very hard to turn that back. With progression, it's very hard to go backwards. And we've seen what's happened when we have tried to go backwards in the past. It's never worked out in our favor. And the government will never willingly give back control and power. That's never happened in human history, and it will never happen. They may give bits of it back, like they're doing at the moment. They're scrapping masks and scrapping this and that. But it's not all of it. They won't give back everything. So that's what we're confronted with, and it's a serious issue. They've openly stated they want us eating insects instead of meat. They're going to control how much meat we have because it's not sustainable. The amount of meat that we consume is not sustainable long term. It's bad for the economy, the emissions, and all the rest of it. They're speaking about that openly. If you go on the World Economic Forum's website, they speak about that. In the United Nations website, they speak about the fact that at some point we're going to have to start eating either lab-made meat, so fake meat, or insects, like crickets and all the rest of it. They want us eating that. And they're openly saying that. And in fact, the Australian government have spent millions of dollars. I think it's around 60 million. Don't quote me. Senator Roberts did mention it in the podcast that we did, but it was huge amounts of money funding this ridiculous idea from the United Nations that we all need to stop eating meat and eating insects and lab-grown meat. The way that we'll be traveling will change. I've seen in the last only few months that they're really doubling down on these electronic scooters, electronic push bikes, and I know now in New South Wales they're looking at electric buses. In Melbourne, they've attached bike racks to the front of buses. So they're really pushing for this this sustainable, environmentally friendly way of living, which I'm not completely against all of the logic and the ideas behind that, because as a population, we're very unhealthy. And if they want to start, charging people more, like sugar taxes and all this sort of thing, there's some things that I don't think are the worst thing in the world, but ultimately, again, it's control, and people should have the ability to make that choice. Even if there's logic behind a few points, ultimately is a bigger picture we need to be looking at. So that's really what I think we need to be focusing on moving forward. We need to be focusing on the next phase, the next part, what's coming, because at the moment, a lot of us, myself included, are still stuck on this COVID thing and this vaccine thing. And I guess, speaking on behalf of myself, it's very frustrating to see that people are still buying into it and are still so scared of leaving their homes because of it. And it's like, you mustn't read the data. Like, the data's there. 92% of people that have died from this virus had underlying health conditions. That's the Australian government statistic. 92% of people had underlying health conditions. So it's very obvious that this is a huge, massive overreaction. Or it's either a massive overreaction, governed by incompetent leaders, or it's a deliberate action that they've taken in order to implement something else that's coming. They may be looking years in advance, and we're caught up in the present of what's going on around us, and getting angry because we have to wear a mask in the shops, and we can only have a certain amount of people over to our homes and all the rest of it, while they're thinking well in advance of that. So I think we need to change our way of thinking about this and start realizing that COVID is just a very small part of the bigger picture and what's going to come, because they want to hit their goal by 2030. It's very clear, and a lot of people aren't having it. A lot of people aren't happy, myself included. I don't want to live that life. I don't want to live that the way they want me to live and want us to live. But we really need to, I think, raise awareness about this and understand that it's happening. And you can't really dispute that. It's on websites. It's the government website, the United Nations, and the World Economic Forum website. It's listed everywhere. So if anyone goes, that's a conspiracy, well, it's not. It's there. So there's no room for debate over whether or not this is real, because it's all there. So it'd be a lot easier, I think, to have these conversations with people, given that the data's already there. But the problem is going to be, I think, is getting the message across without sounding like a complete whack job. Because if you say to the average person that the World Economic Forum are going to do this, there's this guy who's in control of it, he wants this. Most people may only know the World Economic Forum by name, and you're trying to tell them that they're going to change the world and change the way we live in the next 10 years. Again, they're going to think you're crazy. And the media have done a very good job of I guess, brainwashing the public, the mass, that anybody that thinks that way is just a conspiracy theory. Don't listen to them. They've done a great job of that over the past. It's been coming for a long time, but especially the last 2 years, they've really doubled down on that, doubled down on the labeling. It's gone from anti-vaxxers to anti-boosters. So they're working along. And this should just be another one that they're going to bring up in the next 6 months. If you speak about this, you'll be labelled a climate denier, which they already do. And all these other things that they do. So be mindful of that and be very vigilant and be aware of what's happening and look for subtle changes. And when I mean that, I mean the way the government is spending their money, or spending our money, is a big tell. So when they're investing $10 million in electronic scooters to get us around the city, you have to ask why are they doing that? Why now? And why do they want it done in such a short period of time? There's many questions that you'll have once you start looking into it a little bit more. And you don't have to go into these bloody deep corners of the web. It's pretty much right in front of your face. So just be vigilant, be aware, and try and keep an eye on headlines. That's a big thing as well. Keep an eye on the headlines, because if you can see what's coming. They sort of try to lead us down a path, and they do that with headlines. Like they'll say, for example, very quickly, Andy, they'll say that this is why lockdowns are a good thing. This is why inflation is a great thing. This is why house prices are rising, but don't worry, you'll be okay. There's all these things. You can see it. You can follow the path, and you can see where they're heading us into a world where they say it themselves, the World Economic Forum, that you'll own nothing, but you'll be happy. So please be very mindful of that. And do a little bit of research and just keep an eye on your peripherals. Like look further than just what's in front of you, because that's where it takes place in the background. I think I covered most of what I wanted to, mate. That's pretty much where I wanted to lead this conversation into that sort of stage, rather than what's gone on the last 2 years, because we all know what's gone on the last 2 years.
Absolutely. No, 100% agree. And again, agree on all your points. I think it was important that you brought out that this is literally in front of our eyes. This is on the websites that you described. It's also in the book, COVID-19, The Great Reset. So this is not a conspiracy theory. This is just straight up facts. And it's important for people to understand what the agenda is. But Chris, I want to say a huge thank you, my man. You've done such a good job. You have been at the forefront fighting the good fight. And I really appreciate all the work you do now and into the future. If you're watching, make sure you go and follow the Pre-Mod on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. He is
great
really
YouTube channel.
Great YouTube channel. He's bringing the heat every single day. And, of course, his podcast on Spotify. Absolutely phenomenal. Pre-Mod, I want to say a huge thank you, my man. Thank you for joining us at the Global Freedom Rally.
Thank you, boys. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure.
Take care, mate. Thank you so much.
What an absolute legend. I love Chris. He's such a good guy. And he's done some incredible work.
Not least of which he has interviewed before Joe Rogan. I even interviewed him.
Yes.
Dr. Peter McCullough, who we're about to welcome in to this discussion right now. But thank you so much to the Pre-Mod. And guys, make sure you go follow him, because he's constantly crunching the numbers. He's got the data and the facts. He's got amazing interviews with amazing caliber of guests. Really great work by the Primal.
Yeah, look, he's done an incredible job, especially during the times when we had intense lockdowns in Victoria and Sydney. It was so important for people to have a voice at that period of time. And in the face of the criticism and the hate and all of the negativity that was being thrown to people like us our way, he was up the front. So, again, hats off to him. Let's talk about our next guest. I think we're all having a bit of a fanboy moment over here, because we have such an incredible person about to speak to the world. It is Dr. Peter McCullough, and he has been doing some incredible work. He is a world-renowned doctor, and more world-renowned now than ever before, because, of course, the likes have been on Joe Rogan, etc. But it's been so important to have his voice at the front of all of this. And when I first heard about Dr. Peter McCullough and watched his interviews and heard what he was saying, I really found so much gratitude, comfort, and appreciation in that message, because so many people knew it wasn't adding up, and he was one of the first to tell and share that story. So let's bring the man to the Global Freedom Rally stage, Dr. Peter McCullough. Thank you so much for joining me.
No audio.
Sorry, mate, we don't have any audio there.
Might have it.
Just while we fill in the space here for Dr. Peter McCullough, while he gets his technical stuff sorted out, we're definitely big fanboys of him, so much so that I've come out from behind the scenes with Chris Cam, and I just couldn't wait to get on here and ask some questions of Dr. Peter McCullough.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
We've got you.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Dr. Peter McCullough, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're so busy. I'm really, really grateful that you made the time for us. Thank you.
Let me say it's a great honor to join such terrific young people in Australia. I think some of the future Joe Rogans are right on this show, including Primal and so many of you. I just came off a wonderful trip yesterday to see former Emmy Award-winning host of The High Wire, Del Bigtree. And so I was down in Austin. That's also where Joe Rogan is, and Alex Jones, really just a hotbed of independent media. And it was a terrific experience. I want to give everybody a quick update on where we are with COVID-19. I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. I'm a practicing internist and cardiologist. I'm trained in epidemiology. I've testified twice in the U.S. Senate and co-moderated the special session on January 24th called A Second Opinion for America, really a historic 5-hour U.S. Senate testimony for our country. And I have now over 50 peer-reviewed publications on COVID-19, an entire one-year series of opinion editorials in The Hill in 2020, and now coming up on a year of weekly reports to America on America Out Loud McCullough Report, America Out Loud Talk Radio McCullough Report. So here's my quick update on SARS-CoV-2, the virus, and COVID-19. Point number one, we have learned that the virus does not transmit asymptomatically. You have to be sick to give the virus to someone else. This is important. That means there's no need to put on a mask or stay in lockdown or isolation if you don't feel sick. Conversely, if you feel sick, then those measures are needed. The second point is that testing for the virus should only be done in acutely sick people. The tests are only approved and scientifically valid in that circumstance. There should be no regular or routine testing. It's not scientifically supported. That means no testing in schools or in workplaces or for travel. Third point is that once you've had COVID-19 and recover, the immunity is protective against severe illness. It used to be airtight before Omicron. Omicron broke through natural immunity. For those of you who had COVID-19, you get Omicron. It's a very brief illness. Now, the Omicron virus does give back immunity to Delta in the prior version, so that oftentimes seals the deal. United States, we're down off the back end of our very tall Omicron curve. It was 3 to 4 times bigger than Delta or the other curves, but it was very brief, and it's a very mild syndrome. The data are starting to come in for Omicron, where virtually no one needs hospitalization. In a recent study from the University of California School of Public Health, there were 0 persons with Omicron put on the ventilator. 0. This is very important. This is a mild syndrome now. People in Australia do not have to be fearful of hospitalization and death. Point number 4, in those at very high risk or severe symptoms, it's treatable. And I've recently advised on some cases in Australia, some senior citizens, and we have gotten access to monoclonal antibodies and the other necessary drugs in sequenced combination. And hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin are not necessary to treat the illness. We can use other drugs in a sequence combination to get people through the illness. And then point number 5, and this is the one I think that's most pivotal for Australia, the vaccines are turning out to be not sufficiently safe for human use, and they're not sufficiently effective. And this is, I know this is going to be bad news for a lot of people who have been banking on the vaccines to close the pandemic. But we have 3 real-world analyses, one by Subramanian, Kampf, and Beatty, all showing the more countries vaccinate, actually the more COVID-19 cases they have, and the greater the mortality. So it's clear on an ecological basis that the vaccine program is backfiring on a massive scale. And the reason why it's doing that is the virus has mutated. The Delta variant had very little coverage by the vaccines. In a paper by Accorsi and colleagues suggested that the Delta variant, 1, 2, or 3 shots had no impact on Delta or Omicron in the nose. And now all the vaccine manufacturers have basically conceded that the vaccines don't cover Omicron, which is 99% of what we have, because of the fact that the virus has achieved antigenic escape. And so all the vaccine manufacturers are scrambling to try to come up with new vaccines. The other thing we've learned with the vaccines is they're not sufficiently durable. So all the manufacturers agree that boosters are needed. So if one elects to take a vaccine, there's not going to be a very long period of time of coverage, particularly if a new one comes for Omicron. And then the last point I want to do is turn my attention to safety. Since there's so many young men here on the call, I want to just show a few data slides on myocarditis. And so let me see what I can do here. Is there a way I can share my screen, or I can just upload a file here real quick? Let me do that. Hang on just 1 second. And myocarditis, or heart inflammation, I was on twice on national TV, including last night for one of my longest segments so far on Fox News. What you need to know is that the lipid nanoparticles coding for the vaccine trick the body into producing the dangerous spike protein. And then the spike protein now it damages heart muscle cells. This has been proven in preclinical studies. And we are seeing really an explosion of myocarditis. And so there's some key teaching points. The file is uploading right now. So one of the major points is that the risk groups range from people, it's now been shown it can occur in prepubertal children, but extends all the way up to age 60 in the published studies. Paper that I've published with Jessica Rose indicates from the US VAERS system, the tail extends up to age 50. The peak rate is age 18 to 24. Some of you on this call are age 18 to 24. So that's a consulting adult age. And 90% of the victims are men, 90%. It presents with chest pain, difficulty breathing, fever, sometimes cough, very subtle symptoms. And it involves an evaluation, including an EKG, blood testing, echocardiography, and MRI. And the findings are striking. What we know is that nearly 100% will have active damage when seen by MRI. Sometimes we miss the troponin elevation. Sometimes the EKG changes are subtle, but the MRI tends to be really the gold standard. We need to treat with drugs to reduce inflammation. The two main drugs are colchicine and prednisone. Those are oral generic medicines available over the counter. And those who have serious heart damage will actually go on heart failure medications. The main point for a lot of you athletic young men on the line is that there must be no sports until it resolves. And that can mean no sports for anywhere from 3 months to 6 months or 9 months. This is important because extreme exertion, like playing a game of soccer or rugby, that can trigger cardiac death. And that may be behind the legions of cardiac deaths that we've seen in the pro sports leagues, particularly in Europe. The drugs to prevent heart failure are ones that we prescribe to older individuals, called evidence-based beta blockers and renin-angiotensin system inhibitors. So it does take a cardiologist monitoring on this. My slides are still uploading, so it may be too late to go over them. Oh, here they are. And
yep, we've got that here. Let's share this screen.
Okay, good.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can. I'm just going to skip forward to the myocarditis section here. I wanted to go over this. Okay. In the background rate, myocarditis does occur rarely. The background rate is about 5.5, about 4 cases per million per year. It's established, and it's always more than boys and girls. It can be just idiopathic or due to rare viruses like parvovirus and adenovirus. The reason why it's such a big deal with COVID-19 is that there's this big arc of cases that we see in the event system. It's occurring in Australia. And in this analysis that was published in Jammal, you can see here that probably if there's 15 cases, there's going to be 2 cases that actually have reduced heart pumping function. These kids are in trouble. They're going into heart failure in almost every series. There's 200 papers, by the way, published on vaccine-induced myocarditis. It can be fatal. One of the first fatal cases here was patient B in this paper by Verma and colleagues by autopsy, and the heart muscle is loaded with inflammation. All those little purple spots are inflammatory cells. They're not supposed to be there in normal heart muscle. So we knew by last summer that in fact the myocarditis was fatal in the peer-reviewed published literature. The spike protein, as shown on the right, damages the support cells called the pericells in the heart. And in this analysis by Tracy Hogue from VAERS and VSafe, you can see that myocarditis is explosive after dose number 2. About 90% are in boys. And then here's the paper from Scharf and colleagues, 537 cases per million. You can see the baseline background rate is 4 cases per million. In my career, I've seen 1 or 2 rare cases in the course of my career. Now I'm flooded with cases in the office of vaccine-induced myocarditis. This paper here by Schauer in pediatrics shows in the bottom here, the top table shows that the symptoms can be quite vague. Fever, muscle aches, sometimes no symptoms, and there's very high troponins. And then this variable in table number 2, LGE, that's late gadolinium enhancement. That's worrisome. You can see in table number 2, it's yes, yes, yes for everyone. The point is the MRIs are lighting up like a Christmas tree for these patients showing active damage. This is, I think, extremely worrisome. Here's a case from Korea, a young woman. She's 38 years old. She takes Pfizer. 7 days ago, she has chest pain. She goes into complete cardiac collapse in a Korean hospital, and she's flatlined. They put her on life support, and they save her. Thank goodness. But this case wasn't so lucky. Again, in Korea, a young man takes Pfizer and has chest pain for 5 days, goes into the ER, survives about 7 hours, and he dies. And you can see his heart muscle is loaded with inflammation, absolutely loaded with inflammation. And these cases absolutely positively are confirming fatal vaccine-induced myocarditis. And this paper hit this week. I provided commentary last night on national TV. Gill and colleagues, University of Connecticut, Michigan, and Minnesota, Archives of Pathology, one of the better pathology journals, 2 teenage boys, they are found dead at home at days 3 and 4 after Pfizer, the second dose of Pfizer. And again, the heart is loaded with inflammation. In fact, some of the changes in the cardiomyocytes indicate stress hormones may be playing a role. Maybe these kids went out and played basketball and came home and died. But we are accumulating, without a doubt, fatal cases of myocarditis. The TGA in Australia should immediately, in my view, suspend use of these vaccines in young persons at risk. And that's probably young men and women below the age of 50. People have asked Dr. McCullough, what's going to happen long term? This paper from before COVID shows 34% have some improvement, but they're not normal, back to normal. And then 13% have significant impairment of the heart. I'm telling you, we're looking at 45% of these kids are not going to be the same after myocarditis. The data are clear. This is published in one of the best cardiology literature. Now, it's survivable. We expect the kids are going to survive over 4 years. You can see the next 4 or 5 years. You can see the survival curves. But some of the older men in the 40s, you can start to see in the blue a decrement in survival. It's going to take years off their life to sustain this kind of heart damage. Marathoner Fabian Trump told the Swiss News she's actually been triple jabbed. Now she's got myocarditis, and her running career is at least on hold for now. We're afraid some of these athletes are not actually having enough symptoms to prompt an evaluation, and they're trying to play through it, and it's devastating. Now, people have said, wait a minute, don't you get myocarditis with COVID respiratory illness? The answer is no. This study from Community COVID, done by Joy and colleagues, demonstrates that, in fact, with detailed imaging, there is no significant myocarditis with respiratory illness. Now, there are some studies showing patients sick enough to be hospitalized can have an elevated troponin, and some in follow-up, about 2 to 3% can have some MRI changes, but it's nothing close to vaccine-induced myocarditis. So I wanted to give you that update. I think this is very serious for the young men and certainly some young ladies listening to this program. So I'll stop here and open up for questions or comments.
Yeah, Dr. McCullough, this is fascinating to see. And the question I've got is, why isn't this information out there? And in preparation for our event today, we were going through Google to try to get your links and all that sort of stuff as well. And when you type your name in Google, all you see is all these fact-checked information or links and things like that. It's really clear that there's a lot of big tech censorship around the information you've been sharing and also just shared with us now. What do you think that big tech censorship means for the future of medicine? If people don't hear about these things, how can we, have that conversation?
The big tech censorship is oriented to have people take the vaccines with no questions or without any opportunity to get fair warnings on the vaccine. So the big tech censorship is in one direction, promoting the vaccines, and is not giving fair balance on safety and efficacy. I think what's going to happen is people are going to be harmed. In fact, they may lose their lives. These two boys that lost their lives in Connecticut, maybe the parents never knew because, the warnings are insufficient. They should have warnings in the schools, through the college campuses, all over. And that's the reason why this type of program is so important, because it's breaking out information. I didn't make up any of this. I showed you just the peer-reviewed published literature. That's all it is. There's no, and when I went on with Joe Rogan, I showed up with scientific slides that were approved. I sent them to Spotify, and all I did was stick with the data. There was no opinions. There was no hyperbole. It was just scientific data. I think that's the reason why it got such a strong viewership, because people said, listen, he's just giving us the straight information. And so anyone who has tried to accuse misinformation, I'm happy to talk to them. We'll simply go over the data together. Not a single person has directly contacted me to give you an idea.
And Dr. McCullough, speaking of Joe Rogan, he's been receiving a lot of criticism lately. And one of those interviews that he did that was so divisive was with you. And the pushback has just been ridiculous. And I'm wondering if you've been in contact with Joe Rogan and what kind of feedback you've received since then.
Yes, I have. And I can tell you that Joe Rogan came out with a very strong video about freedom. And you probably can find it out there if it's not censored, and about how censorship is one of the first signs of an attack on freedom. And it's interesting because Spotify is the carrier for Robert F. Kennedy, who has very strong views against the vaccines. And Spotify didn't attempt to censor him or damage him at all. And what happened is Neil Young decided he was going to pull away, and Prince Harry and others, and there was all kinds of consternation. Very quickly, attention was taken off of me, and then Rogan was accused of racism, and some of his prior interviews were taken down, but mine wasn't. Mine had hit 40 million views from December 8th to December 27th, and then since this big blowback, it's received millions and millions more. So the message is getting out, and I do feel bad for what's happened to Joe Rogan, but there is a price. What he's learning is that there's a price for good journalism that's unbiased and fair balanced. I simply show the data. I think that was the hardest thing, is he saw, listen, I wasn't making any of this up. It was precise information shown on the medical slides.
So true, so true. And, again, you just mentioned he's paying the price and risking a lot to stand up for freedom and truth, and you have done that from the start. One of the things that I was so grateful for is you standing up, because so many doctors were silenced, whether it was through the overreaching bodies or whatever it may be. But a lot of doctors and medical professionals were pushed into fear of losing their job and their careers because they were going to speak up. Are you noticing more and more doctors now saying enough is enough because of the bravery that you've shown?
Yeah, more and more doctors are coming over to the side of fair balance and medical truth. There's no doubt about it. I went through an exercise recently, a legal exercise, to try to identify defamation. And so I went through all these things on the internet. And you know what? For every negative comment, I found thousands and thousands of positive comments. I can tell you the public sentiment is clearly on medical truth and medical freedom. There are riots going on all over the world, and the people are not protesting for more vaccines. They're not protesting for more lockdowns. They are protesting for just the opposite, medical freedom. So believe me, public sentiment is on our side.
Absolutely. And we've been so inspired by you personally, Dr. McCullough, and inspired to the point where we're starting a series now called People of the Pandemic, where we're going to be telling the stories of people from the pandemic who have had injuries from the vaccines or who have lost their businesses as well. But I guess the next question I wanted to ask was, how badly damaged is the medical industry? Is this irreparable damage, or can we see, medical information being honest again and open again?
It depends how sincerely and how quickly doctors start to say they're sorry, and how quickly they admit they're wrong. I have to tell you, doctors don't really capitulate very often, and I'm afraid the medical field is damaged now for decades. I don't see how anybody walks back from this. Do you know that there are heart transplant programs where patients are barely hanging on to life, and they're being told to take the vaccine and potentially damage their heart and take their life away before they get a transplant? You can see how distorted the medical thinking is right now.
Yeah, very, very true. I've got a quick question from a viewer. Shout out to Christina Minto. There's a few questions in this, but I'll read out the whole thing. Has SARS-CoV-2 ever been isolated or only by computer modeling? We know COVID has a bunch of symptoms like flu or a bad head cold, etc. But is there a new virus? Or is it the flu with a better marketing team? I remember Dr. Simon Gold saying in 2020 that many people would have antibodies because of SARS-CoV up to 78%. I know people believe in a new real virus. Is there real evidence to support this?
Yes, it is a real virus. SARS-CoV-2 is a real virus. It is in a line after SARS-CoV-1. And there is in silico modeling techniques that are used for structural identification, sequencing, etc. But there's been a sufficient amount of transference of fluids of people sick and transfection of other cells, infectivity models that have clearly shown it is its own unique virus. It's not influenza. And believe me, clinically it's not. I've seen so many patients now. This virus is unique. It kills people by causing blood clotting. Influenza doesn't do that. Influenza actually causes death by secondary staph infection. So this is a unique virus. The viruses don't undergo isolation techniques like bacteria. I think that's where people are fooled. But if you want to go to a paper and actually see the virus on electron microscopy, go to Caldas et al., Caldas et al., and I think everybody takes a look at that paper. They did very good electron microscopy. It's clear the virus is real, and it is SARS-CoV-2.
And Dr. McCullough, we've been seeing a lot of studies coming recently about the strength of natural immunity. Do you think we should be testing for natural immunity before we vaccinate people?
At this point in time, the vaccines don't provide any coverage against any remaining Delta or Omicron cases. None. There are no randomized trials. So I don't think a single person ought to take another vaccine. Now, it would be useful to know the immune status or know somebody's status. And you could do that as follows. If one has had COVID-19, they've been sick and they've had a positive test and it's contextually cohesive, that basically establishes natural immunity. No antibody testing is needed. However, if someone's not sure and they think they've had it, now the antibody tests are very good. We can do antibodies against the spike protein and against the nucleocapsid. A recent paper from Johns Hopkins by Alejo and colleagues show that those who've had the clinical infection confirmed by PCR testing, 99% have neutralizing antibodies. Those who had suspected COVID but never got a test, 55% rate of having the antibodies. Those who've never had COVID, but somehow I guess they've missed the symptoms, 11% had neutralizing antibodies. So yeah, I think there's a value to it.
That's fascinating information. One question I do have, and this is a topic that a lot of our speakers have been speaking about so far, which is about what is the future like? So my question for you is, where to from here? What do you see for the future?
The emergency phase of the pandemic is over with now. There's no emergency. The hospitals are not overrun. Doctors have this under control. We have more and more drugs to treat the illness. So because the emergency phase is over with, we can drop all the mandates. You can see in the UK how they've dropped them. Sweden, they've dropped them. We're going to see more and more countries just capitulate and drop the mandate. Canada, they've had a big protest in Ottawa, but several provinces have just dropped all the mandates. The emergency phase is over with. I think where we need to go from here is return to normal as soon as we can, and then just treat the high-risk cases as they come along. Now, if a safe and effective vaccine emerges, it could be used to protect high-risk seniors. I'm not against that. So, for instance, if Novavax is adjusted to cover future variants as a protein-based vaccine, and the Australians in nursing homes, high-risk seniors, have an option to take a vaccine, that's fine. But we should learn from this. We should never force mass vaccination across the population. It was a disaster.
Yeah, absolutely true, and completely agree with you. I thought one of the comments that you brought up in the Joe Rogan interview was super interesting about the medicine that could actually prevent or help this early on, and how it was almost completely sabotaged in a lot of cases. I think you mentioned warehouses of ivermectin being burnt down, and of course in the media, these peer-reviewed medicines were being vilified and tried to be made out like they were insane in some cases, which could have prevented people dying and saving lives. Has this been about money, or is it incompetency? Is it about money for the vaccine, or is it just pure incompetence?
I don't think we'll ever know, but it clearly was crazy. The first year of the pandemic was really the year of hydroxychloroquine. The second year of the pandemic was the year of ivermectin. I think the third year is going to be the year of EUA oral drugs, including Paxlovid by Pfizer and molnupiravir by Merck. Now, we certainly need the oral prednisone and aspirin, budesonide, and all the other drugs. So I think a lot of this is going to be historical. People have tried to make a big deal out of ivermectin. I recently had a film crew come in from ABC News, and they wanted to make a big deal about ivermectin. I said, I don't think we're going to be using it that much anymore, because we've got the Pfizer drug, which looks very, very good. Pfizer drug had over 85% reductions in hospitalizations and deaths. And so I think a lot of this is just historical. Doctors use the precautionary principle. We use the drugs on hand, as we need them, and as better drugs come along, we shift to better drugs.
Yeah, completely agree. I thought it was crazy the way they completely, again, destroyed or made out like it wasn't working. So just to be clear, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, these actually do work in preventing the first strains of COVID.
Yeah, they work. Now, hydroxychloroquine, there's been enough studies, about 300 studies. It has a benefit, about a 25% benefit. So it's not huge, but I published a meta-analysis on this, and that was the what's called effect size that we came up with. Ivermectin, in over 70 studies, 33 randomized trials, the effect size is about 65% overall, 56% in the randomized trials. But there's been a recent randomized trial published in JAMA. When it's given very late in the hospital, just like any other product, it wasn't effective. So it's all about use of treatment early. Now, do you have the new Paxlovid Pfizer drug in Australia?
I don't believe we do. I'm not sure, but I haven't heard of it.
Well, keep a lookout for that. We're having good results with that there in the clinical trial, a couple thousand patients, very convincing. So if Australia gets the oral Pfizer drug, that I think people can breathe a sigh of relief. That there shouldn't be any controversy over that one. In America, they just show up to U.S. pharmacies and you can pick it up without any being charged any money. So
I believe it's locally known as Pfizer-mectin.
No, it works differently. It's actually a combination of two protease inhibitors. Ivermectin's probably a bit more diverse, so is hydroxy, because they have different mechanisms of actions. But if we move on from hydroxy and ivermectin onto the Pfizer drug, I wouldn't have any problem with that at all.
Dr. Peter McCullough, I want to say a huge thank you for joining us. Again, I know how busy you are. You've just been flying all over the place, speaking gig after speaking gig. But this message is so important right now. I know you have risked a lot putting yourself on the line to speak this truth. And from everyone here and everybody viewing, I just want to say a huge thank you. Show our gratitude for your bravery, for your courage. We need more doctors like you. And it's because of you that we're seeing such a huge shift, I think, globally in our views around COVID and the way that we handled it. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Peter McCullough, everybody. What a man. What an absolute hero in my eyes.
Yeah.
I think that what he has done has been so fantastic. Again, he risked everything to bring this out. And I know how hard it's been for so many doctors, not only in the US, but in Australia and other countries, because of bodies like APRA, etc., censoring these guys. But Dr. Peter McCullough inspired literally thousands and thousands upon thousands of doctors to stand up and fight back.
I think we can't take that for granted as well.
No.
Just stop and think about what that would be like to step out against the mainstream narrative, but also your own governing bodies and also other people who you work with, right? Who are in your industry, who are actively going against you or keeping quiet because they're worried about getting in trouble. I just can't, I can't credit Dr. Peter McCullough's courage enough, especially when you think about exactly what that would have looked like back then. And we can't stop to, we can't forget what that courage was looking like or looks like.
And over 40 million views on that Rogan episode alone. It's amazing numbers. And you can't imagine the ripple effect that would have had and how much that would have multiplied as well. So.
Yeah, so very true. Again, Dr. Peter McCullough, thank you so much, my friend. What an absolute hero. If you're watching this and you loved it, share it, comment, leave us some comments. We'd love to post it up. Also, of course, share this live link because we've got some incredible speakers to come. It is www.globalfreedomrally.com/live. It is on the screens, and we would love for you to share it and invite more people on board. We have some more amazing speakers coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a really short break. Don't go anywhere. We have Darren coming up next.
Okay.
What an awesome day we have had so far. I really hope you're loving all the speakers. Again, make sure you follow them, check them all out. Dr. Peter McCullough, what a freaking inspiration. That was awesome,
amazing.
wasn't it?
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, huge. I can't wait to watch the replay. There's so much info that he dropped so quickly. I need to go back and rewatch it just to absorb it all and download it.
We've got to pause slide by slide with that presentation he went through. It was crazy.
Exactly. So really, really awesome to have him on. But I'm pumped about our next speaker. And I mentioned before, he was the most asked for speaker from the last event. And, we're getting so many emails about finding out more about what this man does. He's been in the background, obviously a freedom fighter, but he's been focusing on helping people create financial freedom through cryptocurrency. And he is creating crypto millionaires and really helping people change their lives. And so I'm really excited to bring him to the stage. It is none other than Darren Jenkins. Welcome to the Global Freedom Rally, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Really happy to be here. And look, I do apologize about the light. It's for some reason it's just a bit dark in here. So I hope it's okay. You guys look really pretty. You've got a nice background and looking all professional and slick. And
absolutely. Yeah. Your energy is enough light for us, my friend. And we're all excited to hear you speak. Mate, I don't know if you're aware, but you were talked about a lot after our last Global Freedom Rally. We had a lot of people wanting to hear more from you and find out more about what you do. So I had to invite you back. Again, thank you, my friend, for joining us. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about crypto and the current state of the world.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here, and if I don't get the opportunity at the end, I just wanted to thank you guys for having me here, because I love speaking and it's something I'm passionate about and I believe in, and yeah, I just love it. Not just cryptocurrencies, I mean the whole global freedom rally thing and everything that's going on in the world. And that's why I'm doing this, is because I always say we need to have a plan B, because with everything that's going on in the world, with the not just the pandemic, but the protests we've seen, and just governments fighting, even people on the street. I mean, there's a lot of aggro going on, and things won't go back to how they were before. Things are changing, but we've got to think positive, and we pivot and we move, and that's why I say we can use cryptocurrencies as a plan B. We need to have that plan B, because we don't know what the future holds, and we certainly don't want to rely on our governments to take care of us, that's for sure.
No, 100%. And look, Darren, you and I go back for years, which is why I'll be coming here to ask you a lot of these questions and go through this session with you. I guess the first thing to go over, which you've alluded to already, is the Canadian situation. Right, so obviously we've had this trucker convoy in Canada, which has inspired protests and movements around the world. And old mate Trudeau, he's gone ahead and said, we're going to try to go after your funds and the bank accounts, and also try to go around the crypto as well. Is there any ways that we can get around this with cryptocurrencies at all, or are we all messed up?
No, we definitely can, because, and it's a fair question. A lot of people, we've seen China try and ban crypto since 2013. They came out a few years later, then again, and then last year around June, July, and it was interesting to see and hear, Canada talk about this. But when it comes to the blockchain and cryptocurrencies, it's very, very difficult to stop it. I mean, you can regulate it, like adding taxes. You can do things like when you have these centralized exchanges like Binance and Coinbase, and where people go to buy cryptocurrencies, they can regulate that. But when it comes to decentralized finance, and just cryptocurrencies in general and how the blockchain works, it's very difficult for the governments to control this. And that's why the governments hate crypto. And, even though themselves, they're trying to develop this blockchain technology, and even some of them are talking about creating their own cryptos, but this is why they don't like it. But to answer your question, Chris, it's really hard to stop crypto, because there's no one entity that owns it. So every city, every state, every country in the world has its own rules and regulations and laws. And because crypto's a global thing and it's not owned by one entity, then it makes it very difficult to stop. Like if we think about the mining facilities, and if we just use Bitcoin as one example, how that's being mined all over the world, including in Canada and China and European countries and in America. And it's being mined. So, yeah, you might be able to shut down one or two of these facilities, but unless there was one world government, meaning if there was one government for the whole world, then they could completely shut down crypto. But people always ask me that, can it be stopped? There's only really two ways. And that was one of them, is just what I was just talking about. If there was a one world government, it could be shut down. And the second way is if the internet was shut down, right? They're the only two ways. Otherwise, other than some regulations here and there around the centralized exchanges and taxes, they can't stop it.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. And, I know we sort of talk about it lightly with everything going on in Canada right now, but this is economic warfare being engaged upon the citizens by their government. And all I can say is I'm just so grateful and thankful we've got something like cryptocurrency that allows us to get out of that system. And so, for that reason, the fact that we can be independent of the system, and also that it's a great generator of wealth, I really believe it's probably one of the best investments that people can make, especially now. If you're looking around going, man, I'm out of a job, or my business is going down, what can I do? It's really difficult to start a new business. It's really difficult to learn about the share market and real estate and all those bits and pieces. But this is something people can get started with straight away. Now, with that being said, lately the markets have been taking a bit of a beating, right? And so the question that I know a lot of people are asking themselves is, now a good time to get in? Now, I know what I think, and I have a feeling I know what you think as well, but I'd love for you to explain whether right now is a good time to get in while the markets are very, very volatile.
Right now is the best time to get in, because we're in a dip, the market's going sideways, and that's when you get in. Unfortunately, most people that get in, Chris, they see through the media, through social media and the news, when Bitcoin's going parabolic, and suddenly they jump on the bandwagon, but that's the worst time to get in. They wait for the market to pump. They see that it's pumping, and Joe Blow down the street said they've got to get in, so they jump on the bandwagon, but by then it's too late because, well, it's never too late, but crypto is usually going up. So when it's going, when it's in a dip or it's going sideways, that's the best time to get in. That's when I get excited, Chris, because that's when I start buying crypto, right? And you get it at a better price. Obviously, I just wanted to share my screen. Just let me know if this works, and I can show you guys. What's that?
I said, go ahead. So you should see that little thing down the bottom there, mate.
I'll just see, what do we got here? Window.
Just while you're getting that as well, I'll just go to it's the old adage of trying to buy low and sell high, right? And so I think a lot of the times people don't realize that when prices are low, that's when people are freaking out the most. And it seems counterintuitive, but that's the time to get in and get started. Now, Darren, I can see the slides have popped up there, mate. I'll just get the tech here working. And let's see that looks like it's sharing your screen.
Can you see that? It should show a coin market cap graph here.
No, it's showing your screen, mate. If you want to try to share your window or different window.
Let me try. Yeah, I'll try this again. Because there's a few different options to when you share here. So I've got let me bring this up again. Stop screen, share screen. All right, technology, don't you love it? I've got entire screen window. Oh, there we go. I'll select PowerPoint and see if this works.
There we go, mate. Yep, we've got it. Okay, you ready to? There we go.
Yeah. So you can see that now. It says since November, Bitcoin has dropped over 40%.
Yes, that's all on the screen, mate.
Yeah, excellent. So what I wanted to share with you and to show you, based on what you just said, Chris, about getting in now. We've seen now the reason why I'm using November as an example is that was Bitcoin's all-time high in this cycle, in this bull market, right? And we saw it around here go to 68, almost 69,000 US dollars. Earlier in April, just before May, it hit $64,000. Now, since that all-time high in November last year, it's down over 40%. So you might be thinking, well, why are you sharing this with us, Darren? This doom and gloom. It's down. We don't want to know it's down. But you got to zoom out, guys. You can't just focus on what's happened in the last hour or the last few days or even the last few weeks. So you got to see the big picture. So can you still see that, Chris?
Yep, we've got that there. Yeah. That's the 349% growth.
That's right.
Over a period of years.
Yeah, so if we zoom out, Chris, and we look at the last 24 months around this same time, Bitcoin was sitting at $8,909. So since then, and today we know it's sitting at 40,080 to be exactly when I updated this an hour ago. So we're even with all the corrections and the dips and the everything that's happening in the market, you can see the volatility. We're still up 349% to where we were 24 months ago. So whenever you get those naysayers and those negative people that say, oh, Bitcoin's going down and I told you so and it won't go back up and this and that. I've heard it all before. You've heard it all before too, Chris. Mm-hmm. But you can see we're still up 349%. And like I said, the volatility is nothing new. If we go back to who he remembers 2017, 2018, where Bitcoin went parabolic and millionaires were made overnight. And we saw this happen very quickly. And then we saw it go down again, then up 2019, 2020, 21. And this volatility is something we embrace. We don't, see it as a negative because dips are a feature, not a bug. And look how far up we are, Chris, and I'm just going from 2017. If we went back to when Bitcoin, and by the way, Bitcoin's 13 years old. It had its birthday in January. If we went back to then, this number would be a lot higher. But I'm just going to go back to the last bull run of 2017. And you can see, Chris, we're up 3,825%, even with all the corrections and dips we've had.
That's insane. And you talk about like things like real estate or shares and all those other things like that, and they double in prices and things like that. This is 3,825% in what was that? 5 years?
In 5 years, yeah.
5 years.
Yep. And it's important to know, Chris, because if you look at it, I don't have time today to talk about halving events. I know there's a lot of information on here, but just follow my mouse. These, most people here would have heard the term bull run or bull market, and we have bear markets as well. So every 4 years, they're called halving events. You can see where we're up in what we call the first cycle, we were up 7,976%. In our second cycle, right, this was 2017 to 2020, we saw 2,866% gains. And then we are here today where we've got 1,900% gains. We're in what we call the third cycle, or the third halving events. And without going into too much detail about these halving events, Chris, just so people understand, they're based on what the miners are earning. So when these miners mine Bitcoin, every 10 minutes they're rewarded so much Bitcoin, and every 4 years that drops by 50%. So this reward that the miners get every 10 minutes is dropping, and as it's dropping, Bitcoin becomes more scarce because only 21 million Bitcoins will ever be created, and right now 19 million have already gone. So that's why Bitcoin is why we predict will be the most scarce asset on the planet by 2024. Right now it's gold, but it will be Bitcoin because it's becoming so scarce, and that's why the most savviest investors and biggest billionaires in the world are just buying up so much Bitcoin at the moment.
Big time. And, with that as well, just, there's definitely no scarcity of dollars. They've been printing those off like there's no tomorrow. Now, can I just put you on the spot here with a bit of quick maths, if we can, just to relate those numbers that we just went over back into real dollars and cents. If someone was to invest $1,000, what does that 7,000% return turn into? What does 2,800% return turn into? And I know, quick maths is difficult while we're on the fly here, and apologies for springing it on you like that. But I think it'd be really interesting for people to sort of see that just a simple $1,000 investment back then would have turned into blank over 4 years or whatever that period of time is. And this is the reason why we here at the Global Freedom Rally, Contrarian Daily, we are so positive and pro all this cryptocurrency stuff. It's because it has the opportunity for real wealth building and generational wealth building, but also its independence of the system, right? So as Darren was talking about earlier, we can avoid the issues that, we can work around a lot of the issues that the people in Canada are sort of suffering through right now with the freezing of their bank accounts and the seizure of their assets. So Darren, is there any quick maths there, mate, on what $1,000 would have turned into in any of those periods of time?
Yeah, well, it depends obviously on what period of time as well, and that 1,000. I could give you an example of I done a 10x. I've done many times.
Just in that last halving event, from that slide you had there. Sorry, mate.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah. So that 1,900 in that last third halving event, what would that turn into?
Yeah, well, it depends because, like I was saying, this is over this is from 2000. You can't, it's blocked off there, but you can see there this third halving event, which we're not at the end of. I can't give you an exact figure because it depends on, if you're talking Bitcoin, it's going to take longer to double your investment. So in 2021, we'll use that as an example because 2022 just started. In 2021, it would have taken you, Chris, about 14 to 15 weeks to double your investment. So instead of me giving you a figure, I can tell you that had you invested $1,000, you would have made $2,000. Or if you invested $5,000, you would have made $10,000, $50,000 to $100,000. About 15 weeks to double your investment in Bitcoin, and Ethereum was around the same because they kind of follow one another.
And that's really sound advice. That's what I really appreciate about you, Darren, is you're not trying to hype things up. You just talk facts and the figures here. I just did a calculation here while you were talking. If someone put $1,000 in, that 1,900% return would have turned into $19,000. And I know we're still through that. We're not complete this. We haven't finished this halving event yet, but just using that figure that's up on the slide there. So I guess one question that I know people ask me whenever I talk about crypto, and I'm sure you get this question all the time, is cryptocurrency just a fad, right? Or are we established? Do we have a solid market here? Because all this growth is incredible, but if it's just a fad, someone's going to be ending up holding the bag at the end.
It's funny you mention that because I had something here about people that are skeptical, because I always get asked this, and every time I present something on crypto, people ask about, fads and stuff. And there's actually a website, and you guys can check this out later, where they're tracking how many times the media and authorities have said Bitcoin will die, and it's actually 432 times. To qualify, there's even guidelines, like it's the content itself, not just the headline. It must be explicit about the fact that Bitcoin is or will be worthless. No, maybe or could. No, maybe or could, sorry. And it has to be produced by a person with a notable following or a site with substantial traffic. Now, I'm talking here, Chris, the Washington Post, the New York Times, Yahoo Finance, Bloomberg. The list just goes on and on. They've all said since 2011, Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. Bitcoin will die. Bitcoin will go nowhere. Bitcoin's just a fad. The death of Bitcoin. I mean, we've been hearing this since 2011. And they've been wrong every time. And a lot of that narrative, Chris, came from just prior to 2017 when that bull run started and people were just, making millions of dollars, and they really ate their words, because all of that's just one of many. You can see there's over 430 times it's been told that it would die. But it's, it's not just Bitcoin. We've seen this with many things, where here's something else they were wrong about, Chris. What about the internet? You can see this article here, Tuesday, December 5th, 2000, internet may be just a passing fad as millions give up on it. So we've seen this with the internet. We've seen this with social media. We've seen it with Amazon. We've seen it with Airbnb. We've seen it with Uber. We've seen it with so many of these things where, it's been slammed saying that'll go nowhere. That's just a fad. And what's happened? Well, it's just thrived. And that's where we are now with cryptocurrencies.
There we go. Sorry, man. I had a bit of a technical issue there. We have to try to fix the camera here in the background.
No, you're right.
This is really fascinating. And so we've talked about it a little bit already, but a lot of people also think that cryptocurrency is just Bitcoin. But there's a lot more to cryptocurrency than just that, isn't there? Like I'd love to hear what you can explain about what else is cryptocurrency. What is in that universe?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just on what I was talking about there, Chris, I just wanted to compare gold to Bitcoin there. Gold has gone from $0 to $1,850 in 5,000 years. Bitcoin has gone from $0 to $57,000 in 10 years. So just on what you were saying about fads and stuff like that, you can see the growth, how quickly it has become against other asset classes, right? But I'll just skip over that. But you can see that the Bitcoin has beaten all traditional asset classes over the last 10 years. But to answer what you just said, then yeah, people do think it's just Bitcoin, especially people starting out. Well, these days, more and more people are hearing about Ethereum, aren't they? They kind of follow one another. When Bitcoin's doing well, so is Ethereum, and vice versa. Although in the last 3 cycles, Ethereum has outperformed Bitcoin every time by a little bit. But as you can see, there's over 12,000 different cryptocurrencies. And this gets me excited, Chris, because that means over 12,000 different opportunities. Now, can you make money and benefit from every cryptocurrency? Absolutely not. About 80% of them won't do you any good, right? But there are, more and more different cryptos being created and mined and minted all the time. And so it's not just about Bitcoin, but Bitcoin acts as a gateway into the entire market. So pretty much what's good for Bitcoin is good for the entire market. So if we look at some of these cryptocurrencies, and Chris, you know the term altcoins, or also known as alternative coins. And these are these coins where, how earlier, Chris, we said that I said Bitcoin's a slower mover, like it would take you 14 to 15 weeks to double your investment, last year on Bitcoin, Ethereum, which is kind of not really that slow when you compare it to other asset classes. But these other cryptos, these other opportunities, if I use Osmosis as an example, and we look at from just December 29th up until January 17th this year, 19 days to double your investment. Or if you look at another crypto here, AnySwap, and this was just last month, where on January 11th, it went from $15.24 to $33.75 in just 3 days. So you would have doubled your investment in 3 days. So whilst we love Bitcoin, and I'm bullish on Bitcoin and Ethereum and these conservative cryptos, we can certainly see even faster gains and more wealth creation opportunities with some of these other altcoins and cryptocurrencies.
And just to be clear here as well, like, this is not saying what you will get. You're just showing examples of what does happen in this whole market. And it's for reasons like that we're so keen to bring this to the world. Because again, as I was saying earlier, it gives people a real opportunity to provide some financial strength, because one of the things that I think the Canadian situation has really highlighted is the fact that our government's, well, that government is willing to commit economic warfare on its citizens. And that means restricting finances. So if they're going after jobs, businesses, and all those other bits and pieces, and then they can seize your bank account, or freeze your bank account, I should say, got to be very careful with my words here. We need to have alternative sources. And this thing allows us an alternative source of money and finance and things like that, but also a way to actually grow as well over time. Now, I know we're coming up to close to the end of this time, and I've got a ton of other questions I want to ask you. And I know we've got a very, very small period of time here. So I see the slide on the screen here. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the link you can see there.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So I'm running a free training next Wednesday, and the exact date of that will be Wednesday, the 23rd of February, where I'm running a 90-minute free training, because like you said, Chris, it's hard to get all this information in just 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So if you guys, anyone here wants to attend that, it's happening this Wednesday at 8 p.m. Sydney time, which will be 7 p.m. Brisbane time. In the UK or in Europe, that will be in the morning for you guys. But yeah, so it's free training. There's no catch. There's nothing. You don't have to buy a ticket or anything like that. It's just my way of giving back to you guys and the Global Freedom Rally loyal subscribers and people. So if you go to that link, if you can write it down, you can open up a new tab in your web browser right now, and you can't click on the screen. We are live right now, but maybe someone from the team could put it in the chat box for everybody.
That's a very good question. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, and you just sign up and put your name and email address, and then we will send you the link and some reminders over the coming days to jump on that. And like I said, it's free. It's 90 minutes, and I'm going to do a Q&A at the end as well, Chris. So we can answer all those burning questions. And 90 minutes.
People don't have to be stuck with my questions. They can ask their own questions and hear directly from you, which is absolutely fantastic.
No, that's right. That's exactly right.
I've got to say, I think my questions are okay, right? They weren't too bad.
No, they're excellent. No, they're great. They're great questions. They're great questions.
Well, mate, like before we wrap up here, like, is there anything else you want to say to people here who might be thinking about, other ways they can profit from crypto as well? Just the last couple of minutes here, mate, if you can, because look, again, we've barely scratched the surface, right? And this is why, Darren was, as Andy was saying earlier, Darren was the most asked about and requested speaker from our last Global Freedom Rally. And again, we've got him for a very, very limited time. So he's giving up 90 minutes of his time later this week on Wednesday, I think it was the 23rd, to go in a 90-minute training to go a lot deeper with all these sorts of things and ask your questions. So, Darren, any final thoughts before we wrap you up for this short session here, mate?
Just that there's still a long way to go. Is it too late? Or everyone thinks they've missed the boat, and you can see some of the predictions we can see here of Bitcoin hitting, anywhere from 100,000 to 400,000 in the next few years. And today we're at, like I said, we're only at 40,000, Chris. So we're just getting started. I mean, even in the last 30 days, check out some of these gains. So if you are one of those people sitting there thinking you have missed the boat, I mean, look at this point here, 1,453%. And since the start of last year,
altcoins, is that right?
Altcoins, that's right. So when I spoke about 12,000 plus different cryptos, you can see what you can do from some of these other coins. And so when people think they've missed the boat and it's too late, I mean, we're just in that early adoption phase. And the other question people get that goes hand in hand with that, Chris, is how much money do I need to get started? Look at what you can do with just $500. This was in 2021. This isn't 4 years ago in the last bull market or anything. This is just literally last year with $500 just on Gala alone. You would have potentially turned $500 into over $200,000. Right?
That's absolutely insane.
You don't need tens of thousands of dollars. You don't have to be a millionaire or a big investor or anything like that. And you can see, these are real stats, real figures, real results. $500. It's just about having skin in the game. So, I just want to say, Chris, look, the market's just getting started. Like I said, early adoption phase, and you can see here, El Salvador made Bitcoin legal tender last year. You can go into a McDonald's or Pizza Hut and buy pizza and fast food with Bitcoin. And we're seeing, sports stars like Lionel Messi, the most famous and biggest soccer player in the world, and NBA players and everything. They're being paid in cryptocurrency tokens. Visa's in, PayPal is in, even the Commonwealth Bank of Australia is in. Walmart have just well, they're offering crypto trading services. Yeah.
Wow.
And
all I can say, it's definitely the future, isn't it?
It's not going anywhere. Even Walmart just installing 200 Bitcoin ATMs with 8,000 to follow, and Google Pay and Apple Pay are now accepting Bitcoin transactions. So it's just, there's a reason why these infrastructures are being put into place, Chris, because we're just getting started.
Well, Darren, I absolutely love everything you've shared. Again, this is not hype, guys. This is just the facts, the figures. We're just showing you what's going on here. And I hope you guys see this as a great opportunity for you to try to get a little bit of independence out of the system, but also increase the wealth at the exact same time. So for those of you who are interested, make sure you go across to globalfreedomrally.com/Darren, register for his training. It's coming up on Wednesday, the 23rd. I think it was 7 p.m. Queensland time, 8 p.m. New South Wales time. Darren, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you being here with us. And with that, we're going to go to a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with Andy, Jake, and our next guests.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Andy, and the entire Global Freedom Rally team. And thank you, everybody, for listening today. And I'll hopefully see you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Global Freedom Rally. What a freaking day. Man, I've had some fun so far. Incredible speakers, back to back to back. That's how we like to do it, non-stop action. But who's been your favorite speaker so far? We don't want to call out favorites because everyone's bloody good. But
how do we look past Dr. Peter McCullough? Yeah. I love speaking of the Primal as well. Chris Covington, he always brings a nice spin to things. I love the way that he was talking about what's to come because, like we said at the start, it's important to not get complacent right now. There's good things happening. There's wins happening across the board, but it's not time to get complacent. We still have to keep on pushing forward. And I think our next guest is going to tell us exactly how we can do that.
Well, that's so true. And I was going to bring that up. Our next guest, this man has been talking about what to do, what actions to take, but also what's going to happen next. He often talks about plan B, and he's young, but man, I mentioned before, he's hyper intelligent. He knows what he's talking about, and he's done so much good during this period of time in the last couple of years because people needed that voice. And he represented so many people that weren't able to speak up, and it's just been phenomenal to see his rise in popularity and to see what he has done. And it is none other than Jamal. Welcome to the Global Freedom Rally, my friend.
Hey guys, Andy. Hey Chris, how are you guys? Good to see you.
Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. I hope you didn't mind the big rap that we give you, but I do think that the credit is due. You've done such a phenomenal job, and you continue to. And again, what I love most about you not only is your knowledge wide and on point, but I love how you often just talk about action. You talk about what needs to happen and what people can do, which is so empowering. So again, I want to give you a big shout out and a big thank you for all the work that you've done.
No, look, it's my pleasure. I hope I can live up to that opening. But no, look, that's what I'm all about. It's all about sort of bringing answers to people and giving them tangible tools. I mean, we've got plenty of commentators, but I think people really want to hear how they can actually change the system.
Absolutely. And Joel, you used to be did I hear right when you used to be a bricklayer or a concreter?
So I've been working in construction for the last 9 years before 2020. And I'd eventually got a white-collar job as an assistant development manager in property development. But yeah, I did start off in school and, working on construction sites, bricklaying, landscaping, steel tying, pouring concrete. I mean, I did all the hard jobs, but obviously eventually I did end up getting a job in the office as well.
Were you a bit of a pest on the building site talking about politics?
Mate, everyone's a pest, but I kept to myself with the politics because of these great things, which the amount of podcasts that I listened to that educated me, it was like another degree I got under my arm just from listening to, Jordan Peterson and all the intellectual dark web people over the course of 2016 to 2019.
So good, so good. Well, look, as I mentioned, you've done so much for Australia specifically, and again, we want to thank you a lot. We're going to give you the floor, my friend, and then we're going to tie back in and ask you some questions.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. I'm looking forward to it. So as Andy said before, guys, yes, I'm based in Australia. I'm actually the face and working behind Turning Point Australia, which is an American brand which we've brought to Australia so that we can actually turn the country around. The last 2 years have been absolute madness. A lot of people have been, the analogy I use is it's someone that's getting beaten up, except the person that's being beaten up has their eyes covered, their hands bound, and they just want answers. Who's beating me up? Why are they beating me up? How can I fight back? And over the course of the last 2 years, I've tried to provide those answers. A little bit of background. What threw me into this, as I said before, I was in construction for 9 years, but the government had other plans for me. I lost my job due to the lockdowns. A lot of funding with the banks ended up getting tightened up, and I got made redundant. It wasn't the mandates that got me. It was redundancy which ended up getting me because of the lockdown. So I tried to be that canary in the coal mine, warning people this is only going to get worse. So from July 2020 to today, a year and a half, it's really been my goal to really help people wake up and arm them with skills as to how they can enact change in their democracy. This isn't something I just started learning the last year and a half. I had been studying and following politics as a hobby on the side from following the American politics. And I think a lot of people have found it really valuable to see how their democracy works. And this is ultimately what the problem is. Why are we in a situation where a pandemic can completely throw everything out of whack? Why is it that our government officials no longer listen to us? Why is it that we can't get what we want and our representatives don't listen to us? Well, it's really quite simple. And if I could use this as an example, if you look at the petitions we sign, the petitions we sign right now in Australia, the biggest one we've signed during this pandemic was 309,000 signatures. It was that the jab rollout must abide by the Nuremberg Code. That's actually not that many signatures. In fact, that was an e-petition. If you look at the past petitions in years past, they used to get millions, sometimes 2 million signatures, but they weren't e-petitions. So how did they get so many signatures, you're probably wondering? Well, it's because they had community, they had churches, they got around each other. They had a social fabric where they all looked out for each other and they looked out for their common man. It's what we call the Anzac spirit in Australia. And that was what was demonstrated in the world wars. We've lost that. And on top of that, we've actually lost our knowledge about how our society works, how the cogs of government works. But this pandemic has been a rude awakening to people. They realize that if you're not interested in politics, politics is certainly interested in you. And the very people that have their hands on these grimy cogs in our government, it's been laid bare what they've been doing, with whether it be funding, whether it be how they use your vote against you. It's been absolutely disgusting. And when you look at how to combat that, a lot of people don't actually know how to even move forward with that. Most people that contact me and follow my channel, they generally want certain things out of the pandemic to be over. They don't want to see lockdowns. They don't want to see their kids getting jabbed without consent. They don't want to be losing their job because they need to be jabbed due to a mandate. They don't want to see jabbed passports or health passports, as you know them in the UK. They want free travel across their borders, which is their constitutional right in Australia. So in order to achieve that, I've been trying to arm a lot of Australians with a lot of different skills. First off, understanding how legislation gets passed, how government officials can be contacted, whether it's petitions, emails, calls, and also how to vote them out. And that's the most important thing. Recently, I came out with an episode which Andy referred to before. It's called Plan B. It's a segment where I referred to how we can actually change and get the outcomes that I just listed. Plan B is all about putting the power back into your hands. 2022 in Australia is a year of elections. We've got 2 state elections and 1 federal election. The federal election's in May. That's where we're going to decide whether we want our new Prime Minister or not. Now, the great thing about Australia is you don't have to be the guy with the prime minister to get what you want. There's this thing called the balance of power. So in the UK, in Canada, and in Australia, we have what we call a parliamentary democracy. In Australia, we have 151 lower house seats, and we have over 50 Senate seats, which is the upper house. In the lower house, if no side, the left-wing party or the right-wing party, gets more than 50% of the seats, what's created is there's this balance of power in the middle. Whoever holds those seats can shift the country in a radically freedom direction or even a radically tyrannical direction. So over the course of the last few elections that I've followed in Australia, that's been the big goal of a lot of these freedom parties that are advocating for those freedom policies on the jab, on the lockdowns, and government getting out of their lives. They've been trying to capture this balance of power in the lower house, but also, if they can, in the Senate as well, the upper house. This election in Australia, the federal election, is going to be one of the most fascinating I've ever seen. I can't wait to see how Australians vote, and I think it'll be a really interesting one to break apart. So how can Australians make a change? How can we, do this? This is where we've come from. Where are we going? Well, as the head of Turning Point Australia, the organisation I run, I try to give them a lot of solutions. Now, we've run through a lot of things to now, and we've gotten a lot of results. But this year is all about elections. And part of the thing that I'm bringing out is how to vote cards. How to vote cards are like recommendation cards where we can tell you how to vote, how the preference system works, and which parties are advocating for policies that you want on freedom. That's one of the things that I really think that's going to really help change the country. With Australians, they are fed up with government in their lives. I made a prediction in August last year. I said there's going to come a day when the majority of people that are protesting are vaccinated. I think we're getting pretty close to that. There's a lot of Aussies, they were promised a lot of their freedoms back as if the government was allowed to take them in the first place. And now they're in a situation where they're like, no, all those promises you made, you went back on. So when it comes to, the democracy in Australia, I'm really interested to see how these elections go. The important thing that all Australians need to do is start reading up about the candidates in their area. Start looking at which party you want to join. Every single person that's an adult should join a party. You don't have to go to weekly meetings, or it's about engaging in your democracy. We've got so much lost ground over the last 40 years we need to make back up. And this is our opportunity this year. We're not going to form government. We're not going to form government. There's about 12 freedom parties that like those policies I listed before. They're not going to form government. That's the thing we all need to recognize. But what they can do is capture that balance of power, which I referenced before. So no matter if Labor, the left-wing party, or Liberal, the right-wing party, win, those freedom candidates will hold either government accountable. And that's what we need to do. I want to thank you guys for listening to that. It is the brief sort of version. There are some more videos on my channel if you can check out as well, where I explain this more in depth. But I've got a lot of projects coming up this year, like the PragerU sort of animations, and also like the infographic sort of shows, which will explain how your democracy works in Australia. I'm really looking forward to empowering you to make sure that you have an understanding of how your democracy works. So at this point, I think we're doing a Q&A.
Absolutely, we are.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for that, Joel.
No worries. I didn't want to go too heavy on that, but I think people get the general gist.
Yeah, absolutely, and we love those references too. But where do you think we're going from now, Joel, in terms of the election that's coming up around the corner? How are people going to make a difference in terms of voting? Have you got your voting cards coming out?
Yeah, I do. We can't actually bring them out right now because the election gets called 6 weeks before election day. So it'll most likely be called in April. 2 weeks after that, we'll have the closing date for candidates to say they're running. So we might not have these how to vote cards till a month out from election day. And that's just, it's pretty much the Prime Minister's call when the election happens.
Yeah. And how do you think we've handled ourselves over the last 2 years? I mean, when you look back as a big picture sort of look at everything, how have we handled ourselves as Australians?
Well, it's been very enlightening. I mean, the Prime Minister successfully turned the country into a country of snitches. People turning on each other, people, dobbing each other into the authorities. that July 24th protest, which I was covering in last year, the amount of people that put in complaints about me was possibly, I think it was in the hundreds. There were 5,000 complaints made against people. People calling out their loved ones, people calling out their workmates. I mean, that's what the country's done. And it's really strange because it's like we're about to go to war. We're on the brink of World War III. It's like, do you really want to be in a situation where your fellow man, might stab you in the back in the middle of a war? Right. That's what the Prime Minister's done. And this is the thing, the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, he didn't do this. It's not actually his fault. But the problem is, as the Prime Minister of Australia, he has been apathetic. He's stepped back. He has not actually been engaging in his democracy, and he's left it to the tyrannical, in America, you'd know them as governors, but we call them premiers, who have been running roughshod over people's individual freedoms. And so the Prime Minister has lost his mandate to govern. And I think that the problem is now, we're without a leader in Australia, and it is time for an election. So I'm here for it.
And we've been seeing it through like the way that the other day he did an interview. I can't remember who it was with, but he had his wife there and they were showing them cooking curry, and it was just kind of like, what is going on here? Like it's like they're trying to say, oh well, ScoMo, he's so unpopular, but look at Jenny, she's not that bad. Guys, focus on Jenny. Am I seeing things correctly? They're just pulling out all the stops to try and make him look half decent right now.
They're desperate when they pull out Jenny. I mean, people fell in love with Jenny in the last election. Look, Jenny's a lovely lady. She's great. I've got no problem with it. But eventually, if you do it too much, it looks like you're hiding behind your wife. And when it comes to being a leader of a free country, look at Donald Trump. He never hid behind Melania. That was never a thing. He was a leader. He was ready to get a blood nose. He was ready to burst through that door. I think that it's really funny because you see when Anthony Albanese does a photo shoot with his dog, Scott Morrison does a photo shoot with his dog, you can literally go to their Instagram profiles. You'll see they're posted on the same day. And it's so funny because it's like, you can't do that anymore. Like we see through the crap. Like the Aussies are waking up and they're seeing how their democracy works. They traveled across the entire continent to be in Canberra to tell you off. They couldn't wait till the election. I mean, things are changing in this country, and it's not just Australia, it's happening around the world.
Do you reckon ScoMo should have gone and went to the ground level? He should have gone out at Canberra and maybe not walked amongst the people because it can be a bit dangerous. But Pauline Hanson was there. She was amongst the people. Senator Malcolm Roberts was amongst the people. I don't see why, if you're the Prime Minister, you can't come out and just talk to people one-on-one or at least address the 100,000 people that have gathered to go and to protest you.
If I was advising the Prime Minister on that particular day, I would say, do not go out to the people. Do not. But this is the thing. The goal is to eventually be able to go out to the people. But the problem is the Prime Minister's, the most he'd engage with the protesters is by answering a question from a reporter about the protests. That's the most. We get a sentence. That's it. The utter disrespect for 200,000 people minimum traveling to Canberra from across the continent is utterly despicable. If I was advising him, I'd say, Prime Minister, you need to bring out, you need to court some of these people that are in the freedom movement, namely Graham Hood, who's someone who, he doesn't have a political agenda. He's not someone that has a political party. He just wants those policies, which I mentioned before, freedom from being jabbed, freedom from lockdowns, freedom of travel, freedom from passports. And so by courting someone like that and then saying, you know what, there's votes in this. I've got to recapture my base. This is the new direction. This is the pitch I'm taking to the election. And once you start to win back the people, then you can go out to the people and engage with them. See, Pauline Hanson, it's easy for her to say, I went out to the people because she was fighting for us. She did bills that tried to protect us. She put a Senate bill up last year and 5 senators from the government actually voted for it. The Prime Minister can't say the same. He's been missing in action. And that is not what a leader does. A leader, as defined by some, is someone who uses all that they are to unite everyone to achieve good. That's Ricardo Bosse's definition. I think that when it comes to the Prime Minister, he's got to check himself. He's the leader of our country, and he's not doing anything.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. I've got a couple of questions around the churches at the moment. I know that you're Christian, and we've had Pat Mesiti on earlier, who's been preaching and really I guess, getting the word out there. He voiced his disappointment with the lack of effort from churches, etc. What's your point of view on a lot of the preachers and churches out there not really standing up during this time?
No, I totally agree. I mean, it really is a crisis of leadership in the entire country. The church is no different. Believe it or not, there's actually no separation of church and state in Australia. But when it comes to, there's not meant to be. When it says there's a secular, we have a secular society. When that was written down back when the word was created, it didn't mean secular, like separated. It means that you still get your morals from your Christian upbringing. And this is something you should ask Dr. Stephen Shavura about. I think he's talking later on today, around 4 or 5. He taught me this. He taught me that in Australia, just because we say we're secular doesn't mean you don't weigh in on it. You don't just stand by when abortion's happening if you believe it's wrong. You don't just stand by, when your congregation is suffering, when your congregation isn't even able to meet. You don't just sit in silence. That's not what a leader does. I think this is a great correction with the church as well. A lot of people have returned back to what the original church was doing after Jesus died, where they were doing Bible studies in their homes. It's very simple. If the media doesn't do their job, people like you and me, we replace them. If the political parties don't do their job, we have freedom parties that replace them. If teachers in the schools and the schools aren't doing their job and they're indoctrinating the kids about COVID, they'll be replaced with homeschooling. The same goes for the churches. If they don't correct this, it's already happening. People are moving away from the churches. They're going to home Bible studies. In fact, it's actually a lot better because you get more face time.
Do you still go to church, Joel?
No, I haven't been to church since, I don't know, how long has it been? I used to run 3 Bible studies in 2017. But no, I haven't been a regular churchgoer since then. More just Bible studies in the home setting. I found that it's a lot more rewarding. And see, the problem is when you go to a church, I'm not saying I've got Christian living down pat, how to be a good Christian, how to be Christ-like. I'm always trying to develop there. But there are a lot of other aspects of the Bible I want to develop my understanding a lot further and more in depth of. But I can't do that if I'm in a big congregation because obviously, there's a lot of new people. And so I understand why things are the way they are, and that's why I prefer home church.
Absolutely. Maybe we were talking a little bit earlier and we mentioned that we think you would be incredible in politics in your future. Is that on the cards for you? Have you thought about moving in to politics as a politician?
A lot of people ask me that. The reason why I haven't so far is because I used to be in political parties and I unveiled a lot of corruption and nepotism that happened in them. And this was before the pandemic. This was a long time ago. I'll come out with the footage of that one day. But when it comes to my future, ask me again in 2 decades. I've got a lot to learn. I can tell people how to get, results done. I can tell them what the government's doing. But in terms of life experience, I've still got a lot to learn still, especially on my economics. I want to brush up on my economics before I start, doing these broad-based sort of solutions. Like we got to revamp the whole system. We got to abolish capitalism. Like I don't want to go there until I can give sound economic advice. So I do want to brush up on a lot of that. And I think that's a lesson to a lot of people, especially on the left, who are like, yeah, we should get into politics and do this, do that, do climate change. And it's like, hang on, have you actually read into it? Have you actually really gone in depth? And I couldn't seriously say, yeah, guys, I'm going to put my hand up to tell you how to run your businesses and how to revamp the tax policy. I don't think I'm ready for that.
I thought your hair was about to turn blue there for a second, Joel, when you started saying abolish capitalism.
Yeah, you got to be careful, mate.
Yeah, you do. But I definitely could see you going into a career in politics in the future, and I think that you speak really well, you present really well, and you know your stuff. And I'm interested to know where you actually got that from. Like, who did you listen to? I know you're a big fan of John Anderson because you've referenced him a few times. So do you listen to his podcast a lot? And who are the guys that you go to learn from?
Yeah, I do. I do. I didn't get my speaking from John, and I didn't get. I got most of my understanding from the intellectual dark web and people like John Anderson and Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, all those legends in America and the UK. Nigel Farage, absolutely phenomenal teaching. Great. He's excellent. But in terms of the actual speaking skills, I No, I got it from a young age, actually. I went to a very good school, the same school as John Anderson, actually. And from a very young age, even kindergarten, we were forced to go up and speak in front of our classes. And there was that. But there was also I did a lot of music, hence the cello in the background. That's actually harder than giving a speech. It's because if you start sweating and you start shaking, you're playing the instrument. It's like you can stuff up easily. But I did a lot of drama in school. I did a lot of public speaking. The biggest speech I actually did before the 24th of July was in front of 1,500 people in year 6. It was like a speech day thing, and I was very young, but I did a 10-minute speech back then. So this isn't like I'm very used to giving public speeches and doing public speaking with that. It's like he stuffs up as he's explaining why he's a good speaker. But no, look, it's a muscle we need in society, and something my dad taught me as well, because I used to be a lecturer for the Sydney Institute for Christian Studies, which was an organization my dad set up as well in 2011. So from a very young age, 13, 14 years old, I've been doing a lot of lectures on that as well. The change from that into politics was seamless, because once you've got the public speaking skill, all you need is that box of knowledge, which the intellectual dark web really just provided. And once you're confident on what you're speaking about, and you've already got no nerves, or you're very refined with speaking, then it's like, okay, you can do anything. And I think that's the power of what Jordan Peterson taught. If you want to be more articulate, you need to write every day. If you want to, if you can speak and you can write, then you are absolutely unstoppable. That's what Jordan Peterson says. So I've got a lot of brushing up to do on my writing as well.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's great like that. He's really inspired me as well. And in terms of international political commentators and voices, is there anybody that, I tried to press you on this last time we did an Instagram Live, but you wouldn't give me too much details. But what's coming up for TP Oz? Do you have any collaborations coming up with overseas political commentators? Are you going to do a podcast with Charlie Kirk anytime soon and really fly the flag?
I do have a lot of plans for Turning Point. I've actually been spending the last 2 months briefing some of the closest supporters of my work on what's going ahead. And they're very excited. We've got about 20 projects this year, which I don't have time to reference. It takes me about an hour or two to run through it. But no, we are going to start doing a lot of stuff with the Americans. I can't wait to be doing stuff with Charlie and Candace and some of the other massive names out there. And they will be. I consider it an airstrike for the Aussies when an American tunes in. And so, look, I promise you, we'll be bringing that very soon. It all comes with a new studio, and that's not this place. This is more my Dan Bongino sort of set. We're actually building 2 new studios. One's going to be in Queensland, one's going to be in New South Wales, because we've got a lot of war room sort of style podcasts which are coming, like the Steve Bannon podcast. And yeah, look, we'd love to have you on in Queensland when that happens. But there's a lot of new talent that's coming in. I've really helped sort of to drive Turning Point, building it off my existing following. But very soon we'll be starting to diversify it with former parliamentarians and some people with real life experience, so we can keep driving this. Because Turning Point Australia, it's not a Joel Jammal thing. It's a life of its own.
Very true, mate. We are very excited to see where you take things. Joel Jamal, you've been phenomenal. I want to say a huge thank you for joining us. The Global Freedom as we see.
Thanks so much, guys. Cheers.
Thank you, my friend.
See you, Joel. Take care.
Joel Jammal, what an absolute legend. He's such a great guy, and he does a lot of work, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's non-stop. He's always on the go. Lots of interviews and obviously a lot of projects on the go as well.
He's a superstar, and I'm always trying to squeeze him for information, but he doesn't quite he keeps his cards very close to his chest. But what I would say is keep a really close eye on TP Oz this week, because when we're talking about collaborating with guys like Charlie Kirk and some of the big names overseas, and our next guest, Evelyn, is no stranger to collaborating with big names overseas, but this is huge for the movement in Australia because people know those guys overseas, and often we've had to learn from those guys because we don't really have anyone doing it on our shores, or not enough anyway. So that's all changing.
Absolutely. Huge thank you to Joel. Make sure you go follow all of his stuff. Absolute force in the movement, and he's done incredible work. And speaking of a force in the movement, I'm excited to have our next guest on board. She is a powerhouse. It is Evelyn Rae. Evelyn Rae is an detective in New South Wales. So she has seen a lot. She's been through a lot. And she's also a conservative freedom fighter and does not mind getting in the ring, throwing some punches, ruffling a few feathers, and speaking her truth. Let's welcome Evelyn Rae to the Global Freedom Rally. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me on.
So good to see you again, Evelyn. Looking amazing. And again, everyone's been so excited to hear you speak today.
Well, that's very kind of you, but we'll wait for the comments, shall we? And we'll see if they're still happy when I'm finished.
I'm sure they will be. We're looking forward to hearing you ruffle a few feathers as per usual. I'm going to give you the stage, Evelyn, and then I'm going to chime in and ask you some questions after that.
Awesome. Thank you. Wow, ruffling feathers, that's my reputation. I've had people say a lot of things about me, but now I'm a little bit paranoid, but I will digress. So I really wanted to talk today more of holistic solutions, because I mean, there's solutions with voting, there are solutions with, like things that we can do with our local governments and our politics. But I really wanted to kind of go to the heart and the root of the problem, because I really feel strongly that if we don't do this, we're going to get back here. And I've said this before, modern culture, kind of flows downhill into politics. And I think right now we're experiencing a massive cultural rot. And I think if you look at history, it's done the same thing. And I was saying this the other day on another live that I did, that much of our modern sort of history, like the last 200 years, has just basically been a culture of rebellion. We have a conservative government in for an amount of time, and then the liberal, progressive, woke crowd get jack of it and decide to rebel against it. And then we have a progressive government in place for a while. And then that obviously never works and can't sustain itself. And then we get the conservatives saying, I've had enough. And then we rebel. And then we have a conservative government in. And we kind of are constantly in this cycle of rebellion between conservative governments and progressive governments. And what I really want to talk about today is getting off that trend, getting off that wheel that is constantly in motion, because I don't want to be the conservative rebellion and rebel against this corrosive rot for my children or grandchildren to then have to fight the same fight that we are today, which is rebelling against a woke progressive government again. So if you bear with me, that's sort of where my thoughts today have come from. That's kind of what I really want to focus on. And that's sort of what inspired me to kind of write what I wrote today. So, I was looking back, and you don't actually have to flick very far back in our history books to find stories of personal sacrifice, unflinching boldness, and unwavering courage in the face of adversity. It was only a century ago that Western civilization was steadily cultivating young men and women who valued the sorts of things that inspired such episodes of bravery, namely freedom, honor, virtue, and personal responsibility. In such an environment as that, the Western world flourished. The prosperity and comfort that you and I, that we know today, is largely due to the men and women who valued those things that underpin this well-functioning and free society. Well, what once was a well-functioning and free society. When you think back on the good times of the past, I'm really reminded of the young, brave men who fought, who bled, and who died to secure the freedoms that I'm enjoying today and that you're enjoying today. They were building things for their children to inherit. And many of them paid that sacrifice with their life. And most of those who didn't were at least willing to pay that ultimate sacrifice. So we've got to ask ourselves a question. What was it that moved these young men to run seemingly fearless into the face of impending danger? Surely whatever it was, it's safe to say it's not really as prevalent in our culture today. No, today, fear is ripe for exploitation. As a result, we're left with grown adults who are incapable of handling decisions relating to their own personal health. They'll line up for hours and hours on end just to be tested for an illness that they have no signs or symptoms of even suffering. and their children, the most vulnerable people of society, are being subjected to experimental medical procedures to quell the fear of the adults that are around them. Unlike our ancestors, we've become a generation of fear and paranoia, so much so that we're not willing, we're not only willing, but we're more than happy to forfeit the freedoms that our previous generations secured in exchange for a false sense of security. And what people need to realize, if you choose security over freedom, in the end, you're going to end up with neither. You will end up neither free or secure. And all those short-term comforts that you were so desperate to hold on to are going to go away, because when you choose security over freedom, you're ending up in communism. That's the best case scenario, which is very bad. It's been said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. And we're certainly at that crossroads. For too long, we have been living off the fumes of better generations. We've literally fallen asleep at the wheel. We've forgotten that freedom isn't something that can be left unprotected or unchecked, especially now that we have the unrelenting threat of big government, whose power rests on the subjugation and control of the people. But what we have to ask ourselves is, how did we get here? Because we can sit here and we can criticize and we can point out the flaws, but unless we figure out how we got here, what I was saying, we're just going to end back here again, and sooner than we like. Now, the simple answer for the question of how we got here today is ideology and culture. Civilizations around the world are shaped by culture, and our culture is shaped by our ideologies. You see, today, the Western world has largely abandoned the fundamental beliefs of previous generations. Subjectivism and relativism now dominate virtually every major institution, and its corrosive effects weep into nearly every aspect of our culture, from family to sexuality, to religion, to politics, to entertainment, to education, and more. As a result of this, there is an expectation that our cultural leaders are subjectivists, that they affirm our emotions, that emotions are the creators of fact, and that intention is what drives morality. And within this setting, we birthed the regressive and the degenerate notion that objectivity and debate represents some sort of threat to social harmony. Truth has become a casualty of the culture war, and with it, the freedoms necessary for that truth to flourish. And you see, nature hates a void. People hate silences. You need to fill silence with noise. It's the same with life. And unfortunately, too often the government is ready to fill that void, sometimes even if there isn't a void at all. And in the absence of absolutes, the government becomes our absolute. Rather than the state protecting our freedoms, the state now views itself as the giver of those freedoms. And the past 2 years have certainly demonstrated that much. But coming back from this point requires a revisiting of ideas and beliefs that once shaped this freer world. We must remember, once again, like our ancestors, that human rights are not something we earn from the government, and that freedom is not a reward for certain behaviors. No, human rights are given to us by virtue of the fact that we are human beings and that we are made in the image of our Creator. And that is a truth, my friends. That is a truth that is intentionally ignored and suppressed by our would-be overlords. And it's not without reason. They do this deliberately. They want you to forget that. Tyranny depends on us forgetting that. If we don't belong to God, we literally belong to the state. Because when the state is not restrained by a law greater than itself, it will become a law unto itself. And I've said this before, for as long as there is no throne above the government, our governments will assume the highest authority over us and over our lives. Tyranny reigns when the state claims to be the highest source of law, morality, and justice. And in the Western world, that's a fairly modern concept that we are only beginning to feel the devastating consequences of embracing. Previous generations, I believe, understood that. And I believe that they understood that the greatest threat to tyranny is a group of people who pledged their allegiance to something greater than the state itself. That is a huge difference with the culture back then to the culture that we see today. Now we have to consider the fruit of each system and ask ourselves what future we envision for our children. Do we want to prepare a world that values truth, freedom, virtue, knowledge, love, honor, family, motherhood, fatherhood, child rearing, godliness? Or do we want to subject them and have to prepare them for a world that dismisses truth as hate speech, that finds fact as offensive, that despises beauty, that rejects basic biology and science, that has no basis for inalienable human rights and says that we have no inherent purpose or even accountability? Unless we figure out what's causing this ship to sink, it's only going to continue to sink. What we need to do is make sure our solutions aren't just putting tissue patching things in the gaping hole of the hull. Unless we actually go to the root, the actual system that's causing our ship to sink, we're only going to continue to produce rotten fruit, and that ship is going to sink to the bottom of the ocean. It's a pretty simple solution. I've said this before, but it is something tangible that all of us can do, that we can all do from sitting in our very own homes. We don't need to take to the streets to protest to achieve this. We don't need to have money to achieve this. This is something that you and I can just do from home. And that is beginning within the home. And when we look out of our windows or at our computer screens and we see the world decaying, when we see it falling, towards a cliff, and when we see unrestrained immorality and decay, we have to remember to turn around and examine the state of our own homes. Ultimately, that is the only real solution to the rot that is infesting our societies. You break the home, you break the nation. You heal the home, you heal the nation. So when we look outside of our homes and we see injustice, oppression, corruption, the assaults that we are seeing on freedoms, we must do more than just complain. We must remember that change begins at home, with you, with me, breaking free from culturally decaying ideologies, the rot. We must raise the next generation in an environment that previous generations considered worth fighting to preserve. And that might seem like a pretty simple thing, but that's where it begins. And we need to not just sit and complain and point and look outside of our windows, but we need to make those changes ourselves for our families, for their future. And we need to actually point to something greater. And I said this before, tyrants impose their will with clubs, with batons, with force, with assault. We need to be better than that. And I'm not saying that we sit on our hands. I'm not saying that we don't fight back. Heck, you only have to open the Bible to see the sort of battles that were fought in there when Christians are not afraid of a fight. But what we have to make sure we do is not lower ourselves to the standards of these oppressors, of these people who are tyrants and who are taking our freedoms. We need to sit back and point to something greater. We need to sit back and point to something better and then live it out within ourselves. And I've said this at the very beginning, we're on this culture of rebellion where there's a conservative government and then a progressive one, and we're back and forth and back and forth. We actually need to jump off and break out of this habit of going on this endless cycle of rebellion. And I don't like the saying because it's been misrepresented, but I'm going to say it because there's not really a better way to say it. We need to build back better. We need to get off and we need to start building things with our hands. We need to start teaching our kids personal responsibility. We need to start learning the art of surviving away from the government. The government for too long have been mum and dad, and that's exactly why they're treating us like children. We have placed the government as our God, as our provider and as our protector, and that is a regressive, it is degenerate, and it is so backwards from the way that God has created us to function in this world. We are here to represent him. We are made in the image of him, and with him we have these inherited freedoms. By his grace, he has given us these things. We have a responsibility to raise our kids in this way, to not view the government as our Messiah. Man is not going to save us. Christ will save us. And while ever Christ is seated on the throne, it shackles the tyrants. People separated church and state for far too long because they thought that Christianity shackled the nation. No, no, no. Christianity, for a very long time, has shackled the tyrants. And when you get God out of there, and when you remove the throne that is above the government's going to swoop on in there, and the government's going to take that role over your life. And that's exactly what they've done. You take God out of the picture, you're going to get a tyrant as a God. And I know who I would prefer as my God. I want someone who's consistent, who loves me, who has died for me. That is the sort of God that I want ruling over me and over my particular family. And that is the sort of God that I hope that you all have ruling over your lives. The government take from people far easier than they ever give back. And once the precedent is set and they know they can be your God, they can be your mum, they can be your doctor, they can make these personal decisions for your life. Once they know that, they're going to abuse you. They are an abusive parent. They are an abusive God. They are a demon. And this big government is a rot that is infesting our homes. Protect your homes at all costs. When the walls of your home are safe and you and your family are safe, good things can come. The Bible says that we send our kids out and send us out into the world, but it says to be in the world, but to not be of the world. And you know what? Keep your children at home, because you don't send babies out into war. You train your kids. Protect your children at all costs. If there is a hill that you're going to die on, let it be this one for your children. Give them every step in life that they can have from the safety of your home. Be a parent. Don't co-parent with the government anymore. And my goodness, pray for your enemies. I've always been taught to pray for your enemies. Heaps coals on their head, and I served for 12 years. I've seen the most evil that the world has to offer. I worked child sex crimes of Australia. I've seen the work of the devil in this world. And I chose to go out and fight against it and lock up these sorts of people. And I'm not telling you to sit on your hands and just pray. That's not at all what I'm saying. But we have to be praying as well as taking action. And we have to live out and point to things that we're telling other people to do. Stop being a hypocrite. Stop sitting behind your computer. Live it out in your home. That's where the change is going to come from. And that's sort of the message I wanted to sort of say today. So that's all I've got for you. Sorry. I don't know if I went over time. I wasn't watching.
I love it. I love it. No need to be sorry. Again, we appreciate your message and love your message so much. Like I've said multiple times, you've been at the forefront of this for a long time. You were a political commentator before all the craziness broke out, but you really stepped forward, I guess, in a leadership capacity and in such a great way during the last 2 years. And I've personally, ever since been getting to know you, have loved hearing your message day in and day out. I think it's been really inspiring. But when did you notice things weren't adding up and that, you had to start speaking up against what was taking place?
Like you said, I've been commentating since the same-sex marriage debate in 2017. I was seeing what was happening in Canada, who sort of led the way with that progressive redefinition of marriage. And I was seeing 4-year-old kids in court being taken off their parents because their parents wouldn't affirm their gender. And I saw how, where this was sort of stemming from. I saw the cultural rots from back then. So when COVID happened, I kind of was already on high alert, if that makes sense. The warning bells had been there for a while. The red flags of the big government and these ideologies that are just corrosive. I feel like I was aware of that a long time. So when the videos from China were coming in and people were foaming at the mouth on the street, I kind of was like, yeah, and I was suspicious from then. And I guess I just kept doing what I was doing. I was already commentating. I spoke about late-term abortions. I spoke about euthanasia. I spoke about same-sex marriage redefinition. So I was already speaking about current events, and we all know that there's not much else going on in the world but COVID. So it was kind of a natural step into that sort of thing.
Well, thank God you did, because it's been phenomenal and it's inspired so many people during this time as well. When I met you and you were telling me about your past as a detective and a police officer and all the years that you served, first of all, it was really inspiring to see what you had gone through and of course the service that you provided to the community. But of course, we started discussing the negative impact, unfortunately, the police have had on society over the last 2 years. Not all, but of course some. And I guess the relationship damage that it's caused, I believe, is quite great. What do you think it's going to take to reconcile that relationship after everything that's taken place over the last 2 years?
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's something tangible, something that's going to happen. I adamantly defended the police with the Black Lives Matter, defund the police movement. And after seeing the scenes that came out in Canada, I just put a video out about this before. It was one of my rants. I apologize for my rants for anyone who knows them. But I was sort of saying I almost regret defending them the way that I did. Because while I don't think that every police officer is the ultimate branch of evil, and I don't agree with defunding the police, I think that the entire police, the way that it's operated for a very long time, is so flawed. I think it needs one of the biggest reformations. I think the biggest reformation that I can think of is the Reformation from the Catholic Church with Martin Luther, when he nailed those things to the church door. And I'm like, we almost need that to these institutions in the West today, something big, and we need to break away from what it was. And I mean, I could go on about this for hours, but it all comes down to recruitment. For a very long time, they've deliberately been recruiting police to do exactly what they're doing today. Someone sent me a message and said, police aren't trained to do this. Oh, and I'm like, yes, they are. I was trained to do exactly what the cops in Canada are doing. I was trained to do exactly what the cops are doing in Canberra. That's the truth. Difference being, I can critically think. And I remember the oath that I swore, which was not only to uphold the law and to enforce it, but to uphold it in good faith. And I swore to protect and to serve. I'm a servant of the public. And the difference is, I don't know how I slipped through the cracks, because they don't want me in the police. I go against everything that they stand for, because I actually can think for myself and independently. But I fully believe for a long time they've been deliberately recruiting police and then training them and then having poor accountability so that they can regurgitate and just throw out inexperienced police officers who have the mentality of, I'm just following orders. And until we change the recruiting process and until we change the training and the accountability, we're only going to keep seeing police basically be the strong arm, the club of the government. And there are a lot of police, thousands, who have been recruited under that guise, under that entry point. So what do? That's the question. Do we keep the good cops and get rid of the bad? Do we abolish the whole thing? Like, I honestly don't know what the answer is. But what I do know is that police are going to do what the hierarchy tells them to do, because that's how they're trained. And that's what we're seeing in Canada and Canberra. And yes, they were fighting. Have a look at the reaction of the police during the Black Lives Matter protest. They would be standing there and crime would be happening and people going, what are you doing? And they weren't getting involved because the government, the hierarchy, their bosses told them to stand back. But now that it's a different ideology, which is one of freedom, now the government is telling them to go full force, and they're just doing what they're told again. They don't understand enough to make these critical analyses and try to remember their oath. They don't care about their oath. They care about their badge. They care about their paycheck.
And was
Anyway,
there ever
I
a
could go
time,
on
Evelyn,
pages.
was there ever a time where you actually had to say something while you were working during the police force? And if that does happen and they go against the grain, what might the reaction be of their superiors?
Yeah, you're looked upon really harshly. So we call it put them on paper. That's like our slang. If you put someone on paper, if you see something corrupt, if you see something dodgy, you put them on paper, you write a report, it goes through the chain of command and then goes from there. A lot of the time it gets disseminated to the professional standards branch, who are independent from the police, and they are police officers, but they work alongside a lot with the Ombudsman and the Royal Commission and things like that. I've put people on paper before, yes, absolutely. I've seen things in my career that are now in hindsight, I'm not happy with, and I didn't put people on paper. It certainly is something that happens a lot more than I think the public think. People think that all cops don't stand up for what's right. It's not true. I've done it. I've known lots of people who do it. It isn't spoken about, obviously, in the media because the police don't want to come across like they're dodgy or they're employing people who are dodgy. But it happens, and people do the right thing. But unfortunately, culturally speaking, if you speak out against cops, you are looked upon poorly by your colleagues. People don't want to work with you, and things like that. So there's a real cultural problem within the police for accountability.
Have you seen the Stanford prison experiment?
The what, sorry?
The Stanford prison experiment?
Is they put people inside and kind of watch
Yes.
what they did?
Yeah, they got a bunch of university students. Half of them were cops and half of them were inmates. And then it was all about the Lucifer effect and how these police officers started to brutalize the inmates. And it only lasted for like 2 weeks. And I was wondering if you think we've seen a little bit of the Lucifer effect happening over the last few years.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say we're seeing the beginnings of that, if not, if we're well into it. But yeah, and I think another thing is there's two types of people who are attracted to positions of power and authority. You've got people who genuinely want to make a difference, who join because they actually want to help people. They might have experienced trauma in their own life and they don't want anyone else experiencing that. I don't know what the reason, or it attracts somebody who likes to feel the authority and the power, and they like the costume of the badge, so to speak. And unfortunately, the culture inside the police rarely makes room for cops who maybe joined for the right reasons. And inside the police itself, it's kind of like it breeds a lack of accountability and discretion. Like, we're told that we have discretion, but when you've got to consider what your crew think of you, what the boss is going to think of you, you don't really have a power to see. Oh, I think somebody told me there's no video of me. It's frozen. I think I'm back. It's okay. Good. Yeah, I think unfortunately the good cops are pushed out and the bad cops remain because it's easy for them to hide when everybody's doing it. And again, I went into a very specialized unit as a detective. I wasn't in uniform for 9 out of my 12 years. I was covert policing detective. I worked with some amazing people, but those people have a lot of experience, came out in a different era. The new cops that are coming through on the street in the uniform is unfortunately getting wrapped up in this culture, and they've been indoctrinated. They've come straight from uni with no life experience. It's a mess.
Absolutely. And look, hopefully it can improve. Hopefully it can change. But one thing's for sure, it's people like you that are going to impact that taking place. So Evelyn, I want to say a huge thank you once again. Round 2, you were on our last Global Freedom Rally. Everybody loved you, and you're back for round 2. We truly appreciate you and love all the work that you're doing in the world.
Thanks so much for having me, guys, and all the best for the rest of the day. You're doing amazing things. Well done.
Thanks so much. Evelyn Rae, powerhouse.
Absolutely.
Love her. She's incredible. What did you think about her speech?
Love it. Love it. She always ruffles a few blue hairs, I like to say. So she did it once again. And yeah, she's always just a powerful speaker. Yes. She really knows what she's on about. And the thing that I love about Evelyn is the life experience. Yeah. She's worked at the coalface.
Yeah, exactly right.
She's worked with the child sex crimes unit. And like she says, she has seen the devil in action.
Exactly.
She's seen the work of the devil.
She's
because
not just a pretty
it doesn't
face.
get much
She's been
worse
amongst
than
it and fighting the good fight for a long time on many different levels, and she'll kick your ass.
Yeah, she'll
literally. So watch yourself. If you're one of those trolls online, watch yourself, because you don't want to get in a bit of hand-to-hand combat in the alleyway.
No.
Anyway, let's talk to our next guest, who is a friend. He's an absolute legend and an incredible entrepreneur. He again has been at the forefront in Victoria since the start, And he's been spreading a message far and wide, and also been down at the protests and doing the right thing, trying to help people out. But he's such a great voice for the entrepreneurs out there, for the small business owners, medium-sized business owners that have been impacted in a terrible way because, of course, he's a business owner himself and has seen it firsthand. We've had many good conversations, but Jason Andrew is definitely one of the good guys. And I want to welcome the man to the stage right now, Jason Andrew, all the way from Victoria. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Andy. Absolutely
Round two.
to be here. Thank you. Yeah, round two. Amazing.
Mate, thank you so much for coming on. 100%. We were so pumped to have you back. I'm not sure if you've watched many of the speakers. We just had Dr. Peter McCullough. I know you're excited to see him speak.
It's been an amazing lineup that you managed again. Well done,
absolutely, mate. Absolutely. We've had some great speakers, but we've been really looking forward to hearing you speak again, my friend. We're going to give you the stage, and then we've got some hot and heavy questions for you at the end of that.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, thanks, Andy. Hi, everybody. Now, I'm going to go through a bit of a presentation today. I am going to be running through, got a few slides prepared. So as Andy mentioned, I'm a business owner, so I'll be talking from a business owner's perspective. As well as that, though, I'm going to be talking something really personal on how you can approach what we've been through so you can start making a bit more of a difference, because I know it's been a tough couple of years for a lot of us, especially those that have been right here from the beginning, from March 2020, popping up posts, getting shouted down by friends and family. So it can be a bit lonely at times. So I'm going to try and share this screen here. Guys, hopefully I can share it. Got it. Awesome. All right. So, okay. So I was telling a friend yesterday that I was going to be doing this today, and he goes, "Well, why don't you just try and do something a bit of a Braveheart thing?" I thought, well, maybe it's not a bit over dramatic. I mean, Braveheart, although when you really think about it, what we are trying to do here is we are all here. It's called the Global Freedom Rally. And we've all been trying to be fighting for our freedom in our own ways the last couple of years. And in the scene in Braveheart that I've got up here, if you've seen the movie, and it's like in business, right? You've seen the movie, the Scots are ready to fight the Brits, the English. However, the majority of them are scared because the English outnumber the Scots, and they want to go home. And they've had enough. They've had a good fight. They've said, look, we've had a good crack. We've been doing this for enough time. Why don't we just go home? And then so Mel Gibson says, yes, you can go home, but what kind of life would you be leading? So that's my message really to you today, which I'm going to be going through here, is yes, we can sort of think that the tide is turning, things are changing, the legislation, the mandates might be easing a little bit. However, don't be fooled. These guys have been doing this for hundreds, even thousands of years, putting us through the ringer, making us going up and down. And now's not really the time to let loose. So what I want to share with you today is just how do we do this? How do we continue with the right energy? But how do we do it in a way that's not going to be draining and get people actually on side? Because, it's not just as simple as just going to a protest, popping up a couple of Facebook posts. There's a saying here that... There's a saying that, people, if you asked anyone who wants change, I'm sure everybody would be, but not everybody wants to change within themselves to do the actual change internally so they can have an impact on the way that it's needed. Now, I know what it's like out there, just like you. And if you've been like me, you've been out there pumping the social media, you've been having conversations with your friends. It's been tough. You may have had some heated conversations with your family. I'll put this up here at the end of towards last year about the jab. I said, look, it makes no difference to the spread. This caused a family argument. I got 8 doctors in my family. One of my siblings especially came in hard. It hasn't been fun. But I know that I was saying the right thing because this is exactly what the media has just been saying the last couple of weeks. So whatever your story is, just keep on going. Even way back in March 2020, when this first started, I was telling people to look at the facts. So you can see here, the best, always look at the facts before the media put a spin on it. Even back then, we could all see the stats. The COVID was not the threat that we were told it was meant to be. However, even if you questioned it, the people was just so ingrained in people's psyche that if you questioned it, then what that meant was that, well, you want my grandmother dead because you don't believe in the COVID narrative. Even though the facts were out there. Here's something that was out in 2020 as well. You can see here that up to 500,000 Australians may have been infected, but they didn't even know it. Up to 80% of people back in 2020 didn't even know that they had COVID. And so I just wanted to just reinforce in your mind, and you already know this, but don't forget that COVID has not changed really. In fact, it's got less. And all of a sudden, people are saying, yes, because we've got the vaccine, it's been great. It's really brought down, it's made it really mild. It was mild already, guys. It's been mild for 2 years. So don't just keep going strong, and just don't forget that. Because I know what it's like, guys. I know what it's been like. I've been on this side with you guys for a couple of years since the beginning. And some of you have been doing it tough at home. You might be sitting there and your partner's looking at you thinking, get off the social media. I was similar myself. My wife and I, right now, we are so aligned and we're so together, and she's sharing me stuff all the time. She's parts of all these different groups as well. But at the beginning, it wasn't always the case. She was like, I just sold a business. We're just sort of regrouping. And she's like, what are you doing? Just get off that social media. It's crap. Just get your head in the game. But because I believed it so much, and because I was also surrounding myself with the right people, eventually other people were saying the same things, and they were reinforcing my message. So what happened was my wife's become one of the biggest advocates of everything that's going on. We've been to protests together, and if that wasn't the case, I can't imagine how hard it would have been. So just keep true, and then let other people do the talking for you as well. If you've got kids, I know it's tough as well, because especially if you've got teenagers. Last year in Melbourne, the teenagers were out there in big numbers, all the peer group pressure there to try to go and get vaccinated because they didn't want to. But the peer group push was just so strong that I know personal friends who have been heartbroken when they had to go and just sit down and watch their kids actually get vaccinated when they didn't want to. But the narrative is so strong outside there. All you need to do is to keep strong within yourself, because it's happening everywhere. If you're in business, like in my business, a lot of people in our field pretty much say, if you're not vaccinated, then get out of here. I can't believe you're an anti-vaxxer, you're going down this sort of narrative. How can you run a business? What client's going to think of you with that mindset that you've got, and that you're getting out there? I'm wearing this T-shirt, I'm on this sort of freedom rally group, and at the same time, I'm a financial advisor and business consultant, and my partners are thinking, well, what are you doing, mate? Why are you in this mindset? So all you got to do, though, is think about what it would be like if I didn't do that. Think about what life would be like if you didn't actually stick up to your values, if you weren't living true to yourself. Imagine how that would feel. Because if the moment you start comparing yourself to other people, then you're going into their mindset, and that's not a win-win, because this tweet here really summarizes it really well for me. What you can see here is that effectively brainwashed people, mad as all hell when you're not brainwashed. They are so tunnel visioned that they cannot even reason with anything because they've been brainwashed so much. So the best way to deal with that is not to deal with it, is not to actually try and hit them up with facts or with any of your ideas. Because when you actually are dealing with these kind of people who may be your best friends and family, and what you are noticing is that they are tunnel visioned. Now, you may have seen that, that science, that light spectrum, how humans can only see a certain amount of the light spectrum, like a 1%. It's very similar to how people see the way out of COVID. For the majority of people, all they can see is the tunnel vision to the vaccine, and that's all that they have. So that's impacted business, because people who are dealing with in business, that's the only way that they can see out of this. And the only way that they can see out is not only just the vaccine, but by following the government mandates, who, for generations, we've been telling each other how politicians are corrupt, but all of a sudden they're our saviors, right? So that's who we're dealing with. They're our friends and our families. We've got to give them love. We've got to show them, the best thing is not to fight them with fight, because not only are they tunnel visioned, they're getting all these messages reinforcing what they're being told, like crazy stuff. It's gaslighting. Like, we see things like blood clots from, you can get them from having certain breakfast food. Shaking your duvet might increase your heart attack risks. Referee whistles cause sudden increase in death, heart problems among athletes. So mean, we all know why this is. We all know what this is trying to cover up, but this is out there. So it's difficult for you to go and counter that, no matter how well-meaning. And we saw Dr. Peter McCullough today, the most published cardiac surgeon in the history of the planet. He gets put down. So no matter how well-credentialed you are, you're fighting against something that's so well ingrained. So anyway, even though that's the case, and even though that's the environment we're in, yes, things do change, and yes, things are starting to take a bit of a move. And when you actually have a look at what's happening underlying, and I look at in business and in my clients in financial advice, you just have to have a look and see what's been happening in the markets the last couple of years, just to know that actually there is still positive activity that's happening out there. So I just want to show you this graph in here and this is from Vanguard, and it just shows you the Australian stock market since March 2020 up until the end of last year. You can see here that if you put your money into shares, this is all the shares, it would have gone up. It's gone up by 13.8% per annum. Now you wouldn't know that if you had been if you've been out of work, if you've been doing it tough, and you've been struggling with your family and friends because you've been just trying to be true to what's going on out there. So what this is creating is opportunity win business. So we're seeing that already in our business in terms of dealing with other people and getting more clients on board. And so the markets actually do have an impact. I want to show you just something really, as a side note, which is really, really interesting, and why you need to sort of deep dive when you see information. So you remember what happened with Joe Rogan and Neil Young, how he pulled his music almost a month ago, right? And everybody was going around about anti-Spotify this, anti-Spotify that. But when you actually, what I found was really interesting, I want to share this with you, is I went in and had a look at the actual share price of Spotify. Now, they've been struggling quite a bit since middle of last year, but this is their share price, and you can see this little hump here. So this just shows over time since December, it's gone down, but this in here, that is how the market actually responded to the Joe Rogan, to Neil Young. The market went up. It actually went up 18% in 3 days. So what they were saying, people were saying, was great. That's great. What we're reading on I guess the CNN and mainstream media. But the reality is that they got a lot of support. Now, it's since come down again because that's just because of market fundamentals have kicked in. But this is really fascinating because it shows there's a lot of support out there for the truth, which is what you guys are trying to tell people. What you guys are trying to tell your friends, trying to tell your family. You're trying to know, get them to understand what the truth is. All right, so I'm going to pivot a little bit here. I'm going to go into showing you. I want to share with you a couple of things around, and I'm going to be doing something that I've not really talked about before. It's going to be quite interesting. But the first thing I want to do is I want to share with you how I've come across this perspective and my view in the world. In that, we're facing all this negativity, arguments with friends and family, negative press. At the end of the day, though, I believe that the right approach is not necessarily taking the streets with the pitchforks and getting angry. I do believe that has a place, but the best change that you can make is in enabling a change within yourself, to start embracing people and accepting them as humans and interacting on a human level. Because if you can get that connection, then you automatically bypass the bullshit and you automatically bypass all the anger. And then I can tell you that I had one person throughout the last 2 years leave my Facebook group. She was very, one-sided. But I've maintained all my friends. I've not lost a single friend because I maintain humanity and I speak to people in a humane sense. So whilst there's no secret about how I feel about things, I do it in a way that engenders respect in other people. And that's, I think, is a better way that we can have an immediate impact on others and start just getting rid of all the crap that's out there. So how did I get this? Just a little bit of a background about myself, just personally, like really, really personally, when I go back. And so I was born in New Zealand, but I grew up in Samoa, right? So what happened was, the Samoa is a beautiful Pacific island. It's literally in the middle of nowhere, as you can see there. It was great. I used to roam around and call them lava-lavas, and it was a lot of fun. What happened was my mum left me in Samoa for a couple of years to be brought up by my grandparents while she went back to New Zealand to be a midwife so that she could just get her life back in order. And my biological father, I've only met him a couple of times, but she went over to New Zealand, and then she met the person I call my dad, who's since passed away. But he loved me like son. I love him. He's my father. He brought me up, right? So, but what happened was when I was in Samoa, I was left alone in there. And a lot of these things I've had to do a bit of work through, just to work through, because obviously being 1 or 2 years old, your memory is not like, you can't remember that stuff. But effectively, so I was in Samoa and I was looking for affection and I was looking for connection, because I was brought up with my grandparents. And if you know any of the Pacific Islands or communities, you know it's very heavily community orientated. So I went out looking for affection, and luckily for me, because there's lots of uncles and aunties and family around, that connection was met. So I went out there and I received connection. I received a lot of love from a lot of people. And when they say it takes a village to grow, to bring up a child, that was literally the case with me. So what that has meant is that I'm able to find connection, and I can actually see the good in everybody, but literally anyone on the planet. It's difficult for me to actually, short of doing enormous harm to my family, it's very difficult for me to actually not find good in anyone. And that's why I'm able to communicate to people at a human level. And look, this is not just me doing this. It's become actually a bit trendy, because even Gary Vee says being kind is a new superpower. So I truly believe that if you can find your kindness in you, ability to connect with others, so that you can look at them, if you're true to yourself, you know what you're doing, and you can interact with them as a human, you're going to eliminate a lot of the negativity in your interactions. You're going to find that your energy levels are going to go up, and people are going to be attracted to you. Now, you might already be experiencing that, where people are starting to wake up and they're coming to you and they're saying, wow, I can't believe what you've been saying those couple of years is actually true, right? So I believe this to the point where that I think it's kind of almost like where I actually believe it so much that I think that if we didn't have governments and laws, we could still exist. It's that so ingrained, it's that deeply ingrained in me, right? Now, I know what you might be thinking. Yep, Jace, sounds great. You're nice, but sounds a little bit wishy-washy. It sounds great, but people are inherently evil, and that's why we've got laws. Otherwise, there's going to be looting and crime. You see that everywhere. However, that's exactly what they want you to be thinking. When I say they, I mean the power, the government, the media, anyone that you want to call people out there that are helping you manipulate your thinking. They want to create division by showing you the negative side in life all the time. So all you really need to do, and what I sometimes do is an exercise with people, with my clients, is showing them around this exercise called the purpose of life. Now in this exercise, I'll double check the slides are coming up. Yep, cool. So I'm not going to go through it just because of time, but just think about this. Imagine that you are what I do is you close your eyes, take a deep breath, open up your eyes, and just look around the room and imagine there's no one there. Imagine there's literally, like, there's nobody in the house. You walk outside, you walk down the street, there's no one there. You jump in the car, you're driving for miles, there's no one. No one around. There's no one in the suburbs, there's no one in the city, no one in the country, your phone's not working, no one's answering, literally no one left on the planet. You're the only person left on the planet. Imagine that. Imagine the emptiness you would feel with just where you are the only one. You're on a deserted planet. There's nothing, no human interaction, right? It'd be sad, lonely. So take the reverse of that. Imagine coming across your first human being after a month or two of being, or 6 months of being on your own. The joy you find in that human interaction, the ability to share experiences with that person, that is, to me, is the purpose of life and the essence of life. It's that interconnection and living it together. So the more you listen to the narrative, the more that you let it get you down, and the more that you let it weigh you down that other people can't see what you're doing, then the more you're playing into that disconnection, and you're doing the opposite to what's the purpose of life. All right. So look, I know it's a bit different to financial advice conversation, but that's the sort of this is the impact that these couple of years has had on me personally, and also in the business. And I actually have these conversations with clients. believe it or not. Now, I just want to share something really briefly with you, which is really, I got this from a TED talk that I saw the other day, and it shows about the connection. So just see how it goes. Work with me. I'm not going to be able to do it the justice that it actually has, but I think it's an important point because it's really cool. Now, I saw a talk by this guy here. His name's Tom Chi. He's an astrophysicist, and he said everything is connected. I thought, wow, that's cool. What do you mean by everything's connected? So he was talking about how there was three things, but the first thing he talked about, interconnection, was to do with in astrophysics and the stellar law. So bear with, just go with me here, okay? Because it's really cool if I can get this out right. So inside every human being, in our heart, we have iron, right? Natural iron. The iron oxygenates the hemoglobin, which carries oxygen all around your body. And without iron, you actually, you die. And in fact, iron deficiency makes up to 30% of all illnesses on the planet. So interestingly, when you get COVID, you get an oximeter if it's really severe, and they monitor your oxygen levels. And that's how important, and that's because that's the role of iron inside your body. Okay, so the only way that iron is created, so iron is not a naturally forming mineral on Earth. Iron is created through supernova explosions. So the only way that iron actually originates on the planet is through billions and billions of years of evolution of stars colliding together and making supernova explosions and going through a whole process of physics and creating iron. So without those supernova explosions, you don't have iron in you, and we would not exist. So just through that simple little thing, we're all connected to events that happen within the interstellar. So why is this relevant? Well, if you have a look here, this is the Milky Way, right? So there's 200 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way, and we're there. The Milky Way is part of a supercluster. And the supercluster here in the corner here, this is called Laniakea, which is a Hawaiian word. And this has got 100,000 different galaxies like us in here. So what's happening in here, and these lines here, this is what the TED Talk was saying, is these are stars colliding and creating the natural process of creating iron, which is a natural process, which is what we use to be able to live and to create life on the planet. So in a way, we're all interconnected at that such a high level that goes back billions of years. And yet we get, when we live in the minute, when we live in the daily news grind, we forget about this interconnection. So whatever you got out of that, I hope it was something. I just thought that was really cool to share. It was told to me that I should share it. So there you go. Now, this kind of pattern also exists in other places in the universe. So you need to be able to, this shows the actual variation of COVID, and you can see it's very similar to the spread of the actual galaxies. So how do you get around this? How do you get out of being negative all the time and actually being in the right mindset so that you can, so you can be focusing on being a connection person without having, being faced to this? It's quite simple. Remember I told you about the purpose of life? The purpose of life is to be connected with others, is to live for and with other people. So in his book called The Never Eat Alone, Keith Rarati says that success in life equals the people you meet and what you create together. And this is so true. If you think about what you've done in the last 2 years, all the groups that you've been a part of, you would have got negativity in one area. Then you went across, maybe you discovered Telegram, joined the group in there. You created a Signal group. You started talking to locals. And then anytime you found somebody who had the similar thought as you, or thought process, you connected. And then you started creating things, and then you started creating success. And so what I mean by success is, if it wasn't for you creating these connections and familiarizing these conversations, then we would not be as far down the track as we are now. And we've seen the mandates starting to drop, the press coming out and saying how much rubbish we've had to go through. It's all starting to kind of come undone. But that would not have happened without you. Would not have happened without you creating connection, without you being true to yourself and wanting to actually get out there and do what you and spread the message. So for me, how do I reflect that in my business? What I do is I actually only do business with people who are freedom orientated. So I mean where I can, obviously. So my marketing strategy now is just speaking to freedom orientated, like-minded people in financial services. And that's really made my life a lot more happier, and business is starting to go up a little bit better. Now, it's really important to have those like-minded people around you, because you're always going to come across, stupidity out there, and it's just going to bring you down. Okay, so the historian Will Durant wrote that there's always in society a minority whose instincts rejoice in the permission to persecute, and that's a release from civilization. So you want to move yourself away from these guys and start moving into the happy space, which is where you want to be, right? Okay, so how are we going for time? I've got a couple of minutes, and I did want to share with you now just a quick exercise that I do with clients. It's called reframing your present. And I want to show you why you've been so negative and how you can snap out of it. Okay, this is really important. So I won't be too long, Andy. I'll do this one and another one, and then I'll be able to finish it up for you. So this is a real quick process that I go with people. It's called The Slight Edge. You may have read a book by Jeff Olson called The Slight Edge, and it's around how do you get to your future. Now, we're all going somewhere, right? We're here now. We're all going over here. Now, the future's guaranteed. How you get to the future depends on your little actions that you take every day. It's not on the massive things. It's on, and Jeff Olson calls it the compounded impact of effort. So I can choose to go to the gym, or I can choose to have a Macca's. On one day, having a Macca's might not be too bad, but you do that over and over again, then you end up being down here. And that's the same thing that happens when you're thinking and you're exposing yourself to the negativity that's out there. So if you're always, every day, on the media, every day, having a look and getting angry at the stupidity out there, or whatever you might think is happening to the world going the wrong way, if you do that every day, then you're going to be ending up down here in terms of your life, your excitement and zest for life. So what you need to do is reframe that and start thinking and changing things you do each day. So rather than clicking on the link that your friends start sending you now, I'm going to encourage you to stop doing that and start going and thinking more future focused, and start thinking about what you'd like in the future. Start just taking those little steps away from all the negativity, because you've been in there for a couple of years. You've got the right information for it that you can now take some steps forward. So I won't go through all this because it takes a bit of time, but I just wanted to just share that piece with you. Now's the time for you to start reframing your future more on a more positive level, because if you can start thinking differently, then you can start changing your actions and you can get better results. Okay, so let me give you an example quickly on what I mean by that. So if you have not, so we didn't get vaccinated because I believed that I could manage the actual sickness if I got it. So what that meant was that we got all the, we ordered the ivermectin from overseas back last year. We took all the protocol. Katrina, my wife, said, here's what we're going to do. We got it. I got over it in a day or two. And so what that meant was that because I believed that I can get over it, I did. I know people who believe they were going to get sick, and guess what? They got sick. Amazing, right? So, all right, just breezing through. Last point, now back to you, Andy, is that there was a study that was done by Harvard in 1981, where they took, this is from Joe Dispenza's book, You're the Placebo, where they took guys in their 70s and 80s, and what they did was they told them to actually pretend that they were 22 years younger. So not only pretend, but they actually live like they're 22 years younger. They were watching the movies from 22 years ago. They were talking current day events as if they were living it. So their body physiologically changed. And what they found in it, actually their health significantly improved, their stature increased, and they're actually healthier people. Another study that showed was that in terms of the ability of your mind to impact your reality, this was on multiple personalities. It was done in 1985. What they showed was that physicians were baffled by a lady who wasn't displaying diabetes symptoms, because the personality that wasn't diabetic, when that took over, she didn't display diabetic symptoms. So what does this all mean? Let's pull this all together. What this means is that in terms of understanding where you've been through in the past, just recognize it's been a tough couple of years. Recognize that you've had doing it hard, you've been going through battle, but also know that you're not alone. You've been operating in groups of like-minded people. Celebrate that. Get together with those people. Find a tribe. Remember that we're all connected, though, and connect at a human level. And then change your thinking, because you can actually literally change. If you change your thinking and your actions, you're going to get the better result. So that's it from me. I'm just going to round it up back to you, Andy. My one message to you is, when you're out there, be human, please, because the humans are going to attract more humans, and before you know it, we are going to have the impact that you want to have on the planet.
Mate, such an important message. Thank you so much for sharing it with me. There's so much within that presentation. Again, I'm going to have to go through that, rewind it, chunk it all out. But I think you hit so many really, really important points. One of which, just so simple but so powerful, is don't forget the good in the world, right? Like, still relate to people, still want to connect with people, because it is very easy, especially during a time like the last 2 years, to disconnect and disassociate, which I also think is part of what they want in the first place with the mask and a few other bits and bobs. So look, mate, absolutely incredible to have you on board. I want to ask you one quick question. What do you think, for Victoria specifically, what do you think's in store for business owners and entrepreneurs over the next 12 months, especially with the lease protection coming off in March? Do you foresee a bit of drama taking place for the rest of this year and leveling out after that? What's your view?
Yeah, I actually see opportunity. I see people are starting to, I mean, for want of a better phrase, they are starting to wake up. So they are coming out. The businesses are not being as restrictive. They're not enforcing the mandates like they used to back in October, November. So I actually see people starting to get out and interacting, and that's going to create more opportunities.
Awesome. Really, really good to hear. Again, I do a lot of business in Victoria, as do you. And I know this is obviously going to keep a lot of people more positive and focus on the right things. But Jason, you've been incredible. Thank you so much for fighting the good fight. And thank you for coming back for round 2 of the Global Freedom Rally.
Thanks for having me, mate. Keep up the great work.
Absolute pleasure, my friend. Jason Andrews, what a legend. That was action-packed, that presentation. Again, some of these prezos, there's so much information in there, guys. We're going to be posting the replay, so make sure that you rewatch a lot of what's taken place so you can really absorb it and really understand it. I love some of the points Jason brought up just about mindset and about staying positive and how to during this period of time, because again, it's been challenging for a lot of people.
It has been, and don't you love it when they bring a good PowerPoint presentation to the table? Absolutely fire. But yeah, I mean, business is so important during this. We've seen the destruction of small businesses around the globe. And we had Darren on before who was talking about financial freedom in terms of crypto. And now we've had another entrepreneur on. So it just shows that this is important stuff and people are really listening.
Very true. Guys, we've got some incredible speakers yet to come. Make sure you stay tuned. Share this with everybody. Make sure that you put it all over your socials. Share out the live link, www.globalfreedomrally.com/live, especially because we have an absolute hurricane of a guest coming up in just a moment. She is awesome. I tell you what, you want to get G'd up at night? Probably sometimes I think, oh, maybe I can't watch this because I'm going to get too G'd up and I won't be able to sleep. But she speaks with passion and she delivers just such a feisty message, but all from such a really beautiful place. She's got a great heart and a whole lot of fight in her. And it is none other than Maria Zee. Welcome to the Global Freedom Rally. How are you?
Well, that was quite the introduction, Andy. Thank you.
You know, I've always got to give you a big rap when you come on, and you deserve it. You've been doing incredible work. Not only are you a figure in Australia now, but globally you are getting a lot of attention because of your commentary style, because of the news that you're bringing, and the straight to the point, no BS mentality, I believe, which is why so many people are resonating with you.
Yeah, no BS is kind of my motto, Andy. And I think when we're dealing with a global plan, it's very important to make global connections. It needs to be a worldwide effort to come against what we're dealing with, which is, I think, to be honest with you, quite a lot more further progressed than people actually realize.
Absolutely. Maria, we are really excited to hear what you have to say today. As I said, I'm a fan of your work. I watch your videos all of the time. I love the passion that you bring. And the message is so important right now more than ever, because the fight's not over yet. And we've got to keep pushing through and make sure that we win and these things don't continue to happen. So I'm going to give you the floor, and then I'm going to come and ask you some questions after that.
Sure. Well, we've seen over the past few weeks that Canada have been, busting their little hearts to send the message to the world that this is a global effort that requires all of humanity to stand together. And what they've done so well in Canada is that they've come from a place of love. You've heard from some excellent speakers today, and I hope that you've soaked all of that in. And it's very important to be encouraged in this time by people who bring a positive message. The Canadians have actually been a shining example of that. No matter what the police have done to them, what the government are doing, and how much they're crushing them, the Canadians are still standing very, very strong. You might have seen the footage over the past couple of days that's been coming out, such as, showing things such as police trampling citizens. There's reports that one of those women is actually dead from that. There's so much that we're sheltered from, particularly, in Australia or even across the world, because of all of the censorship, and we don't necessarily see this news. Thank goodness for social media, which still allows us to connect with other people around the globe. But this is what I mean about it needing to be a global effort. It's not just a fight for Australia or just a fight for the United States. This is actually the global governments waging war on humanity. And when I say war, I'm not talking about a physical war. It's not the type of war that we've ever seen before. This is a war on the mind. This is a war on what it does mean to be human. And why do I say that? In my recent interview with Dr. Carrie Madej, she revealed to us what these people in these secret meetings that she was previously invited to with, elite businessmen and scientists and those in the medical field, what they planned to do years and years ago through this transhumanist movement and this integration with technology and AI. When I say that they want to change the very essence of being human, I'm not exaggerating. The plans for humanity that these psychopaths have are not good plans. And this is such a crucial time to wake up the entire world and show them what is actually happening. In history, you generally only need 3% to start a revolution. Again, I'm not talking about a violent revolution. I'm talking about a global awakening. And we have far more than 3% that are starting to realize what is really going on here. Recently, I interviewed Edward Dowd. If you missed that interview, it's on my website, zeemedia.com, ZEEE media.com. This guy is a former BlackRock portfolio manager of 10 years, worked in Wall Street for decades. And he is saying Wall Street is finally starting to wake up. The insurance companies cannot deny the number of deaths and claims that they are getting, which correlate directly with these injections and the results of these injections. We're not just dealing with a pandemic or a hard time in history. This is literally the biggest battle that humanity's ever seen. So why is it so important in this time to continue to stand strong, but not only stand strong, but educate others? You must keep your mental state stronger than ever. I don't actually believe that things are going to get easier over the next few months. In fact, if what we're seeing out of Canada is any indication of what peaceful protesters who are doing nothing but love experience in return for their efforts, that just shows you how far these people are willing to go to stop what is essentially humanity screaming to protect itself. We've seen a destruction of businesses, a destruction of mental health, a destruction on human life, and God knows what else. And if you're not sure about what's actually in these injections, please go and watch some of my interviews where experts from around the world are actually revealing what this plan is, how it's linked with their goals for transhumanism and the bigger agenda at play here. Canada, when I think about people across the globe, I mean, my thoughts and my prayers have been with Canada over these past few weeks. I think about them a lot. I have some friends over there who keep me updated on the situation, but this is an image of people who are genuine, who are there supporting one another. The police came and took their fuel, and so they came together in a really lighthearted way and brought some empty jerry cans and some full and said, all right, try and figure out now which ones are full. the creative ways in which they're standing together as humanity to stand against this is so beautiful to see. And I think that the whole world stands to learn a lesson from these people. There needs to be no division. There needs to be no personal ego. There needs to be no self-interest. When you're fighting for all of humanity, you either lay your life down for these people in the way that you live every day as a sacrifice to all of mankind, or you really aren't fit for the job. And I say that because the other day I spoke with someone and she said to me, well, why doesn't someone stop this? What are they doing? And knowing the state that she was in, which was a very fragile state, much like all of mankind, she's tired. She's very psychologically worn out, which, by the way, is part of the plan. They want to wear people down psychologically. So I lovingly steered her towards the question of, well, what are you doing? Because it's easy to look at someone else and say, well, why aren't you doing more? It's easy to type in a comment when you live in the world of social media, because we've been so isolated from one another, and say, well, why didn't you do it this way? Or why didn't you do it that way? I really feel like we have better things to be doing with our time right now than criticizing the work of others who are busting their butts to try and free one another from this insanity. And so I said to this girl, I said, well, you know, what are you doing? And she admitted she's very tired, and she admitted that she's sick of trying to wake up people that just reject her. And, you know, I mean, I can only imagine how much persecution she's faced in her friend circles. And I know how many stories I get contacted with from people, you know, all across the world, not just Australia, who are feeling very isolated, very alone. And I just said, you know, the same way that you're feeling, the same way that a lot of people are feeling. So instead of looking at the next person and saying, well, why isn't someone doing more? My question to you, you know, Australia and all of the world is, what more could you be doing? What more could you be doing? And it's not to say that you should be doing what someone else is doing. No one can do what you do. But what more can you do with the talents that you have, the gifts that God has given you, the gifts that you have to give your neighbor? Could you be having more conversations with people at the supermarket? Could you be educating people better? Could you be spending more time learning from people who are, you know, trying their best to share the truth and do that in a way that's done with integrity? Could you be doing more in that way? Because in my opinion, now is not the time to relax and look towards, you know, the end of the pandemic or the you know, the time when things ease or go back to normal. No, we're dealing with a global plan to take over humanity as we know it. These guys, this is the furthest they've ever come in their plan for the New World Order. This is the most successful they've ever been. You think they're going to give up on that with ease? No, they won't. So we have to double down our efforts in loving one another, loving our neighbor, and really trying to educate the masses, because the only way that this will stop is if more of humanity says no. And I mean peacefully. Protesting is one option. Legal, you know, efforts are another. If you're a lawyer and you're watching this, please, some of the material that I or others put out, you know, do something with it. If you're in politics and you don't have the backbone to stand up, can you please get the backbone? Because mankind needs you. We are in a dire situation across the globe. And just because we're not feeling it that much in Australia right now in this moment, it does not mean that we won't. Just look at Canada and the way that these citizens have been terrorized. They are starving them. They are freezing their bank accounts. That means they can't buy food. So, and the other problem that I've seen is, you know, part of the reason that we got into this mess is because people became so individualistic and only worried about themselves in society. Well, just because we have some breathing space in Australia, that doesn't mean we don't stop fighting for Canada and other places as well. So watch the world, and I always say this, watch the world. When you're dealing with a global plan, you need to watch what the globe is doing. Every single country has deployed its own tactics at different times. And there's a reason for that, by the way, because if they did it all in one hit, too many people would rise up at once and they wouldn't have enough resources to deal with them. So they do it in stages, if you haven't noticed. So right now, Canada is suffering worse than anyone. Do what you can for your Canadian neighbour. Do what you can for your European neighbour. Yes, the narrative is crumbling, but know that that's not the only thing that they have in their back pockets. Go to the World Economic Forum website and see that they have a digital global cyber attack planned next. They've already told us what their plans are. Have a look at the fact that they're already talking about the next pandemic. The World Health Organization is meeting in March 2022 to discuss a global pandemic plan where every single country will be subject to an international law that governs this plan, an international agreement. Do you want to be governed by one global corrupt organization who, by the way, has terrorists, known terrorists working for them? I certainly don't. So in the best way that you possibly can, in the most non-conspiratorial way that you possibly can, and we know this isn't a conspiracy anymore, there's far too many facts that are available for it to be a conspiracy, but in the best way that you can, please continue to educate others and reach out to others. Don't let them isolate you from other people. I know that the divide in society is huge right now. I know it's very, very hard to approach someone who's maybe double or triple dosed already. And sort of show them where you're coming from. But love will always prevail. Love will always prevail. And if we come from a place of compassion and we come from a place of truth and we have our facts and our research, I mean, that's truly our minimum service right now to humanity. Good luck to the poor person at the petrol station who has to serve me, I'm telling you, because they hear all about it. This is the minimum that we can do for humanity. And I also want to encourage all those people that have been doing this, that have been sharing the truth, that have been having all of these conversations with their friends, loved ones, and with strangers. I want you to know that you are heroes. Standing in a time like this so strongly, at whatever cost to yourself and your family, is a heroic act. Because you know the truth. And even if you don't know the extent of what is happening, you realize that this is a very, very important time in history, and you absolutely are a hero. You are someone that has integrity, and you should feel honored for that. So I just want to honor all of those people in Australia and all over the world that can see this for what it is and have been doing their best. But I also want to encourage you to push forward. Keep pushing forward, because the battle is not over. We're not at the end yet. We're not. And if Canada is any indication of that, well, that shows you. That shows you how far they've come, where they can just flick a switch, turn on the Emergencies Act immediately and start freezing people's bank accounts. Trudeau called on the military. Thank God the military said, no, it's not our job to police people. But the situation is certainly escalating. So we need more brave people in politics. We need more brave people in law. We need Australians in particular, and I mean this when I say it, doctors. I know that you are afraid of losing your jobs. You're afraid of losing your registrations. But honestly, I can count on one hand the number of doctors we've had that have bravely spoken out. It's not good enough. You can't be afraid for yourself only right now, because this impacts all of mankind. So you need to be brave, you need to be courageous, and you need to tell the world what is going on. And I'm happy to give you the platform to do it. I'm happy to do that. The more voices we have right now, the better chance we have. And you know what? You might have someone that's a real, crazy conspiracy theorist that comes on television and they'll resonate with someone, but not with someone else. But then you might have someone in the stock market who's never heard this stuff before. And then you have someone like Edward Dowd come on and they say, oh my goodness, he's right. These trends are actually real. So whatever industry you're in, don't be mistaken. You will inspire someone else. And I'll share another quick story. I was in a retail store recently and the girl asked me to put a mask on, and I said, no, I don't do that. I don't want to discuss whether or not I have an exemption with these people. It's not their business, and it's not their job to police me, and the government have given them that job on purpose. But after sort of a bit of back and forth, and I said, look, I don't want the police to fine you. I'm going to leave your store. I'm not going to cause problems for you. And the girl in the end said to me, no, please don't leave. You've actually been very reasonable, so on and so forth. And I said, when you believe in something so strongly, it's very important to stand for it. And you have to speak out. And the girl at the counter said to me, well, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I just don't have the courage. Now, if you have an ounce of courage in you, I would say, or even an ounce of courage left, although from what I see, people are growing in courage the longer that they stand. But if you have any more of that left in you, try to impart that onto others, because there are actually more people that agree with you than you're aware of. But they just need to see you take the first step. And again, in my previous interview with Professor Matthias Desmet, where he talks about mass formation, he talks about that 20 to 30% in society that see what's wrong, that are standing against this technocratic totalitarianism. And then there's that 30% that will just believe the lie, believe the narrative, no matter what it is. But there's that portion in the middle of people, 40 to 50%, who will gain courage from that minority that keeps speaking the truth, and the truth will break their hypnosis. So I encourage you, those people in the middle, we need to keep working at them and keep sharing the truth at whatever cost to reach the masses. I can't hear you, Andy.
We're back. Thank you. I just had myself on mute there. What I said wasn't important anyway, guys. Don't stress. But Maria Zee, thank you so much. Again, always bringing the fire and passion. I've got a few quick questions for you. I've watched a lot of your interviews, by the way. I just need to give those a shout out. Freaking epic. Some of the people you've got on are mind-blowing. I don't know where you find some of these people, but again, some of the economists you've had, doctors you've had, it is, I know how much work it takes to find people to interview and get them on board and then do the interview and all that sort of stuff. And you're just relentless at it. So huge shout out to you. I just want to ask you how you felt last week. The mainstream media and the news have come out and they've started to speak a little bit of truth around everybody has had enough. Maybe we've overreacted. The case numbers have been misrepresented. What did you think and feel when they came out specifically about the case numbers and started to shine a little bit of light on what we've been talking about for a long time?
Well, I think that they're not able to really hide it anymore because too many people are starting to realize what's really going on. But I'm also not naive to think that the tactics of giving us a little bit of rope before they take it off us again isn't one of the things that they're still doing right now, Andy. The other thing that happened last week was that ATAGI refused to rule out a 5th dose for Australians. So let's not forget that.
Absolutely. On that note, do you feel like they are going to potentially throw us into more lockdowns this year?
No, I don't think more lockdowns this year will come, although, I could be wrong. There was an epidemiologist on ABC a few weeks ago, or a couple of weeks ago, I shared what he was saying, and he was saying that he thinks that in May there might be another variant or another lockdown. And then, Scott Morrison has spoken out about, Australia, whether Australia is capable of dealing with flurona or not. Bill Gates just came out. I shared an article last night that, talking about the next pandemic and having to prepare for that and annual injections and these types of things. So I don't think that they are going to ease up anytime soon. This is an illusion, a bit of rope.
Absolutely. And I know you referenced a lot towards the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset, and we're already starting to see those plans in action. And there's a book all about it, about the Great Reset. What do the next steps look like, and what should we be looking for in terms of government actions that we should be really wary of in terms of the Great Reset?
Great question. Look at Canada. They want to incite civil unrest so that they have a reason to bring in foreign troops. I'm waiting on confirmation as we speak as to whether the UN have actually landed in Canada yet or not. So, there are some images that are being shared around social media. There's actually a video, but we're wanting to know whether these are new UN planes or old ones. Basically, part of there's a fantastic documentary, and you can find stuff on the World Economic Forum website anyway about their predictions for civil unrest. They have a 38%, if I'm not mistaken, prediction for civil unrest as part of the Great Reset and as part of this pandemic. So what does civil unrest do? Well, it enables them to bring in foreign troops. In Australia, let's not forget that in 2020, a bill was signed that enables foreign troops to come to Australia and basically harm, kill citizens or destroy property and have full indemnity. If we get to the point where violence is incited by authorities or opposition, whether they're controlled or even well-meaning citizens, it actually gives them the right to bring in foreign troops to do that. So definitely watch out for anyone who's inciting violence, whether it be well-meaning people or not. That is a serious alarm bell. And also watch the financial market. So when I interviewed Edward Dowd recently, he said that in his predictions, what he's seeing in the stock market, he thinks that by within the next few months or by next year, we will see a financial collapse. That is the next stage.
And you think that a financial collapse could also lead to more civil unrest?
Yes, absolutely. Don't forget that they've been testing the emergency broadcasting systems periodically across the world. They've also conducted 2 cyber attack simulations, one in November last year and one earlier this year. And you can look up on the World Economic Forum website about cyber COVID. They said that it will be the next pandemic. It will be much faster spreading, much more disastrous. Yes, much more disastrous than COVID itself. It will be a global cyber shutdown. And in my recent interview with Dr. David Martin, he says that the infrastructure for this is already there. It's literally a switch.
God, that is scary. Cyber COVID sounds a lot worse than COVID.
Yeah.
A big cyber shutdown. But also, Maria, you've been in touch with a lot of Canadians recently. I saw you doing a live with a trucker. I think it was just this week or last week. And what's the feeling down there? Are the tow trucks actually going to start taking their brethren away, or are they going to go and stand in the cold as well with them?
No, the tow truck drivers told the government, sorry, we're all off sick with COVID. We can't tow the vehicles. Canadians are doing a fabulous job standing in solidarity. I'm very, very ashamed that an Australian tow truck company, I won't name and shame them here lest I get sued, but that Australian towing company betrayed their own at Canberra just a couple of weeks ago. Canadians are doing a fabulous job of standing together. But there has been, as I said, a lot of unrest there over the past couple of days, and it is definitely instigated by the police.
No doubt. Maria Zee, you are absolutely on top of everything that's taken place. You've got so much knowledge. It's super impressive. And again, I want to say a huge thank you for the energy that you bring to the mission and to really trying to make a difference. And I truly believe you are. So thank you again for joining us at the Global Freedom Rally. Hopefully we can have you for round 3.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the audience. And in closing, do not let the tyrants rule your mind. There is always hope. If there wasn't, people would not be fighting. So stay strong.
Amen.
Love that. Awesome. Thank you, Maria.
Thanks, Maria.
Maria Zee, what an absolute weapon. I love the info that she brings to all her commentary. But as we mentioned, her interviews are crazy. Check her out on Rumble. That's where all the content that she has is not censored. And she's got interviews with so many different people, nurses, doctors, people that have been had adverse reactions to the vaccine and so much more. So she's doing a fantastic job. Really, really proud of her.
She goes really deep in as well.
She does,
you said that she gets people from all these different, like all these weird interviews, not weird, but great interviews that she's been doing and shedding a lot of light. If there's anyone who really knows what they're talking about and has done their research, it's Maria Zee. So check it out, Zee Media, and she's just doing amazing work.
100%. Speaking of individuals that go deep on topics, our next guest is a man of many talents, and he's made waves consistently and continuously throughout the last couple of years. He's just come out with such a freaking epic documentary. I'm sure he's going to speak all about it shortly, but I watched it and I was blown away for multiple reasons. Number one, I think that we have short memories. And I didn't think I had a very short memory, but I actually do, because I went through that doco and I'm like, that's why I'm so pissed off. That's why I'm so angry about this. And Topher Field just laid everything out in sequence, and it really hit home. It was, again, Victoria is my home, and it was a bit emotional watching.
I was emotional.
Yeah, it was a bit emotional watching it. But
Yeah.
look, enough about me G'ing it up. I need to introduce the man. It is Topher Field, all the way from Victoria. Thank you, and welcome to the Global Freedom Rally.
Gentlemen, such a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's very rare that I get invited back a second time. I get invited places once, and then once I leave, they scrape the dust off the doormat and never invite me back. But you've invited me back, so that's very brave of you. And I do it
exactly.
I do appreciate it.
And the podcast, that's
and
3
the
times.
podcast, 100%. I think
Fans.
it's, mate. I think we've done 4 interviews all up now. So
It'll be getting there now, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know each other very well. It's so good to have you on board, and huge shout out to all the work that you do, and you do it with class and style, whiskey and cigar in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you have been a political commentator for a long time. You, of course, stood up in the face of criticism, haters, especially when it wasn't popular at all during the height of everything that was going on in Victoria. And you were one of the people that were keeping me sane because, again, I wasn't in the state, but all my businesses, friends, family, my whole past is in that state. And I wanted to know the truth. And there was only a select few people that brought us the truth. And you were one of those key people. And on top of that, you've brought out this documentary now that has shone a light on so much that has taken place. So huge rap to you, my man. Great job. And again, a huge thank you.
Oh, look, absolutely my pleasure. And I'm developing a new slogan. I don't have any of my shirts on today, but, normally I wear one of my shirts. Good people break bad laws. Don't make me repeat myself, said by history. And I'm developing a new one. I was fighting tyranny before it was cool.
Yes.
Because the media and so many of these people that have betrayed us consistently for the last 2 years are now very quickly trying to change their tune. I saw Joe Hildebrand come out recently with a new article and just thought, mate, you don't even remember what you said. Either you don't remember or you're hoping that we don't remember. And he wasn't even one of the worst ones. Like, I'll give him credit for not being as bad as some of the others were, but nevertheless, he's completely changed his tune, and there's no acknowledgement of that change. Now, I'm all for people changing. That's, change is a consequence of learning. That's a consequence of just paying attention as you live in life. People are allowed to change, but acknowledge the change, and especially acknowledge when you were wrong. And that's what's missing from the media, from the political class at the moment. They're changing. The story's changing very quickly. What they are championing is changing very quickly, and they're not acknowledging that it's changing.
So true. And why do you think that is? Again, I just brought this up with the last guest, but, last week, again, shining a light on the misrepresentation of the COVID deaths, etc., which, again, we've been talking about this for 2 years, shining a light on it. Now they're saying it's new news. Like you said, people jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
Why are they switching so rapidly the narrative?
Well, this is what I said in the very beginning, and it's not my original quote, but I brought it up and reminded people of it, that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has time to put its pants on. I can't remember if that was a Winston Churchill quote or somebody else. And that's just how it works. The lie is always more dramatic. It's more scary. It sells more newspapers and gets more eyeballs and more ad revenue. So that was what the media wanted to jump on before there was any politics involved. When this was just a virus we'll be hearing about in China, the media have a vested financial interest to jump on board and hype it up. The politicians are then handed a vested interest to then talk it up as well, because now people are scared. They can bring themselves in as the solution. But that, of course, favors the most radical actions. You can't have this big hyped scare and then suggest a mediocre, halfway cautious action. No, you've got to go big, you've got to go bold. And that's what they did. And so purely through their own perverse incentives, financial incentives, political incentives, they locked themselves onto this massive freight train called COVID hysteria. And jumping off that freight train is a very difficult and a very dangerous thing to do. The problem is that freight train is heading towards a cliff called reality. Reality is catching up very, very quickly. And pretty soon that train is going to go off that cliff, and anyone who's still on board is going to go down with it. And so these people are now trying to figure out, how do I get off a speeding train without killing myself in the process? And that's what we're watching. And these people are jumping ship, and they're walking away from the wreckage and trying to pretend like they were never on board in the first place.
Topher, are we getting a pat on the bum here with these statistics and these news articles, or are they genuinely like changing their tune?
A little bit hard to say. I think I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Remember that the media never makes a hero without tearing them down later. And they never make a villain without later coming back with a redemption story, right? And you look at this consistently, whether it's the royals, whether it's celebrities, whether it's people that a current affair decide to pick on, the consistency with which they will make a hero out of someone and then 6 months later they're back to tear them down. Or they will villainize somebody and 2 years later they're there to give you their heroic, redemption story or the other side of the story or whatever it may be. So there was always going to be a fatigue that was going to kick in with all the hysteria in the media that was eventually going to mean that in order to keep eyeballs coming back to them instead of the other channels that are still on the hysteria bandwagon, they were going to have to offer something new. And that's why it happens. That's why they switch narratives on everything, is because they're looking for that new thing that's going to have people go, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. Instead of the same old they're being fed for the last 2 years. So the switch was always going to happen. Is it sincere? Is it cynical? Is it still about the money? That's going to vary from each of these individual commentators and journalists and mastheads and what they're saying. One thing is certain, though, is that as the media becomes more and more willing to give the other side of the story, the politics becomes much more complicated. For as long as the media was completely one-sided, the politics was very simple. They could just go hard and go over and over again and demonize those who disagreed with them and everything, and all the stuff that we've seen for 2 years. That was the politically smart play, at least in the short term. Now it becomes a lot more complicated because it's much harder to dismiss people like me and you as nut jobs, conspiracy theorists and what have you, when actually we're being given airtime now in the mainstream media. We're actually being taken seriously by the very people that politicians have pointed to over the last couple of years and said, see, look how dangerous this is. Look at what the media is telling you. Well, now they don't want you to look at the media anymore because the media is starting to fracture and starting to not all be singing from the same songbook. So the politics is what gets really interesting here. I'm not that much interested in the media. The media is a leading indicator of politics, but it's not useful for much else. But the politics now is going to get really, really complicated and happening at a time when Daniel Andrews is already under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of corruption scandals coming back to bite him in the ass. He's had a few more allies jump ship and leave the Labor Party or put themselves in a position where they'll be kicked out of the Labor Party. And a few other people coming out and beginning to talk about what he's really like behind closed doors, etc. He's got an election 9 months away. And I think it's going to be a really, really torrid 9 months for him. I think the politics looking ahead is going to get really ugly for him.
Well, let's hope so. That's for damn sure. My personal opinion anyway. Topherfield, I'm going to give you the floor, my man. I know you've got so much to talk about, but I will come and ask you a few more questions after that. Take the stage, my friend.
Look, I've probably only got sort of 10 minutes worth of comments, maybe 15, but there's something that's been really, really bubbling through the surface in my brain over the last 2 or 3 months. And one of the things that it was actually in part sparked by, it wasn't Andrew Bogut. Who was it? It was someone online, a fairly prominent figure online, who put up a post on Instagram, and it got me bubbling away and it got me thinking. And the comment was this, that people think that they're doing him a favor when they come to him. No, it wasn't Andrew Bogut, but I don't remember who it was. They think they're doing a favor when they come to him and they say, hey, listen, I support what you're doing. I'm on your side. I mean, I can't speak up publicly and I can't really, do anything, but look, I'm on your side. I just want you to know that I'm on your side. And realizing that actually, no, hang on. If you know the truth, if you understand what's really going on here, it's not actually good enough anymore. After 2 years, to be sitting there in the background and saying, oh, well, I can't poke my head up. I can't take a risk. I can't do anything. Listen, when you make that choice, you leave all the risk to somebody else. You leave it to people like me. You leave it to people like Andy. You leave it to those that have taken the risk. And now their risk goes through the roof even further. Our risks become even riskier because we're alone or close to it. We don't have the numbers. People said to me that they were, it was such a great feeling to be a part of the big protest that happened here in Melbourne in November after the police stopped cracking heads and kicking us and arresting us and everything else. And they speak of what a wonderful experience that was. But as someone who was there from the very first protest where we had 70 people and survived and managed to survive unarrested a series of protests where we had a few hundred people or a few thousand people where we were getting our heads kicked in, we were getting run over with mounted police, we were getting arrested en masse. We did have the riot police and it escalated to shooting. All I can think about is how different those protests would have been if we'd had the couple of 100,000 people that showed up later. Maybe we would never have had to have endured what we did endure if those people had actually, instead of staying home and saying, oh, I can't take the risk, And I understand it. It's human. I get it. You know, I do it to a certain degree as well. I'm not there at the protests in the very front line, at the very thick of the action. That's not, you know, that's sort of beyond where I want to be. I'll be 2 or 3 rows back. I'll be as close as I feel like I can get with, you know, and still have a decent chance of going home to my wife and kids. So I understand self-preservation. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you're making a cost to benefit ratio analysis in your own life. And not only are you choosing the easier path for yourself, but you're choosing the harder path for everybody else. That, I think, is where it starts to bother me. And we're now 2 years in. And the science is very, very clear now. We know how dangerous this virus is. We know how effective the jabs are. We know how disproportionate the political reaction has been. All of this is now well known, to the point that it's starting to show up in the media. That's how well known it is. And if you're sitting there going, oh, I don't want to take the risk, then what you're telling me and you're telling everybody else is that there is nothing you're willing to stand up for. There actually isn't a point where you would go, no, I have to get into this fight. This is my fight. I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to let this happen. I have to get into this fight. If you're not at that point yet where you're willing to get into this fight, can I challenge you and ask you, where is your line? Do you have one? Or are you the kind of person who would literally let any evil happen before your eyes and you would turn a blind eye because you're afraid of what might happen to you if you got involved? And this is an entirely serious moral question that I have for you. And I try to be the nice guy a lot of the time. You listen to my slow chats. I try to be reasonable, and I try to give reason for other people to make different choices to what I've made, etc. And I still do. Everyone's got to make their own choices. But there are areas where you're free to make a decision according to your conscience, and that's fine and that's good. But there comes a point where it's no longer a matter of conscience. It is a clear-cut matter of right and wrong. And what I would say to you is, look at Canada now. Look at where they're going. Now, they have reached, and I would say gone slightly past the point that we reached in Melbourne. Where Canada is right now, Ottawa specifically is right now, is where Melbourne was. And the circuit breaker that happened in Melbourne that relieved all of the pressure was the Victoria Police came out with an article. They leaked into the Herald Sun, and they said, listen, we want to put away the tear gas. We want the government to create a framework so that these protests, we don't have to be cracking down on these protests anymore. That became the circuit breaker that relieved the pressure. That circuit breaker hasn't come in Ottawa yet. And they're at a really, really dangerous moment in their journey. And I am very, very concerned. I think that what's happening in Canada is a far more significant threat to the world's stability than what's happening in the Ukraine. Okay, I think it's very, very clear. If the Ottawan government, if the Canadian government cracked down in the way that we were afraid they were going to do here in Melbourne, I mean, they did awful things here in Melbourne, but they stopped short of that full-blown crackdown. If they do that in Ottawa, I'm very concerned about what we're going to see. And we are all going to have to make some very tough choices about who we are, about what we stand for. We're in a situation now where governments in Western countries, and specifically Canada at the moment, but let's be honest, they'll do it here too, are proving themselves willing to shut down bank accounts, proving themselves willing to declare concerned citizens who are getting politically active as terrorists. I mean, that's what they did in Melbourne when they rolled out the anti-terror squad. They were calling us terrorists. In Ottawa, they're explicitly calling them terrorists. And they're explicitly using anti-terror legislation against them, shutting down bank accounts and making arrests. This is what's happening now. And if you're going to sit back and watch this happen in front of your very eyes, like Lance McDonald wants to do, and turn a blind eye and say, look, it's not that bad. It's never that bad until it is that bad, right? At no time in history, living under Hitler for a long time, it wasn't that bad until it was. Living under Stalin wasn't that bad until it was. Living under Mao wasn't that bad until it was. Living in Venezuela, it's not that bad until your kid's starving. It's never that bad until it is. And if you're going to sit back and you're going to go, you know what, I'll wait until it's really bad, then what you're saying is I'll wait until it's too late. I won't be involved in this fight at all. I'm not going to engage. I'm too worried about what people might think of me. Someone might say something mean. The media might lump me in with some group that they've got some pejorative name for. Oh, that would hurt my feelings. You're hurting your children by not standing up, by not actually being willing to stand when it matters. So I really want to challenge you And the thing that I said to Andy when he asked me if I would speak, and I said, sure, I'd be happy to, but just be careful. Be careful what you wish for, because I've developed a bit of an attitude in the last couple of months. Listen, stop playing small ball. Right. And I don't mean to contradict in any way what Maria Zee was saying before, because I agree wholeheartedly. Don't get involved in any violence, and directly and oppose and call out and push back against anyone that does. But if you're worried about what people will think of you, and you're not worried about what they will do to your children, then you're allowing some little small ball play, some little concern about your ego to override deep moral issues. And you've got your priorities completely mixed up. Stop caring what people call you. Stop caring who you get lumped in with. I've said it before, I'll say it again though. Right from the very start, from the very first protest in a place called Trafalgar, we had 70 people. You know, some of the people there were on about things that I completely disagree with and disagreed with at the time. Things like 5G, believing that that the coronavirus was wrapped up with the 5G rollout somehow. Anyway, people who are in the sovereign citizen movement, which I think has some legitimacy to it, but a lot of what gets said isn't really accurate. Although there is truth there's a lot that gets said that isn't accurate, and it certainly attracts some people that are interesting, shall we say. So I was there at this protest. It was me, it was a handful of others, and I was live streaming, and people were saying their views. And that included views that I disagreed with. And people on the live stream were saying, oh, you've destroyed your credibility now, Topher. No one's ever going to take you seriously again. Oh, you've thrown in your lot with all the 5G nut jobs and the tinfoil hat wearers and the sovereign citizen crowd and blah, blah, blah. They threw me in with that bunch. And they the predictions of my death have been grossly exaggerated. They predicted the death of Topher. I'd lost all credibility. Well, fast forward a few months, and there I am attending the protests in Melbourne, and now there's signs up against mandatory vaccinations. And this was even before vaccines had actually been confirmed to have been developed. There were already people looking ahead. I wasn't one of them. I should have been, but I actually missed this. But there were people who were already calling it and already saying there's going to be mandatory vaccinations, and were opposed to that. I copped all sorts of, oh, you're in with these nut job conspiracy theorists who think there's going to be mandatory vaccines. Oh, how ridiculous. You've destroyed your credibility now. No one's ever going to take you seriously. Well, on the contrary, I actually wish I'd been one of them. I wish I'd had their foresight. They saw things on that issue more clearly than what I did. And the list goes on as you go through. Oh, now there were Proud Boys at the rally that you were at. Oh, now you've been lumped in with far-right neo-Nazis. No one's ever going to take you seriously. Like, it's happened again and again. And you know what? Stop freaking caring. Stop caring what people say. Stop caring about that pissant, whiny friend who just wants a comfortable, humble little life in their corner of the world that they can call their own, and what they think of you. Stop caring about the small ball stuff. We've got some big issues here. We are facing some really big, tough issues that cut to the very core of your moral fiber and call into question your integrity as a human being. And if you were going to prioritize what someone says about you, or what group they lump you in with, above doing the right thing for your children and doing the right thing by your ancestors who paid for your freedoms that you got when you were born, they paid for that in their blood, and you're not willing to get called a name to defend it, you need to go and look in a mirror and ask yourself who you really are. This is not a time for playing pissy little games, right? Now, that's not a call to arms. That's not a call to violence. I'm just saying step up. Step up to the plate. Be willing to show your face in places that will get you criticized. Be willing to risk your job because you're actually going to say what's true rather than say what you know they want to hear, even though you know it's a lie. Be willing to pay a price. And don't keep coming to people like me and others and saying, oh, I'm so proud of what you do, but I couldn't, I've got to keep my head down. Okay, listen, there's a handful of people who can legitimately say that, right? There's a handful of people. If you're deep in public service and you're doing things on the inside there, working on our behalf and standing up for what's right in your own way there, then maybe at that point, maybe that's a valid strategy. But it's a strategy towards a better outcome. If you are just protecting your own little piece of turf and you're leaving us to fight your battle for you because you're too afraid, then I want to challenge you. Look at yourself in the mirror and consider your own moral fiber and consider what you're going to say to your kids and to your grandkids. You know, one of the funny things in the Second World War, you had the French resistance. They were a very small number of people. And for every French resistance fighter, there were a dozen French who had started working with the Nazis under the Vichy regime. They were betraying the resistance fighters. They were trying to work their way in and then betraying them all and leading them off into a trap, etc. There were far more French people working against the French resistance than there were actually working in it. Now, the French resistance won thanks to the Allies and the invasion at D-Day at Normandy and all of the cost and all the price that was paid. And ultimately, the French resistance was victorious in that particular conflict. And as the years went by, more and more French people could distinctly remember that they were in the French resistance, or that they supported the French resistance, far more than could ever have possibly been true. And we're seeing that with the media now, right? They're changing their narrative, but they're having to make up stories. They're lying. They're trying to pretend like they always were right. And they're not. Just like people tried to pretend that they were in the French resistance when they were not. Don't put yourself in a position where, as an old person, you have to look at your kids and look at your grandkids and pretend to have been someone that you were not. Be the person that you want to brag about in 20 years and 30 years and 40 years. Be the person that your kids are going to brag about when they're in the schoolyard talking to other kids. Be the person that they're going to point to in family history and say, oh, you never met your great aunt or great uncle or your great grandfather. You never met him or her. But let me tell you about what they did. Be that person and stop playing small ball, because no one cares about your feelings. No one cares about the fact that someone that you've known for 20 years called you a bad name and doesn't want you to come over next Christmas. It's irrelevant. It's small ball. There's bigger stuff at stake here. And my challenge to you is to put away the small stuff, let it go, stop caring, and focus on the bigger picture. I want to finish on this. We've got 2 elections coming up this year. Federal one expected in May and a state one here in Victoria in November. And we absolutely need to change things. We absolutely need to send shockwaves through Australian politics using these 2 elections. And I released a video a little while ago, about 3 days ago, on how preferential voting works. It's had, 110, 120,000 views so far across the platforms. This is really important to understand, because once you understand how preferential voting works, then you will understand why we have a realistic shot at getting people, getting parties like the Liberal Democrats, the UAP, One Nation, GAP, A1, IMOP, and the list goes on. These guys, even though they're minor parties, we're used to thinking minor parties don't have any chance in the lower house. And historically, that's been true. But the numbers are indicating now, actually, this time it is different. Here in Victoria, we're seeing polls telling us that as many as 30% of Victorian voters already intend to not vote for the Liberal Party, Labor Party, National Party, or Greens. They've already made up their minds that they will not be voting for any of them. Now, that means they're almost all of them will be voting for freedom-friendly minor parties. Now, if we use our preferential voting system correctly, and that's what that video is about, then all of those votes will gather behind one of those freedom-friendly parties. I don't know in advance which one it will be, and I don't really care. But one of those parties will end up picking up 30% of the vote. And guess what? 30% of the vote is actually enough if you understand how the preferential voting system works. That's what that video is about. So can I really encourage you to go to my Topherfield YouTube channel, Facebook page, Instagram. You will find this video. I've got a bunch of tubs with marbles in them, and I use those to illustrate exactly how the Australian preferential voting system works in the lower house of the federal parliament, which is the relevant one for the upcoming election. Once you understand that, I mean, people have sent me a lot of feedback on that, and they're saying, they had a light bulb moment. They're saying they've been voting for 40 years and they've never understood it, but now they do. Once you understand it, you see the power of it, you will also see the opportunity. And armed with that knowledge, I want you to select whichever of the freedom-friendly minor parties resonates with you most, and I want you to become a financial member, and I want you to volunteer for them to stand on polling booths and hand out how to vote cards and stuff letterboxes and put up call flutes and do all that stuff, all the boring, basic boots-on-the-ground stuff. These minor parties absolutely need volunteers. So pick one. I'm not going to tell you which one. Pick one, become a financial member, support them by volunteering your time, consider becoming a scrutineer at the election, and actually get involved. Because honestly, if you're not even willing to pay that price, if you're not even willing to go that far, then you're not even in the fight. You're a non-player character at that point. And that comes back to what I was saying before. You've got to be willing to pay a price. You've got to put away this small ball stuff, and you've got to set your eyes on the bigger prize and what you're going to say to your kids and to your grandkids when they ask you about this moment in history. All right, Andy, that's it from me.
Amazing message as per usual. Really felt that, my man. Thank you so much for bringing that to the table. I got to back what you just said. You've got to check out that video. It's phenomenal. People have been sharing it all over the place because it just makes sense. And it really is filling people with hope, which is exciting. There's so much that you talked about there. And I just want to touch on a few things, one of which is, I guess,
this is a great quote, by the way. This is a great quote that Karen D'Amato has put down. I prefer to be true to myself, even at the hazard of incurring the ridicule of others, rather than to be false and incur my own abhorrence. And that's the future that a lot of people face now. They're betraying their true values. They know what's right, but they're not willing to stand for it. And in the future, they will face their own abhorrence at themselves. And that's not a place I want to put myself in.
No, absolutely. And you're right. I think we've seen that over the last 2 years. More and more people now are starting to find their courage and bravery and stand up, which is great. Shout out to everybody. Like you said, it's never too late. It's never too late to turn it around. And hopefully the people that have made the mistake of speaking negatively and I guess been on the other side for too long, admit faults at some point and move forward. But with the apathy that we have seen, it really was concerning me deeply at one point in time in the middle of all of the drama. And I was almost embarrassed at the lack of fight that we were seeing. And it was hurting me as a proud patriot and proud Australian and someone that I consider I'll get in any fight worth fighting. I was shattered to see the lack of fight in so many. My question is, do you feel like that apathy stemmed from the fear of criticism, like you mentioned, or just literally so many are not strong enough mentally and emotionally to handle what was taking place?
I'd say there's 3 stages. I think most of the apathy comes from how good we've had it. We've had it so good for so long that we believe this lie that it can't happen here, right? Anyone says Australia is falling into tyranny, the instant response is that's rubbish. Not because you've looked at it and you've gone, no, that's not happening, but because it feels impossible. You dismiss it not because of logic, but because of reason, of prejudice. You think it can't happen here. That's where we started. Then we moved into the second stage, which is what you said, where people began to recognize that there was something wrong, but they felt afraid and they weren't willing to pay the price to speak up themselves. Now we're moving into a third phase where more and more people are becoming willing to speak up. And I echo what you said. Absolutely welcome to everybody that wants to come over. But please do the courtesy of acknowledging that you've changed your mind. Don't sit there and try and pretend. Because it's really patronizing and insulting to those of us that we're out there with 70 people and we're out there with a few hundred people and we're getting our heads kicked in by the cops and we're getting arrested and run over by police horses, to have thousands upon thousands of people now insisting that they were there when there were maybe 200 of us at the time.
And Topher, the historical analysis that you bring up, with the French resistance as well, so fascinating. And for me, one of the things that annoys me the most is when you try and make historical analyses, people shut you down. They say, oh, you can't, say anything about Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia. Well, actually, you know what? Yes, I can, because history does repeat. And we have seen personality cultism. We have seen censorship. We have seen propaganda. We have seen people turning on their neighbors. And we have seen these things. So now it's okay, in my opinion, when people make those correlations.
I'm not saying that we are Germany in the 1940s, but I'm saying there's a hell of a lot of similarity between Victoria and Canada, especially right now, and Germany in the 1930s, 1933, 1934, right? You want to have a look at the Enabling Act. You want to have a look at Kristallnacht and what they're doing to try and generate a Kristallnacht type event that they can use in exactly the same way, right? They are trying to incite the 1930s. That's what they're trying to push through: the control over the financial sector, the demonization of a targeted group of people, the segregation, the dehumanization. It is all there. I'm not saying Justin Trudeau is Hitler in 1945, not even close. But you know what? There's more than an echo of 1933-34. And that should be enough to concern us.
It's very, very true. And again, we have to start to understand history. I think not enough people do, and that is why a lot of people have not seen the trends, have not been able to connect the dots and make a proper call, and it's a real shame. But hopefully, with education like your doco, with these speeches, we are able to educate more people and see a change. And
can I make one more historical note before I think my time will be pretty much up? And that is going back to the French resistance. You know who most of the French resistance fighters were, where they stood politically, what their political ideology was?
None.
By no means all, but a very significant proportion of them were communists. They were French communists. They were Russian sympathizers. Now, if America could airdrop supplies and provide intelligence and support to communists in order to join against the common enemy of the Nazis, then listen, all you minor party supporters that want to create division and have arguments against the other minor parties, put aside the division. If capitalists and communists could work together to defeat Nazis, then you can work together with those other parties despite all of their imperfections. I'm not saying they're right or that they're perfect. I'm just saying let's put that aside because we've got a bigger enemy right now. We've got Daniel Andrews and Scott Morrison who need to be taught a lesson. We've got the major political parties who need to be reminded that they are servants and not masters, and to stop taking it for granted that they dominate and own the entire political system. We've got to put them in their place, and we've got to put aside the differences amongst ourselves until after we've achieved that objective.
So very, very true. Again, I believe we can do it. I really do. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And again, a lot of that is due to people like you, Topher Field, that have been in the front lines. Mate, thank you so much for coming again to the Global Freedom Rally, sharing your wisdom. But on top of that, thank you for everything that you do outside of this. You really do push it. You really do educate. And we are really grateful.
And also, Topher, let's hang out when you get up here in your road trip.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to it.
Excellent, mate. Thanks again for joining us.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Topher Field, what a gun. Absolutely awesome to have him on board. And every single time he delivers every single time with that message so strong. But as you mentioned, the historical I guess, point of view and connecting the dots is just so important. And I love hearing about that.
That's why I love listening to Topher Field, because he always brings the fire. He had me wrapped around his little finger just then. And in case you missed it, guys, he did a video the other day about the preferential voting system that is going to be, I think, will make waves this election. And it's an incredible video. So he mentioned it before, but if you haven't, go to his social media, check it out. And another person who loves to make history cool, just like Topher Field, is our next guest, Andy.
Absolutely. And before we get to our next guest, I just want to remind everybody that you should be sharing this. Let's get as many eyes, ears on this as possible, especially for our next amazing guest. Go to globalfreedomrally.com/live. Share it. Friends, family, everybody, the milkman, everybody needs to see this. It is so important. And we really hope that you're enjoying it. This is an absolute passion project for us, and I hope that you are loving every moment of it. Also, there are some free gifts that we're going to be able to share with you from our amazing speakers. And where do we want you to go for that? We want you to go to globalfreedomrally.com/action. If you do register there, we are able to shoot you some free gifts. Some of our speakers have been kind enough to share those gifts with you, and it's an absolute pleasure to pass that on. So, speaking of history buffs, we have one coming up. She is a firecracker, that is for sure. A history buff, super knowledgeable, had some pretty freaking epic viral videos. But on top of that, I really respect the courage and energy she brings to the table in the face of criticism, adversity. She has gone through a lot over the last 2 years, and all in the name of freedom, truth, and fighting the good fight. It is none other than Carl Soda. Welcome to the Global Freedom Rally again for you, round 2 as well.
Thanks, boys. Wow, that's quite an introduction. I just hope I live up to that.
You do. You always do, Carl. You always do. And we just had you on the podcast as well because you're such an awesome guest and you always bring so much to the table. And so we're really excited to hear what you have to say today. I've always got some great questions for you. I'm going to leave it to the end. But again, I want to say a huge thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. I'm pumped to be here.
We're going to give you the floor and I'll see you in a moment.
Hey, everyone. So as you guys would have been watching today, we've had some incredible guests and every single one of them bring their own level of knowledge and expertise to what's going on. And I thought rather than sort of focusing on the minutiae of what's happening and unfolding around us, I know there's so much going on in Canada. There's obviously so much going on in Australia and around the world. What I do want to speak to is the general sense of fatigue that many of us have been feeling. Now, you would have just seen with Topher talking about how There's a lot of people who have been on the front line now for almost 2 years. There's people who have worked so hard to try and bring this to everyone's attention, to rally the troops, to build the protests up. You know, Topher's made a documentary about it. But what we are definitely seeing now, and I think it's really important we recognize, and it's certainly a point that's falling on deaf ears to a degree, is that there is a general sense of fatigue and disillusionment around everything that we're fighting for at the moment. You know, this has been going on for 2 years, but realistically, it's actually been going on a lot longer than that. It's 2 years of the pandemic, which has kind of been that precursor to bring this all to the surface. So, and I've known this from having a chat to, you know, when I speak to people like Topher, when I speak to people like Rukshan, you know, there's a lot of us who are genuinely feeling a little bit exhausted. So what I wanted to bring to your attention right now, and what I think is really important we focus on, is how to manage that fatigue and how to make sure that we are not losing ourselves in this battle, and that we are still able to show up authentically as ourselves, but also without completely depleting our resources. Because at the end of the day, we only get one shot at this life. And all we have right now is the moment that we're living through, and we don't want to get that lost with other things that are going on around us. We don't want to rob ourselves from this moment. So when I talk about fatigue, I'm talking about people who show up every single day, who are constantly posting the second something happens. You know, it's wonderful that we do have social media, so we're able to go, okay, look, you know, this is what's happening today. I'm going to comment on it straight away. I'm going to be the first one to post this, the first one to share a reel about this. You know, everyone's you sort of really trigger happy with making sure they're on the front line. And whilst that's important to make sure that we're covering things, and that anything that we see or we're exposed to, we're able to provide that broader sense of view to people. It's also important to remember that sometimes being trigger happy is not necessarily the best solution for what we want. You know, jumping the gun and assuming things often ends up making an ass out of ourselves. We know that cliche. So, you know, there's a lot of people who feel that because they've been on the front line this long, they need to stay there. And, you know, if you look at this, I feel like this is the wrongest way to paint the point that I'm trying to make, but it does make sense. If you're on the front line on a battlefield, you are going to be shot at the most. You're going to end up with, you know, the most wounds. So at some point you do need to take a step back. You need to make sure you go fill your cup back up. And what we're seeing right now is a lot of people who are fatigued from being on that front line, from being at all those protests, for being the ones who are documenting and showing up all day, every day. And what I've definitely noticed there a massive amount of ego attached to this as well. And whilst people want to feel purposeful and what they're part of it, there's a lot of people who are starting to feel a little bit burnt out and not necessarily operating at their best version of themselves. And we're seeing a lot of people who are now almost starting to trip up and do what those who we are fighting against are doing themselves. And that is be really antagonistic, really inflammatory, really defamatory. You know, there's a real fine line between reporting and showing up and having impactful conversations than there is being antagonistic and provoking people and causing trouble. And this is the thing that I think it's really important to bring up, no matter where we are, at what stage we're in, because if we are perpetrating exactly the same behaviors as those that we're fighting against, we're just as bad. And I know a lot of people want to say, oh, that's not me, I'm not like that. But we know we're all guilty of it. And the thing that I think the reason we are in the mess that we're in is that we've forgotten our humanity. At the end of the day, we try and systemize everything and have all of these, these limits that we're meant to operate in, but we forget that we're humans. You know, at the end of the day, we are, you know, fundamentally, intrinsically all interconnected with each other, even though we might have different opinions. And that humanity is something that we need to check in with every now and then. And I've certainly seen this. You know, there's people who love to do reaction videos on Instagram. So let's say, for the sake of making a really clear point, we have someone on the left who's made a video, and then someone on the right will then make a reaction video to that where they're mocking that person or tearing that person down. And that might just be in good fun, but often it's not. Often it's just as I want to say inflammatory as the original video, and that's not what we want to get caught up in. And that's what I mean by fatigue. The only reason we sort of start to go down that road of ad hominem attacks and attacking people for their looks, their views, their opinions is because we've exhausted the really good arguments that we have. And so that's why it's really important when you are feeling a little bit beaten down with what's going on to take a step back and to just acknowledge where you're at and how you're feeling. And often you'll probably realize that you're actually quite tired, you're quite exhausted. You need to go and have a rest and let someone else step up to the plate. There is no harm in that. And when I say ego is caught up on the front line, a lot of people feel like they need to be at the front of this, they need to be the face of it, and that's inevitably what's going to see us cross that that threshold and get the results we want, when to be honest, it's completely opposite. So basically what we want to see is people looking after themselves in this moment, in this present moment, so that they can continue to fight this as long as we need to and keep showing up for each other each and every day. We're a community at the end of the day. We need to take care of each other. And so one of the things I want to focus on is making sure that we're creating boundaries in our in the way we show up, particularly online. Now, I know how important it is for us to be engaged and to understand what's going on, and I certainly am not saying that's not what we want to do. But what we do need to make sure is we put some boundaries in place to make sure we're not getting carried away and caught up and radicalized almost in a way. So what I mean by boundaries is making sure that we are not on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter all day, every day. That is a cesspool that is only going to rot your brain. And we know that, you know, when you've been on the internet too long, because you start to feel a little bit drained and exhausted. And, there's plenty of content out there. And if you try and consume it all, you die trying. It's impossible. What's important is that you put in boundaries in place so that you get the content you need, that you're aware of what's going on, but you can also step back to make sure you've got the time to formulate your own opinion and to really assess how you feel about what's going on. And that's what we're failing to sort of do at the moment. People are so quick to react. We don't want to react. We want to respond. So in order to take the time to respond, we need to step back. We need to clarify our position on things, make sure that we're checking in with ourselves, and then we can assess and then come forward to respond in the most productive way. So boundaries that you could set for yourself is making sure that, you're turning your phone off at a certain point in time at night, whether it's after dinner or like 9 p.m., put your phone down. Don't wait and keep refreshing to see who's commented on your comment, calling someone else out. Don't be refreshing Twitter to see what other people are saying. Make sure that if you've put up something that you feel is valuable, is a significant contribution to whatever it is that you've stepped into, you don't need to sit there refreshing to make sure you're getting likes and comments and clapbacks. What you need to do is go, I'm comfortable with what I did. I'm happy with what I contributed, and I can walk away not knowing what happens from here. And I think I talked about this in my last appearance at the Global Freedom Rally, is how sucked in people get into that really vicious cycle of social media where you're constantly engaged in comment threads and messages and DMs. And, when I say boundaries, that shit has to go, because ultimately for us to get where we want to go, we can't have people being completely taken off on a tangent, getting caught up in superficialities on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. What we need are people who are confident, who are well rested, who know exactly what they stand for, who have firm boundaries and are able to come forward and be really assertive when it matters. If you're depleting yourself, having an argument with some idiot on Twitter, you're not showing up as your best version of yourself. So once we've got boundaries in place, we can do things like clarifying our position and our values and our mindset around where we're going. I think there's a lot of people who get swept up in the enthusiasm and for lack of a better word, the excitement around what's going on. And what happens then is you kind of go down the road of the people that we're sort of advocating against. And I hate using the word sheep, but that seems to be the really common word that people use. If you get caught up in that excitement and enthusiasm of other people around you, and it's all, fist bumps and high fives, again, you're not showing up as a version of yourself that's actually contributing in a positive way. What you're doing is getting caught up in the superficialities of what's going around, which is why I talk about why boundaries are so important. You need to know when you need to pull back so that you can check in with you. I say this every single chat that I ever have. At the end of the day, we need to make sure we're taking care of our corner of the universe first and foremost, and that is ourselves. And when that is in a really healthy position, only then are we adding value to this freedom movement. Only then are we adding value to showing up and helping our community around us. I think the very reason we're having this issue right now is because everything that should be taken care of in ourselves, we are projecting outwardly. And that is why we are having this somewhat cataclysmic world ideological shift. You know, I think a lot of people aren't putting enough onus on themselves to make sure that we're looking after ourselves first and foremost. Right. So if you've got those boundaries in place, if you're showing up and you're feeling that you are really cemented with your values and you know exactly what it is that you're fighting for, then you're going to be in you're going to put yourself in the best position to actually be contributing in a significant way. So what we need to do once those boundaries are done, once we've singled out what it is that we're fighting for, what our vision is, what our position is on these events, then we need to say, okay, where's the best way to channel my energy? What can I do that's actually having an impact? You know, is jumping on Facebook and having an argument with someone on a comment thread, is that a significant contribution, or are there other ways you can be channeling that energy? At the end of the day, energy is energy. There's negative, there's positive. And whilst some people, well, many people on the opposite side of the argument will be throwing us negative energy, why waste that energy? Grab it, harness it, flip it around and make it a positive energy that can actually push us forward to where we want to go. Ultimately, this is not a game of who can stand the longest, right? At the end of the day, both sides are exhausted. So getting us both in that position of fatigue isn't going to get us the result we really want from this. What we want is people to be really clear and know what it is that they're fighting for and are in a position and a healthy mindset to be able to advocate for a change that's positive for everyone. We want a net positive result, and we don't get there by being just as bad as the other side. At the moment, we're sort of mirroring what they're doing and, you know, taking what they throw at us and then sort of throwing it back. It's like the ultimate game of like dodgeball, except petrol's being poured on the ball and we're just throwing flames at each other. So boundaries, first and foremost, are the most important thing we can all take stock with right now, and taking a step back and reassessing where we're at and making sure we're healthy and happy. And the other thing we need to do is recognize that there needs to be balance here. So whilst it's really important to show up and fight and to advocate for what we want and make sure that we're in front of everything, what we also need to do is make sure we are channeling our energy into something that's productive for us. And I came into this chat saying that, you know, the only moment we have is obviously the present moment. We don't want to waste this precious time being completely fixated on something that we ultimately don't have a lot of power and control over. Yes, we want to show up. Yes, we want to help it. But also we want to make sure that we're investing in something that's actually helping ourselves progress forward. Because as said, if we take care of our corner of the world first and foremost, we are showing up as happy, healthy individuals who ultimately are going to not only impact in a really positive way, but we're actually going to push everyone forward. So that's why I talk about having boundaries and knowing exactly what you want and taking care of yourself first and foremost. Because imagine if the whole world did that. Imagine if everyone right now just went, hang on a minute, let's just take a little time out, little ceasefire. I'm going to go check in on myself, going to make sure I'm looking after myself. You might find we just completely eradicate this like absolutely radicalized hostility, because people realize, do I actually care about that? Do I really need to be arguing with this person? Probably not. So I've talked about boundaries and now I'm talking about balance. So what is balance? Well, balance is finding a way to channel your energy to get us out of this stagnant period. Right now, we are stuck in the mud, in the thick of things. We're not really progressing forward. Yes, everything's coming to the surface. Yes, the mainstream media is changing their narrative. Yes, we're seeing scientific papers come out. All of that stuff is happening. But collectively, where are we at? Are we still arguing and facing the situation like we were in March 2020? Or have we moved along? Have we found some way to progress, even though the circumstances were against us, even though we're fatigued, even though the situation is shit? Have we found a way to show up in February 2022 in a way that's actually positively moving us forward? And if not, why not? What's holding you back? Yes, the circumstances around us are not ideal conditions, but life is never ideal. And as a history buff, I can point to every moment in human civilization where people have been up against something, whether it's a famine, whether it's a world war, whether it's some kind of pandemic. This is not a unique moment in history. Yes, COVID is unique to the 2020s or 2021. We've had plagues before. We've had pandemics before. We've had world famines before. We've had cataclysmic natural events happen before, and humans are resilient. They've always figured out a way to come forward and through it. And why is that? Because people recognize that whilst I can't do much about circumstances beyond my control over here, what I can do is look after this, what's happening right now in my circle, not only around myself, but my local community, my friends, and my family. So that balance is also about not only knowing what's going on a global scale, but knowing what's going on here around you guys, checking in with your friends and your family. And even though you might disagree with some of those people, it's important to make sure we're looking after each other, because that is going to be the best way to diffuse any future hostilities, right? So when I talk about finding that balance, I think it's really important people check in with things that make them happy again, right? And as I've said, circumstances are beyond our control. We can find a billion reasons to be angry, to be upset, to be hostile, to be negative. We know that. We've lived that for 2 years. So now what can we do to start looking at things in a more positive mindset? What can we do to start channeling some of this negative energy that has been absolutely festering for 2 years into something more positive? And this doesn't need to be anything woo-woo. It doesn't need to be anything, fluffy and superficial. I mean, realistically, for 2 years, we've been angry at the government. We've been angry at other people who disagree with us. What can we do to progress us forward? What can we do right now in this moment? And I think last time I spoke about, making sure you're eating well and sleeping and all those things. But what I want to talk about now is what can you invest your time and your energy and your focus in to start have a really positive result? Now, I'm a photographer, so that's what I do day in, day out. It's not only my career, it's my passion. It's something I love. And I've been looking at opportunities to sort of, reconnect with that, fire myself up again, be enthusiastic about my life again. Obviously 2 years of lockdown significantly not only impacted my income, I felt isolated, I felt withdrawn. And if you know my story, there's a lot more to it than that. But what can I do now that I can start to feel a little bit more enthusiastic about my own life again and start to feel positive? Because I can stay bogged down in this shit and be completely chained to all this negative energy, or I can start doing things today that won't make me feel better tomorrow, but will start moving me towards being in that much more happier, positive mindset. So for you, that might be finding a hobby that you haven't done for years, whether you're I don't know, what's a hobby that people have? Like you might play music, you might play weekend footy, you might crochet, you might be a photographer, you might like to paint. And whilst you could sit there scrolling infinitely on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, what you could also be doing is taking that energy, turning off the world for just a moment and channeling it into just doing something completely and utterly selfish for you. I'm not saying you need to sell those paintings. I'm not saying you need to go and make money playing footy. What I'm saying is taking 20 minutes a day. Hell, I would say take an hour, but small steps. And use that fundamentally for yourself and yourself only. If you're going to put these boundaries in place, now try and find some balance and put some effort into something that makes you happy. Because what you'll find is ultimately, as you make these really small, really insignificant seemingly adjustments to your daily life, these habits will start to build. And what you realize, you'll wake up in the morning feeling a lot more positive. You're going to start waking up and feeling a little bit more connected to yourself and being in a position to think very clearly about what it is that you're doing, where you're putting your energy, where you're putting your focus. Without that, if we choose to keep stepping away from things that fill us with purpose, fill us with fire, fill us with that insatiable need to want to jump out of bed in the morning, if we keep pushing that away and staying fixated on what's going on over here, we are not only depleting ourselves, but we are getting this fight even more hostile, even more aggressive, even more egregious than we want it to be. The only way we diffuse that is by pulling back a little bit. And I know people are going to go, that's counterproductive. That's not going to give us the results we need. But you cannot keep fighting a war at 100% and think that you have this infinite amount of energy behind you. None of us do. People are burnt out, people are fatigued, people are exhausted. And the best way to ensure that you keep showing up at 100% and contributing in a really valuable way is to make sure you know when to step back. You know when to pull back and to reinvest in yourself. Don't let your ego take over and have you keep showing up even though you're completely depleted. No one wins. Firstly, it's no helpful to the movement. Secondly, it's no helpful to you, because at some point you will fall over and you will recognize that this has been all for nothing, because not only have you not achieved your grand goal of what it is we're all fighting for over here, whether it's freedom on a global scale or just freedom for you to be able to work without a mandate, you recognize that you have exhausted yourself, that you are so lacking in enthusiasm for your own life, that you know it's a really dark position to be in. And this is a conversation that might seem completely left field from what we're talking about when it comes to a freedom movement, but it's something that people aren't recognizing, because we are seeing a growing hostility towards the other side from the people who are advocating for inclusivity and for freedom, right? You can't be a freedom fighter and then also at the same time want to see harm done to people who disagree with you. And that only happens because we're perpetuating the same behaviors coming from the other side. So Andy, boys, I don't know if that was helpful, but I feel like that's enough fire to keep these guys going.
Absolutely. And such an important message, because, you know, not a lot of people talk about it. And especially during the last 2 years, it has been freaking draining. I mean, we've had some highs, we've had some lows, but overall, I think it has definitely taken a toll mentally and emotionally, especially big shout out to Victorians and people in New South Wales, more so Victorians, because of the intensity and how dramatic things actually got. And so, look, I think the points you brought up are so important for everyone out there that is facing criticism and standing up and doing what they believe is right in the face of adversity. You do need to look after yourself. It's crucial. And so, on that point, Carls, have you noticed a shift in energy in Victoria as of late in regards to people feeling more optimistic and coming across more energetic, or are you seeing the opposite? What's your take on that?
I would definitely say those of us who have been, I guess, speaking out earlier than others have recognized that this is an unsustainable speed to be traveling at. You know, I don't want to speak for anyone other than myself, but, you know, my close friends who have all been on the same level of advocacy of myself, we all recognize that this is a really good way to burn yourself out. And then we're of no value to anyone. And, you know, I've been saying this on my personal Instagram for a little while now, that I will still show up. I will still add commentary where I feel like it's valuable. But I want to also be over here doing what I love and sharing what I love with other people, because you got to breathe that positivity. Because at the same time, if we get caught up in this doom and gloom, it doesn't make us want to fight for anything, because we've got nothing to be happy about.
So very true. You got to stay optimistic. You got to stay positive, and you've got to look after yourself during this time, especially moving into the future. Carls, I want to say a huge thank you for joining us on the second Global Freedom Rally. Thank you for all the work that you do, and such a powerful message today.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me, and I look forward to seeing who's up next.
Absolutely.
Great
Well,
to see you again, Carls.
Yes. Well, on that note, who's up next? We've got one of my favorites.
He's my friend, not yours.
Yeah, we'll have to fight over him. But he's absolutely phenomenal, and he has brought so much wisdom and knowledge to everything that's been taking place. But don't go anywhere, guys. We've got all these great speakers coming up. Check it out on the screen. And we really have an action-packed last quarter of the Global Freedom Rally. I hope you're loving this. I hope you're watching and taking notes and enjoying all the, all the wisdom and all the education that's been delivered. Remember, if you are watching and you want to get this message across to someone else, share it. Share the link, globalfreedomrally.com/live. And on top of that, if you want some gifts, if you want some goodies that some of our speakers are so gratefully they're sharing it with everybody, then head on over to globalfreedomrally.com/action, where you will receive the bountiful gifts that our awesome speakers have put up for everybody, which is so cool. So again, head on over, again, share it. I hope you're absolutely loving it. And on top of that, our last little URL shout out, it is globalfreedomrally.com/people. What this one is about, guys, is we're going to be doing a series on sharing the stories the people of the pandemic, people that have suffered in different ways, small business owners, people that have gone bankrupt, people that have had adverse reaction, mental health issues, etc. There are so many stories to be told. And if you know someone that needs their story heard, who needs to tell their story and share it with the world, we would love to assist you guys in doing so. So head on over globalfreedomrally.com/people to share your story. Awesome. So we have one of my favorites, one of your favorites, one of our favorites at Contrarian Daily, and I know that he's one of yours as well. Absolutely hyper intelligent. He's been delivering incredible messages non-stop across Australia. Even my mum is absolutely in love with Stephen Shavura. Everybody loves this guy. So he is, again, a force in the movement, but he's just so rational as well, man. That's what I love about him. It's not over the top. It is to the point, and it is strategic and super valuable information that he always gives. So I want to give a huge shout out to this man. It is none other than Dr. Stephen Shavura. Welcome to the Global Freedom Rally.
Thanks for having me again, guys. I mean, it's an incredible honor to be with such an amazing lineup. I've loved the talk so far. I'm really looking forward to watching those who come after me. And goodness knows, I'm looking forward to hearing what I'm going to say as well.
We all are, mate. And we saved the best for the last quarter of the Global Freedom Rally. And it's an honor and a privilege to have you here. I've always got a lot of questions for you. As always, I'm going to come back to you at the end. But the floor is yours, my friend. And again, huge gratitude for you being here today.
Oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I mean, I've been thinking about this from the very beginning as a historian, and my thoughts on it have evolved over time. And for those who might not know, which I would think would be the majority of people, so my training has been in history. I majored in history at university back in the late 90s and went on to do a PhD, and basically went on to teach many subjects at various universities, including history, political science, political philosophy, and things like that. So when COVID hit in 2020, my first thoughts sort of turned to, what might this turn out to be like, and what might historians say was important about the times that we're living in 30 or 40 years' time. But it took me a little while to cotton on. And even I, at the beginning of this, even though I was critical of the lockdowns in 2020, I'd listened to American scientists like Jay Bhattacharya, who I think is at Stanford, saying, look, these comprehensive lockdowns are almost certainly unnecessary because we know who's most likely to end up in hospital during COVID. And so you don't need to lock everyone up to keep the hospitals from being overwhelmed. And I just started listening to these people, and I thought, yeah, these lockdowns, I don't think that's very good public policy. I don't think you need to do this. And the costs of the lockdowns are absolutely massive. But at the same time, I was hearing people sort of say, oh, they're going to bring in vaccine passports. And I was thinking to myself, well, that sounds like a conspiracy theory to me. Now, as a historian, you're kind of trained to be suspicious of conspiracy theories, because they often turn out to be wrong. Nonetheless, I kept seeing that what so many of the conspiracy theorists were saying was the case actually was turning out to be the case. Whether it was the virus coming from a lab in Wuhan, whether it was vaccine mandates being implemented, or whether it was the vaccines wearing off. I remember once being in a Facebook debate with someone, and I said, I just read about about 2 weeks earlier in the non-mainstream media that the vaccines are actually wearing off. And I mentioned it, and this guy just laughed at me. But the next day it was mainstream news. So I've quickly learned over the last 2 years not to be dismissive of people who are just derided as conspiracy theorists. In fact, what I've noticed is that one way that people have been turned against other people, and one way that, in a sense, I suppose the media, some politicians, and just other sort of public spokespeople out there have managed to get people to just not hear any alternative narrative about COVID, about the vaccines, about lockdowns, is to kind of train people or condition people to immediately dismiss as a conspiracy theory any explanation for what's going on that doesn't simply say that our politicians, our health bureaucrats, and pharmaceutical companies have the purest of intentions. We've been utterly conditioned to reject any notion, for example, that MPs and the media are trying to stoke fear in order to generate compliance to COVID measures. We just think of that and say, oh, that's a conspiracy. The suggestion that the vaccine mandates are an absolute bonanza for pharmaceutical companies is now just sort of saying, oh, that's just conspiracy theorizing, you're just cynical. But here's the thing, guys, 10, 15 years ago, political scientists and academics wrote things on pharmaceutical companies and how pharmaceutical companies are having a really adverse influence on medical care and basically giving doctors incentives to prescribe their medicines, even if they don't particularly need those medicines. So there are all these perverse incentives that pharmaceutical companies were putting on doctors in order to basically keep people hooked on pharmaceuticals. Now, again, 10, 15 years ago, that was not a controversial statement to make. People just considered that just one way that certain big businesses have an inordinate amount of influence over certain industries. Sort of another kind of example of that would be something like trade unions. Historically, we've seen that sort of trade unions have quite an influence on the Labour Party, and no one's ever considered that a conspiracy. And the same goes for, the trade unions aren't a business, but the same goes for sort of other kinds of business as well. And yet now we have been so conditioned that as soon as someone says something that even 5 years ago was uncontroversial, that pharmaceutical companies are having an inordinate and adverse influence on the medical system, now we've just been trained to deride that as a conspiracy theory. And so that's just one of the ways that people have kind of been trained to either not even ask important questions that need to be asked about some of this incredibly coercive and invasive policy that has taken place over the last 2 years, but also just to completely dismiss anyone who asks these questions or suggests that maybe things aren't as rosy and Pollyanna-ish as everyone is suggesting. And I myself first started to become really concerned about the mandates when my neighbor came to our door and she told us that she'd been in a great deal of pain for well over a week in one half of her body. And she went to the doctor and they said that it was an adverse reaction to a vaccine. And as it turns out, she had to, she had to take that vaccine to keep her job. And I started just thinking to myself, wow, wait a second. I've heard of other people having pretty serious adverse reactions to the vaccinations. And I'm not talking about death, although people have died. I'm not talking about being paralyzed, although people have been paralyzed. I'm just talking about side effects like being for pain in weeks, being lethargic for days, having headaches for months on end. These are not considered, these certainly are not death, but these are serious adverse effects. And again, sort of as a historian and as a political scientist, I started thinking to myself, historically, when was the last time the Australian government became so invasive in people's lives that they, and not just the Australian government, but our employers, that they sort of forced people to take vaccines that have very, very common and serious adverse effects in order to keep their livelihoods. And I really started to realize that actually we're in a very, very significant moment of history. And the other thing I was noticing was that just more and more the policies that were being foisted on Australians and being foisted on people overseas were just making no sense. The classic example for me was basically demanding that all teachers get vaccinated. And I've had friends who've lost their jobs. And I was thinking to myself, well, wait a second, what sense does it make to insist that every single teacher on a campus is vaccinated when you're literally going to have hundreds and hundreds of students, ranging from childhood to sort of, the age of 16, 17, 18, who are not vaccinated every day on the campus. Like, what difference does it really make if you've got a handful of teachers who didn't want to get vaccinated when you've literally got hundreds of other people on the campus every day? And I just realized, like, it just makes no sense. And it started to become bleedingly obvious that this policy was really not so much about safety as it was about basically coercing people to take vaccines that they do not want and that they do not need. And so again, it struck me that we're in such an incredible historical moment where the state, or where states in allegedly liberal democracies are becoming unbelievably invasive in people's lives. And we're at this unbelievable situation where governments and employers and health technocrats are actually openly saying, look, in actual fact, most people don't really need this vaccine because COVID is not going to hurt them, but we're going to force them to take it anyway because we don't want to overwhelm the hospital system. That's absolutely incredible. Governments and employers, on the advice of medical bureaucrats and technocrats, actually forcing people to take medicines they don't actually need. This is an amazing historical moment that we're in, and I'm so great that we've had speakers today who are very interested in history. That means if people are interested in history, I'll have a job in the future, so that's great. And so how have people essentially been convinced to go along with all of this? Well, really a whole bunch of things. So one is just to convince people that anyone who dissents is a conspiracy theorist. The other is just bombardment of a fear campaign for 2 years, like literally every day being told how many people have died from COVID, how many people have contracted COVID, really unnecessarily striking panic and alarm and fear into people purely to get them to comply with health orders whose scientific basis is very, very questionable. The other thing is basically using just good old-fashioned jingoism. So telling people that we're at war with COVID, telling people that they are COVID warriors, and convincing people that those who are not thinking in the same way, that these people are traitors. So just the kind of jingoism that led so many people to persecute their fellow Australians during World War I, it's sort of coming back today. And as I've said in a video that I made some time back, I prefer actually not to look at World War II as a great explanation for what's happening today. I prefer actually to look at World War I, because societies just went sort of into war mania during World War I. Nothing was really questioned, and those who did question were derided as traitors. They were locked up. Their civil rights were taken away. Newspapers were censored. It was and relentless propaganda being bombarded on people by governments, essentially trying to convince people that they are either traitors or cruel if they don't sign up and go to this war. And this in no way is meant to diminish the memory or the honor of the Aussie diggers who went over and fought. It is. I'm not suggesting that what they did was not noble at all. But as a historian, I am trained to try to find analogous periods in history to explain what is going on today. And so when we hear people talk about sort of mass psychosis and that sort of thing, as a historian, I kind of think to myself, well, yeah, that's happened all through history. You've always had these periods in history where people just are convinced, often through fear, that to question what governments and the media is saying is an act of treachery. Look, there's so much I can say, but one thing I actually really wanted to talk about today is just how uplifted I've been since I went to the rallies in Canberra. My wife and I last week were in Canberra for most of the week. We went to a rally last Tuesday week, and then we went to the huge rally on Saturday. Now, the numbers regarding that huge rally on Saturday have been debated. All I can say is that on the day when I was looking around, I was there all day and I saw aerial shot photos as well. I know that a lot of people were not captured in the aerial shot photos because they were under trees escaping the heat. My estimate of the amount of people on that day would be no less than 100,000 people. It could even have been more, but I would say absolutely no less than 100,000. And that is a massive, massive crowd. I think it was Chris Uhlmann, the journalist, the Channel 9 journalist, who wrote a newspaper article on it, said it was basically the biggest crowd he's seen in Canberra in about 31 years. It was absolutely massive. And I know sort of politicians sort of in their sort of bravado sort of just dismissed it and just said to these people, go home. But I can tell you all right now, they are not dismissing it. They are paying attention to that because they realize that if 100,000 people came to Canberra, and people came from Cairns, they came from the Gold Coast, they came from Brisbane, they came from South Australia, they came from Victoria, they came from regional New South Wales in their tens of thousands, they realised that if you got 100,000 people from all around Australia to Canberra, how many people are there who sympathise and are in solidarity with those people, but who didn't come because perhaps they had work, perhaps they had small children they had to look after. Look, perhaps they just couldn't be bothered. Politicians know that that 100,000 represents millions. It represents millions. And this is a point that Topher Field, who I'm a big fan of, has been making, that we are talking about a major voting bloc here. The Canberra Freedom Camp and the Canberra rally was so incredibly uplifting, and it's actually made me cautiously optimistic that we can actually effect some really positive change in Australia in this year of elections. And so I would just kind of finish by encouraging people that they want to make sure that they vote, and they vote for parties that are freedom parties. And I would encourage people to watch Topher Field's video on that. And I also want to encourage people to turn up to the protests. Turn up to the protests, because it encourages everyone. When everyone turns up, we realize that we are not a fringe movement. We are a huge movement. It gives us hope. And when you have hope, you act. If you become hopeless, then you just stop caring and you don't act. So you've got to turn up to the protests. You've got to vote the right way. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just say one thing on a historical note. This is not the end of assaults on our freedoms, or maybe better put, this is not the end of incredibly invasive, and I'll say it, tyrannical government intervention into our lives. Why is that? A lot of people say that modern day problems have become much more complex. And so we need sort of more scientific solutions, and we want to rely less on the will of the people to solve them and more on experts. Modern problems are actually no more complex than problems 1,000 years ago. The climate is just as complicated now as it was 1,000 years ago. Viruses and diseases are just as complicated now as they were 1,000 years ago. The difference is not so much in the environment or the viruses. The difference is in our understanding of them. We understand them so much better now than we did 1,000 or 500 or even 100 years ago. And with that comes the very human, prideful temptation to think that we can solve all of our problems through science and through controlling people to bring about some kind of utopia. And so the point that I'm making is that we're living in a scientific age, and I love science. We're living in a technological age, and I love technology. But it comes with a danger. The more we understand about the problems in the world, whether they're diseases, whether they are environmental problems, the more tempted many scientists and technocrats, that is sort of people with power to sort of solve social problems, if you like, will be tempted to try to solve them through controlling people. Now, that's exactly what happened in COVID. They tried to control us, tried to keep us inside, force us to take vaccines. The more we understand things, the more our pride grows, and we think that we can bring about some kind of utopia. And underneath every utopia is a dystopia, because utopia always relies on controlling people's thoughts and controlling their actions. And that's exactly what we've seen over the last 2 years. So what I'm saying, friends, is that technology and science and medical science, they're wonderful things, but they also create a great temptation for governments and technocrats to increasingly try to control us through all sorts of means, whether it's a social credit system, whether it's through surveillance and that sort of thing, in order to bring about some utopia. So the point that I'm making is that this is not the end of our fight against government intervention in our lives. It is just beginning. There are new problems that are going to arise, and after COVID, it's going to be the climate change issue, and they're going to try and control our lives that way. So the point that I'm making is, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a lifetime of fighting for liberty, fighting against government tyranny in our lives. It's something I've come to understand. It's something we must all come to understand. We're not just doing it for ourselves. We're going to be doing it for our children and for our grandchildren. And again, last week at Canberra, that 100,000 people representing, I think, millions in Australia, that has made me quite optimistic. And I think we can do this, but we've got to have the resolve to do it. And actually, I think enough of us do have the resolve to do it. And remember, you don't need a majority of Australians to make change. Very important. You don't need a majority. You just need enough. And there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that we have enough. Thank you very much.
Love it. Dr. Stephen Shavura, again, always bringing the fire. Absolutely love your message. And again, I want to thank you for speaking today. There's so many things that I want to talk about just quickly. We don't have much time, but I'll try to get to some good stuff. One thing I'm curious about, though, is you obviously mentioned, this is a fight that we need to move forward on, not only now, but long term. And I believe education is going to be such an important part of winning that fight, because the lack of it seemed to get us in this situation of where we are right now. Now, you are clearly in the education system and you see a lot more than I would, so to say. But do you feel like over the last 10, 20 years there's been a dumbing down of society? Are we less educated than we were previously? And is that why this was so easily, I guess, pulled over our eyes? Or do you think we're just not being educated on the right things?
I mean, that is a great question. I mean, I think it's kind of both things. I think definitely over the last 20 years, there has been a kind of dumbing down of people all around the liberal democratic West. And it's not necessarily because we've got bad teachers. I think we've got wonderful teachers. I think it's very often that course curriculum made incredibly political and sort of more inclined to try to instill sort of political correctness into students rather than an actual understanding in how our society has emerged to basically produce one of the freest and most prosperous societies in world history. Take Australia, for example. You could say similar things about America, and countries in Europe and Canada and that kind of thing. The amount of freedom that we have today, the amount of prosperity and the peace that we have today, these are not things that just come from nowhere. They don't just spring up out of the ground like mushrooms. They have been the product of hundreds and hundreds of years of institutions evolving with the times, many mistakes being made and overcome. Slavery is an obvious example, and the evolution of ideas and things like that. And so, unfortunately, we're hardly taught that the kind of lifestyle that we enjoy in the West does actually hinge on the health of certain institutions that provide that lifestyle for us, and also certain ways of thinking. So one of those institutions is a parliamentary democracy. Another one of those institutions is basically a sort of free market economic system where it's easy for small businesses to start up, and governments don't try to discourage that, but they try to encourage that. And other sorts of things in terms of ideas, sort of thinking about one another as having dignity. It's that concept itself going back to the Judeo-Christian notion of us all being bearers of the image of God. And also just thinking of one another as sort of rational, autonomous agents, even when we disagree with one another, and not seeing someone who disagrees as necessarily stupid and evil. And these are things that we are not being taught. And so it's, in a sense, not surprising that as governments increasingly become coercive in our lives over the last 2 years, because we're not being taught about the contribution that the principles of, say, liberal democracy have made to the way that we've enjoyed living for decades now. People don't actually see a problem with increasing government intervention. They just haven't been taught that is actually something that is not conducive to a free and prosperous society. But the other thing that has sort of led to this problem is that we're just so darn comfortable and we've become apathetic. Many Australians are quite apathetic because, you know, we're prosperous. We haven't been to war in a long time. And our society is relatively peaceful. And so again, sort of when governments come and start intervening in people's lives, we just sort of think, well, you know, as long as, you know, we're still able to watch Netflix, as long as, you know, I don't really want to take this vaccine, but as long as I can keep my job fine, you know, that's one of the problems as well, that with prosperity comes apathy. It's a kind of paradox, actually. You know, hard times produce good people produce good times produce sort of bad people produce hard times. It's kind of a cycle in history, I suppose.
And Steve, throughout the 20th century, we obviously had we have lots of examples to point to of where communism went terribly, where socialism went terribly, where fascism went terribly. And these days, you can look at China, and they call themselves the Communist Party of China, but really there's a lot of, you could look at that and think it's more fascist than anything. You know, we've got examples of socialism in Cuba. When you look at what's happening in Australia and in Canada in particular, is there an ism that you can put your hand or your finger on, or are we seeing a different beast?
Oh, there are several isms. There's statism. So the idea that all problems that we experience in society should be solved by the state and not first and foremost by people's own personal responsibility and just sense of self-preservation. So statism is a big thing that's creeping in more and more around the West. And again, you know, over the last 2 years, we've sort of gone through this sort of statist authoritarian moment where civil liberties have been suspended and states have basically intervened in our lives, locked us up, forced us to take mandates, or our work sites have forced us to take mandates, all on the behest of sort of unelected medical technocrats. So statism is a big thing. The idea that all of our social problems should be solved by the state, who necessarily by definition does it through coercion. So statism. The other thing is what many people, and I myself would call therapeutic totalitarianism. And it's basically the idea that most social problems are sort of health problems, and they therefore require sort of health experts like medical doctors and psychologists and pharmaceutics to solve. And that is something that's definitely crept in over the last 50 years. Just this idea that sort of the ultimate purpose of life is to have good mental health, and therefore anything that might produce bad mental health needs to be discouraged or even criminalized by the state. And that has all sorts of impacts on, say, things like freedom of speech. If I say something that someone says, oh, that affects my mental health, well, you know, if the meaning of life is sort of good mental health, then the state can come down on me and stop me from saying things. So there are all sorts of isms going on. And there's sort of technologism as well. Again, just using technology to control us. A lot of people say, oh, you know, we didn't have lockdowns in the Spanish influenza. Well, you know, of course we didn't have. Well, we certainly didn't have lockdowns because the technology to have them wasn't there. You didn't have QR codes, and people couldn't just work remotely from home and that kind of thing. But the important thing is that with the rise of technology, you can do all these kinds. There are all these kinds of things that governments can do to keep you locked up or to keep you under surveillance. But if there was one ism I would say has really risen over the last 2 years, especially, it's statism.
And just one more. I know we've only got a few minutes to go, but in America, you've seen the rise of professors in the public conversation. So you've got guys like Gad Saad, you've got guys like the Weinstein brothers, and most notably Jordan Peterson. And I'm wondering, in Australia, who's waiting in the wings? Because I think that there's an intersection there of intellectualism and communication skills where if that meets, it can be a force of nature. So who's waiting in the wings in Australia?
There are some, but the problem is I know some absolutely brilliant minds in Australia who would agree with us on most everything. But unfortunately, because they are in universities, if they speak out too much, they could face some serious persecution in their universities. But look, I mean, I have a sort of an academic colleague who I think is very good on these things, and his name is Augusto Zimmerman. He's a professor of law at Sheridan College in Western Australia. He's very good. I mean, but I'm sorry to say that for the most part in Australia, there's a lot of groupthink in this country that just has not allowed us to have the kind of really high-level intellectual diversity of opinion like you've been able to get, especially in America. America historically has always had a sort of strong plurality of views and all sorts of things, ideologies, religions. Australia is a lot more uniformitarian. So I'm sorry to say that we just haven't been able to produce enough people. But one last thing I will say is, from an optimistic point of view, that the internet and what we're all doing right now here in Australia, in terms of just getting alternative ideas from the internet. We don't have to go to the universities to get them. We don't need to go to the schools. You can go onto YouTube. You can find any sort of podcasts. We're actually, although there are great challenges for our age, we've got great tools to meet them. That is, we've got some great thinkers worldwide, and yes, absolutely in Australia, who are providing alternative views, and those views are absolutely being heard. People like Jordan Peterson in Canada and Ben Shapiro in America, having a massive impact. And look, and I think in Australia, the alternative media, people like Joel Jammal, Avi Yemeni, the Contrarian Daily, and Topher Field, and I know that there are others, but these people are having a big impact. People are watching their videos, and I'm hearing people repeat lines from them. And so there's a sense in which with the internet, with the rise of the internet, we can cut through a lot of the mainstream guff and get our own message out there. So that's another reason I'm actually quite optimistic.
Yeah, I completely agree. And look, in regards to the up and coming or the lack of up and coming intellects out there, I think that hopefully with what you do and the work that you do and the courage and bravery that you've shown, maybe more will start to step up and we can start to have better debates, better ideas thrown around at that level. We believe here at Contrarian Daily that you've got the potential to have a reach like Jordan Peterson for sure, and we really, really love the work that you do. So, Dr. Stephen Shavura, I want to say a huge thank you for joining us once again at the Global Freedom Rally. You are an absolute force of nature. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, guys. Incredible honor to be asked back, and God bless you both. I'm really looking forward to the talks that are coming up for the rest of the evening.
Thank you,
Thank you, Steve. Catch up soon.
Stephen Shavura, what an absolute legend. Again, so knowledgeable. And I think it's just such a credit to him that he is one of the many, very few intellectuals that are brave enough to bring these ideas to the forefront.
But isn't that a bit sad, though?
It is.
The intellect. These are the people who are teaching at our universities. These are the professors. Yes. These are the people that are meant to be at the coalface, flirting with the hard ideas and putting their opinions out there. They're meant to be the learned people who are exploring these ideas. So that's sad to hear, but let's hope that more pop their heads up.
Absolutely. We have had an incredible day so far. I hope you're loving this. I hope you're watching and taking notes and you've enjoyed and subscribe to our channels. Make sure you check it all out. We have had some incredible speakers back to back all day long. Replays will be available. Make sure that you stick around for the next two speakers. We have only two more speakers for the day. So this is the round 2 of the Global Freedom Rally, and you've nearly watched the whole thing. 2 more amazing speakers, and I'm really excited about our next speaker. Such a good dude, such a good guy, very humble, very genuine, and he has been fighting at the forefront for a long time now. One thing I noticed about this man was just the passion that he brought to the fight, especially on TV. He was one of the few politicians to...
He was early as well.
Yeah, he was early, and which it takes a lot more bravery to do it early. When it's not popular, he was one of the men that stood up, and he showed a lot of passion and courage on TV, and I was super, super proud of him. So let's welcome Senator Gerard Rennick to the Global Freedom Rally. Welcome back, my friend.
Hi, Andy. Hi, Jake. How are you going?
Good,
Excellent,
mate.
thank you.
You look like you have a fantastic background there. Very, very relaxing. Where are you at the moment?
I'm at home. It's Sunday afternoon, so yeah, I'm pretty. I couldn't be bothered getting too dressed up for the occasion. Sorry, it's
No,
sometimes
no.
just got to let it all hang out. Yeah.
No, exactly. But it looks like you got a beautiful property there. And again, I want to say thank you so much for joining us. As I just mentioned, I've been so impressed with what you've done over the last 2 years. Again, especially the last 12 months, you really picked up pace. You really took it to them, and quite openly started, I guess, opposing some of the views that everybody was jumping on board with. It must have taken a lot of courage to do that initially. So what got you so fired up? Like, what was that point where you said something's not right here, and I'm not going to sit back like everybody else?
Well, look, I mean, there was one big point mid-October last year where I really became concerned about vaccine injuries. Having said that, though, I was never convinced that the vaccine itself was ever going to be a silver bullet for the virus. I don't want to get too bogged down in the science, but viruses, COVID's an RNA virus. It's a single strand set of nucleotides, so it mutates quite quickly. So the idea that you could vaccinate into something that was going to mutate on a regular basis, and especially like 20 million people every year with 2 doses was it was always going to be a bit of a stretch. Having said that, I thought, well, a lot of people want this. I can't really, go out and say that I'm skeptical it's going to work. You sort of got to let people work that out for themselves. But the real turning point for me, and look, I had issues with the way COVID was being counted, the daily press conferences, especially up here in Queensland. We went for a period of about 3 or 4 months with no COVID cases, and the Premier still kept holding daily press conferences talking about having 0 COVID cases. And the best they could sort of come up with was, well, they were finding COVID in the sewerage. And I just thought, well, these guys are looking for a solution, a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And then, about this time last year, January last year, we shut down Brisbane for 3 days. I'll say we, the Queensland Labor government, shut down Brisbane for 3 days over one COVID case, which at the time I just thought was a complete overreaction. And as it turns out, it was. I mean, that COVID case, despite the fact the lady had been in contact with 200 other people, didn't pass it on to anyone. So, there was always a level of cynicism on my side that, the way we were handling COVID, I've got no doubt there was a virus out there, but it was the way we reacted to it. And I say we, all levels of government, that really concerned me, especially the lockdowns, etc. They caused a lot of pain early on. As well as the border closures, etc. But then, about October last year, it was the 3rd week of October, I was contacted by 3 different young people, all who had no existing prior conditions and all who had taken a vaccine. One took the vaccine on a Friday night and was paralysed by Tuesday down his right-hand side. Another one took the vaccine, was sick 15 minutes afterwards, saw a doctor every 2nd or 3rd day, and effectively had a stroke in the 3rd week after taking the vaccine. And another young lady took her 2nd Pfizer jab and ended up with 3 clots or pulmonary embolisms. And all of them were shunned medically as well as financially. And that's when I realised. And then I actually called a couple of journalists up in the media. And when one of them said to me, I texted this particular person who I knew quite well, he picked up the phone and said, look, I'm not allowed to talk about this. I knew that the cover-up was on as well. Wow. So, I started posting these stories online, and at that stage I was pretty much unknown. But, those stories took off, and that in itself, as well as the phone calls to the office, as well as the emails. So that in itself, the reaction to these stories, and a lot of people were reacting in the sense that they were saying, oh, it's happened to me, or they knew someone it had happened to. And then when I started comparing the data to the TGA reports and just looking at the volume of adverse events being reported, I knew that was way over the average what a, safe, drug should be doing. So, for example, in 2019, the 5 major, the major flu vaccine had 139 adverse events reported to the TGA. as many of your listeners would know, we're up to almost 110,000 adverse events now. Admittedly, in 2019, I think there were 12 or 13 million doses of the normal flu vaccine administered compared to, say, 20 million people this time. But still, I mean, that's a factor of almost 1,000. So that in itself indicated that, the vaccine was quite, dangerous in the sense that, those people who were having reactions were having very serious reactions. They weren't just, sore arms, the flu for a couple of days. I mean, these people were being, being paralysed and basically immobilised or, struggling to breathe, etc. So, and I got a lot of people contacting me with serious adverse events. So that's when it really raised the alarm bells with me. I mean, it's one thing in politics to have an ideological debate that, a lot of people outside the political bubble don't really care about, or they might, it may affect them marginally in the hip pocket. But when you are, a part of a government whereby we're rolling out a vaccine that's basically injuring people, we can't ignore that. And it's not just injuring them, it was also, rendering them incapable of earning a living, number two. And then that in itself creates its own mental health problems as well. Now, the other thing that happened around that time was mandates were starting to be introduced. So not only have we got a vaccine that, was causing injuries, we were now getting governments doubling down on, making people take it, which was completely against what was in the immunisation handbook and against everything that, a coalition government should supposedly stand for as well. So that in itself became an issue. And then there were things like unvaccinated people were going to be locked out of pubs and clubs, and, eventually got to the point of whereby, unvaccinated people struggled to go and even see a doctor, go and see their loved ones. Children, unvaccinated children weren't allowed to go to school formals. This all sort of started to happen October, November. So we've gone from sort of, trying to help people and keep people safe to suddenly, to me, being very dictatorial about what people can and can't do. And it seemed to be a lot more about, a lot less about health and a lot more about control. Because as October and November rolled on, we were hitting those 80% double vaccinated targets anyway, or at least in New South Wales and Victoria. But despite the fact that, so-called herd immunity should have been reached and measures should have been relaxed, they were actually being tightened more and more. So that just bred more cynicism, not just in myself, but with a lot of people across the country.
And Senator Rennick, when you did what you did and came out and started advocating for people who had been injured by the vaccination, that was pretty much, in most people's eyes, political suicide, what you did. And it took a lot of balls, if you don't mind me saying, to go and do that. Why was the juice worth the squeeze?
What was that last question? Sorry, Jake.
I said, why was the juice worth the squeeze?
Well, I mean, it was never I never looked at it as being political suicide. I didn't really care. I mean, it's not about me going into politics. I was fortunate in the sense that I've got another 3.5 years to go, or I'm up, if there's no double dissolution, I'll be there till June 2025. But I mean, I've got a conscience, and I just couldn't walk past, I could not say anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really about me, it's about the people. And, it never really entered my mind, to be honest. And I didn't just speak out. The real harikari, so to speak, was when I withheld my vote from the government, which has obviously annoyed a lot of my colleagues and a lot of party members. But, as I said, I mean, we're supposed to, up here, the Queensland LNP has a set of values. One of them is freedom of choice, freedom of conscience, the dignity and worth of every individual. As I said, the immunisation handbook says you can't be coerced into taking a vaccine. All the risks and benefits of the vaccine have to be highlighted or, well understood before you give it. Well, it's a provisional vaccine here in Australia anyway, so all the risks and benefits aren't clearly understood. My view is, if you say you're going to stand for something, you should stand for it and not just, speak out of both sides of your mouth.
Yeah, so very, very true. And it would have taken a lot of bravery, especially in the period of time that you started speaking up. Now you see the mainstream media changing the narrative a little bit. It seems to be coming out that, maybe the lockdowns were too harsh, or maybe we did overreact. And, it's starting to become a little bit more popular to look at this rationally, which we all agree we should have done earlier. Are you starting to see that reaction also in amongst your political associates? Are they starting to now say this has gone too far, enough is enough, or are they still sticking to their guns in regards to approving the decisions that have been made?
Well, look, what I'm seeing is a change in the, people have had enough. So even 2 to 3 months ago, most people, what I do follow on social media is the mainstream pages when they hold those polls. Now, 2 to 3 months ago, a lot of, those polls were still sort of taking the cautionary approach. But I've noticed this year, especially in the last 6 weeks, that cautionary approach has now turned into cynicism. A lot of people say, for example, in the official numbers, 1.3 million people caught COVID in January this year. And I suspect that's well understated, right? I mean, a lot of people just wouldn't have bothered to get testing, or some people would have been asymptomatic. And because a lot of people caught COVID, the feedback is now, well, if that's the worst of it, most people got through it without too many days, of sickness. And, there's obviously been varying responses. Some people, a small number of people have still had a serious reaction to it, but a lot of people haven't. So the fear that governments have been able to peddle of the unknown, because this is the thing they had on their side for the last 2 years, because they kept COVID out, that's now dissipated. And a lot of people I know a lot of people who were probably uptight about COVID at the start, but now that they've had it, they've gone, well, if that's what it was all about, it wasn't really worth it. So I think the tide has changed out there in the community. And obviously there's a few other factors in that as well. There's the people who've got COVID, got over it and said, well, I don't need another booster. There's those people who had 2 shots, but they're saying, well, why do I need 3 shots? If I've got to take a booster every 3 months, I'm just not going to do that. And of course, the more times these booster shots get rolled out, the more people get injured. And for every person that gets injured, they tell 5 or 10 other people. And then, of course, they've rolled it onto children as well, which, a lot of people are questioning, well, why do our children need the vaccine? They didn't, there's no children have actually died from COVID. There's been 3 or 4 that's died with COVID, but they all had serious underlying comorbidities. Masking children as well has really made people very angry, because that's just the rules around masks now are just over the top. I mean, when they started off 2 years ago, they said healthy people didn't even need masks, and now they're mandating children wearing masks and in the classroom for hours on end. That's just, it's not right. I mean, anyone that wears a mask for a long period of time will know that you tend to, your throat gets raspy, and it just can't be good for you over the long term. So there's lots of reasons now where I think people are saying, well, we can see now that it's more about, governments trying to maintain control, especially too, because the rules have changed constantly. And we can see that, like we had the New South Wales, I think she was the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, come out because they were actually what was the word they used? Back counting. It wasn't back counting, but it was basically in New South Wales, for example, if you'd had COVID 28 days prior to entering hospital and you'd already recovered, they'd still counted you as a COVID case. Now, the New South Wales government has come out and halved that from 28 days to 14 days. But when people see that, they're going, well, you're lying about the number of COVID cases. So cynicism is growing. And last weekend's rally, of course, in Canberra as well, despite the media saying there's only 10,000 people there, it was clearly, 150,000 plus. I think a lot of people have looked at that and gone, well, that's a lot of people to go to Canberra, and that came at a great cost in time and effort. So, I do think they're starting to pay attention, but I've got to be honest with you. I think it's going to be too late, to be honest. It's, this is going to take a long time for people to recover from, in my view.
And Senator, I'm wondering if you've been looking at the studies that have been coming out recently about natural immunity and the strength of natural immunity. And if you think that maybe we should be testing for natural immunity before we start handing out vaccinations willy-nilly at Bunnings.
Yeah, should have done that 2 years ago. Should have been doing that from the get-go. And there's no doubt that natural immunity is better, because natural immunity will create antibodies to all 29 proteins in a virus. The spike protein is purely one protein in a virus. So when you get that vaccine, which, mind you, is only in your blood as well, you are creating an antibody to just the one protein. right? So, you know, the other 28 proteins in the virus, of which a large number are actually in what they call the nuclear capsid, which is the part of the virus that produces the spike protein, they still exist. So if you're only if you're giving the body a vaccine to one protein, all you're doing is encouraging the virus to mutate to create another spike protein. So you're actually speeding up the evolutionary process of the virus. Now, the risk with that in itself is that you're actually going to end up with a stronger virus one day if they keep doing this. So that in itself is quite risky. The other reason why natural immunity is better is because if you've had the virus, it's come to you via your mucosal system, i.e. through your nose, ears and throat. And it goes into, it goes down your respiratory system into your gut in a place called the Pierce patches or whatever. I think that's where it's called in your stomach, creates antibodies, and those antibodies go back up into your lungs. Now, in many cases, it's much better to get an antibody response in your mucosal system before it actually crosses over into the second part of the immune system, which is your blood, right? So there's two immune systems. One is your mucosal system, which, pardon my expression, is pretty much your snot and all that stuff. Whenever you swallow, it ends up in your stomach. Now, if you've got a high viral threshold, sometimes that will leak from your stomach and what they call the gas exchange into your blood system, right? And then your blood, the hemoglobin M and G, will then fight it within your bloodstream. But ideally, if you can produce hemoglobin A in your mucosal system and kill it there, that's a much better way of dealing with the virus. The vaccine doesn't create antibodies in your mucosal system to begin with, right? And this is why it was never going to stop transmission. And virologists would have known that from the get-go. And I know, like Ian Fraser, for example, he did an article in the ABC about April 2020, and he said, scientists have been looking for a vaccine for an upper respiratory tract infection for years, but they haven't been able to find one because it's very difficult to create an antibody for your mucosal system, right, via the bloodstream. So in other words, the virus will travel from the direction of your mucosal system into your bloodstream, but the vaccine won't travel from your bloodstream back into your mucosal system. So, natural immunity is always, if you've got the immune system to fight the virus, a much better way of dealing with it than dealing with a vaccine that was only ever going to create the most potent part of the virus, which was the spike protein. And just for a bit of context there, ricin, which is in rat sac, that's the poisonous part of rat sac, that's a spike protein, right? Now, why normally with most protein vaccines, the traditional ones, those proteins are attenuated or are killed before they're given to you as a vaccine, right? What they've done here is that when they attenuate it, they actually take the spike protein out of the overall virus, right, so that it's not as lethal. But what we've done with these genetic vaccines is that they've actually trained your body to actually, the mRNA gets delivered via the nano lipid particles. It goes into your cell, and then your cell starts producing spike proteins, right? So your body's now producing the most potent part of the actual virus, right? And the reason why it's the most potent part is the spike protein's the bit that hooks onto the cells, right? It connects to the ACE receptor in your cells. So why on earth you would create something that then can, you've got this unregulated amount of spike protein being created in your body, and the only thing that's going to turn that off is your killer T cells. But the problem is we don't know how quickly the killer T cells acts on those billions of nanoparticles that's been injected into your body, right? So, it may take 2 or 3 weeks for the killer T cells to wipe out all the mRNA or to wipe out all the cells that have started producing these spike proteins. But what we don't know in the meantime, in those 2 or 3 weeks or however long it takes for the killer T cells to do their job, is where have those spike proteins gone and what other organs have absorbed those spike proteins. So the technology behind the genetic vaccines, in my view, it's got a pathway that is extremely risky and quite frankly unnecessary. I mean, there was never any need in the first place to create a vaccine that was going to go inside of your cells and then get the inside of your cells, like the ribosomes, to then create a spike protein that went outwards, right? You've got this unregulated amount of toxic protein being created. Now, another word for the unregulated amount of toxic molecules being created, it's called cancer, right? I mean, that's what cancer is, the replication of toxic cells in your body. So I just, the whole idea behind a genetic vaccine to me just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I get the normal protein vaccine where you get a small attenuated amount of, toxin put into your body, but at least that amount is fixed and it can't be replicated indefinitely in the hope that the killer T cells kill it. So, I'm not sure where we started off with there. I've gone off the path a bit, but
That absolutely makes sense. And Senator, I've got to say, I'm really impressed with the depth of knowledge you have around the medical side of the vaccine and COVID in general. You clearly have dedicated a lot of time, energy, and effort into understanding this, so you can make a proper judgment call and speak a truth. So everybody watching, I just wanted to highlight that, because you're not just getting an idea and whimsically going around spouting things. You understand this really well, and you're not the only one. Everything you said has been backed up today by Dr. Peter McCullough, world-renowned cardiologist, who is explaining exactly the same thing as you just have. So it's important for people to understand. Senator, one of the things that I guess frustrated me during this period of time, of course, there was many things, but a lot of it was around how, I guess, standards in general, and especially around ethics in the medical profession, were completely swiped off the table and given no thought at all. You just brought up the immunization handbook, where it clearly states you have to, of course, be transparent with what's taking place and any adverse reactions, etc. Not to force medical procedures on people, which we have seen taken place. And I know this has disturbed you as well. My question is there going to be, do you foresee a huge accountability around this, whether it's federal or state, especially in places like Victoria, where we are able to review the ethical standards, not only in politics, but also in the medical industry, to make sure that this doesn't happen again when it was clearly wrong?
Yeah, look, that's a great question, Andrew. And then can I just say, this doesn't just apply to the health industry. In my time as a senator, I've been in Canberra now for 2.5 years. I have been shocked at the poor quality assurance within the federal bureaucracy. It is, I've just got to say, if this stuff went on in the private sector, companies would have been broke tomorrow. They get away with way too much. But look, I'll come back to the more specific part of the question. I mean, that Pfizer trial went for 108 days for a new technology that was going to be rolled out to the world's population. This wasn't a trial on cancer patients that had a form of cancer that was going to kill them within 1 or 2 years, and on a relative risk basis, it was worth taking a few risks with the vaccine. This was a new technology, world population, with a virus, a respiratory virus that was, pick your decimal point, but somewhere between 0 and 1% of the population, most of which had comorbidities, an average age of death well over 80. So why on earth we allowed Pfizer to get away with taking the shortcuts that they did was totally unacceptable. And the proof of the pudding in why we do have a right to be skeptical is that Pfizer actually want 55 years to release all the data from the trials. And that in itself is a real worry. I asked Professor Skerritt that the other day, and he was extremely reluctant to even give a straight up answer on that. He actually asked the chair that if he didn't have to answer that question, because I asked for an opinion and not a fact. So I then turned it around and said, well, explain why you've approved that if you haven't got all this data that Pfizer's hiding, right? I mean, you yourself said it was thorough. So, yes, there are very big questions. The other big question, there's a lot of actual questions with that study. The other thing was they constantly said it was going to stop transmission. That was never the case. As we saw in Australia, despite the fact that over 90% of the people were vaccinated, we had 1.3 million people catch COVID in January, so definitely didn't stop transmission. There were no clinical outcomes measured in the Pfizer trial. So what that means is all the Pfizer trial did, that one that went for 108 days was said, it generated an antibody response, right? Well, that's great. If you drink poison, your body will create an antibody response. But the question is whether or not that antibody response is enough to overcome the antigens that your body's absorbed, right? Now, we never really got an answer to that, other than to say that, that they, claimed that it was going to be stop transmission 100%, which never really happened. So no clinical outcomes in terms of number of people being hospitalised, and that is because I don't think anyone got hospitalised in the trial, and that was because over 75% of the people in the trial were actually younger than 75, despite the fact that over 75% of the people who get seriously ill or die from COVID are over 75. So they basically tested the vaccine on healthy people, most of whom who never even had COVID. So you've got no way of knowing if the vaccine even worked. And even if you did recover from COVID, those people who caught it, well, was that because of the vaccine or your immune system? There were no hospitalisations, no deaths recorded. And the other thing was they never measured subclinical outcomes like clotting and inflammation, right? Now, those things have diagnostic tools that can be measured, but they didn't measure that at all. So that data was never really concise or conclusive at the start. The 6-month data came out and it showed that there were 20 people who died in the inoculation group and only 15 in the placebo group. And that number in itself is really statistically insignificant, to be honest. But it did show that more people died in the inoculation group than the placebo group. So, you know, that begs the question how they could justify the vaccine's reduced hospitalisations or transmissions. And the same for adverse events. 3,000 more adverse events in the inoculation group and 75% more serious adverse events after 1 month in the inoculation group. So yet again, another example of where, you know, they were making statements and there was nothing to base those statements on. Later on, the post-marketing surveillance data came out. Now, we know that there were about 44,000 adverse events reported in that post-marketing surveillance data. Unfortunately, Pfizer hasn't told us how many people are in the population, so we can't really determine the rate of injury. But what we did know from that post-marketing surveillance data was the fact that the adverse events were much more widespread than what was initially reported in the initial trial. So that was another example of where Pfizer's lied about, you know, how safe the product was. And then there were other issues like, you know, we often heard that, it never left the tissue or anything like that. Now, if you look at the biodistribution figures from that Pfizer trial, it actually shows that both spike proteins and the nanoparticles that carried the mRNA protein actually lodged in most other organs in the body for up to weeks afterwards. This is yet again proves that Pfizer was lying about the fact that, it only stays in the arm, the upper arm, in the tissue, right? Well, that in itself wasn't really as satisfactory. I always felt that sounded pretty dodgy anyway. But yeah, so yeah, classic example of how Pfizer are allowed to get away with poor quality assurance, number one, and then why our TGA never questioned Pfizer harder and went ahead and approved the data and have still approved the data despite, you know, we had a 14-year-old girl reported death from Moderna last year. I spoke to Greg Hunt about that, and of course, as usual, he just brushed it off by saying we've got experts looking at it. How we could ignore data like that and then go ahead and approve vaccines for 5 to 11-year-olds is just beggars belief. And even in the when they approved the vaccine for children at Targi for 5 to 11-year-olds, they actually admitted that the children trials weren't powered to detect rare adverse events. So why on earth were they approving a drug that they didn't even understand what the serious long-term or even short-term effects of that was going to be? Given that children had next to no risk of incurring serious injury from COVID, just completely reckless.
Well, there's a lot of questions around how they're tracking that data and why it played out the way that it has, that's for sure. But I think, you know, one of the main reasons why as a society we let this happen was we are just so susceptible to fear. We let fear take over us, and we really fed into it, and that's why so many have gone along with this. But I really just want to again say thank you for all the work that you've done, Senator Rennick. You've been super brave. You've been at the forefront. I've really appreciated all of the debates and discussions that you have brought to the table, especially when we're seeing a massive lack in opposite views and opposing views during this time. And I really think that you're going to make a big difference in the future as well. So, Senator Rennick, I want to say a huge thank you for joining us at the Global Freedom Rally.
Cheers. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Jake. And thanks to all your listeners. Have a great day.
Thanks, appreciate you, mate.
Love Senator Rennick.
Senator Rennick is a gun, and he is so knowledgeable, man. He just blew my mind then with how much he actually knows.
I couldn't believe it. He was just rattling off the facts. But another thing about Senator Rennick that people might not know, and I was hoping to ask him, but we just didn't get time, was that he's actually a really cool guy. Like when I met him at the at the protest
Brisbane
last
rally,
time
yeah.
at the Brisbane rally. We were chatting a little bit before we were live, and he was telling me he's a bit of a citizen of the world. He's done his traveling. He was wearing his bucket hat and his party hat. And before he got into politics, he was like just a cool sort of guy traveling around, and like obviously he was a professional as well. But yeah, he's a really cool guy. So like he lives in Queensland. I'd love to get him in the studio at some point and have a longer form discussion with him and get to know him as a person a little bit more.
Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, what a day we have had. We have one more speaker coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a short break for just a second, but stay tuned because Heston Russell, the leader of the Australian Values Party, is our closing speaker. And I'm really excited to meet this man and hear his point of view. I believe he is ex-Special Forces. He's a serious dude. He's been in the thick of it. And he's going to have
Fifth-generation soldier.
Fifth-generation soldier.
Imagine
Incredible. And he's going to have a very different perspective than I think most people have just because of his history and his past. So stay tuned. He will be on in just a moment.
I'm excited for this one. It's going to be good.
And we are live, the Global Freedom Rally. It's been an awesome day. I want to just say a huge thank you for everybody for watching today, sticking around. I hope you've got so much value from the speakers and the message today. Make sure you take lots of notes and stay tuned because we have an incredible speaker to finish off. And I think that you're going to really get a lot of value from this one. Also, share this with everybody. Head on over, go to globalfreedomrally.com/live. Share it. Let's get as many eyes, ears, hearts involved in what we're doing here because it is something worth fighting for. And I know that you feel the same way. So without further ado, let's invite the leader of the Australian Values Party, Heston Russell, to the Global Freedom Rally. Welcome, my friend.
Hey, g'day guys, Andy and Jake and Cam behind the scene. Thanks for having me on.
Absolute pleasure, mate. Absolute pleasure. And I'm really excited to interview you. I'm really excited to get to know you a little bit more because I've done research. I've watched your videos. I've been following you for a little while. You've only just come onto my radar as of late, but immediately I resonated with you and your message. So I was really excited to get you on today. So again, thank you for the work that you do and for coming on.
My absolute pleasure. And well done on the conversations today. I think I'd have to probably say straight up that I hope that everyone's listening to this objectively and making up their own decisions. We've got a few polarizing people on there, but it's been great to see some very energized and purposeful people having these conversations today.
Absolutely. And look, this is part of the reason why we do these events is because we really saw there was a lack of debate happening across the board. You know, in my humble opinion, I saw a really one-sided point of view for a long time. And I think it's so important that we do debate this out, whether it's the doctors, the scientists, the politicians. I think people need to hear both sides in order to make a really rational and correct decision. So hopefully we're bringing some of that and people, of course, can think a little bit deeper and more rationally about what's taking place and make some better decisions. More importantly, I just want people to not be in a state of fear as much anymore is one of my other missions with what we're doing here. I think people can be better humans, make better decisions when they are not. But that only comes with education. And that's why we have men like you on board. So without further ado, mate, I want to just get to know you a little bit better, and for our audience too. Can you just tell us about your background? I know you've got an incredible past in the military, etc. Who are you, and where did you come from?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a Queenslander myself. I live here in Brizzy, and straight out of school, I joined the Defence Force Academy and the Royal Military College. So that's 4 years in Canberra, and I spent 16 years of my life in the military, in the army, and the last 9 years of that within our special forces. And during that time, I deployed to Afghanistan 4 times. I deployed to Iraq. I deployed to East Timor. I did a number of counter-terrorism missions here at home. Lived in the US for 2 of those years, and basically self-managed my own transition out of the Defence Force around 2017, and experienced what a lot of our veterans experience: a loss of purpose, a loss of community, and particularly a loss of identity coming out of being immediately relevant and at my best in crisis when surrounded by my team. I retired as a major, and as an officer, I always had, a platoon of 44 guys in Afghanistan, or a team of 100 when I was running the Special Forces selection course for the last year of my career. And then I went into a world where I wasn't really needed, and I went into a world where, I had previously been surrounded by accountability, been professionally taught, trained, led, and taught actual leadership. That is motivation through inspiration, as opposed to what we see on the outside here, which is leaders who control, utilizing their authority and motivate through fear. And basically found myself displaced from those values that I shared within my collective community in the Defence Force, and that saw me be accountable, be responsible, and act with integrity, and pretty much degenerated myself with a relationship breakdown and everything else that happened at the start of COVID: loss of business, loss of employment, potentially loss of my own housing circumstances. And it led to me plummet into a bit of a mental health spiral. I had undiagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder, undiagnosed anxiety and depression, and culminated with my own suicidal ideation towards the end of 2020. And at that point, I sort of had my own aha moment and sort of really snapped to, and in particular, I'd been struggling through the Department of Veterans Affairs system, trying to get injuries that I'd sustained in service and hidden addressed. And at the same time, myself and my guys had been exposed to this 4.5 years of that Brereton report investigation. We were pretty much segregated, interviewed, interrogated, and for the first time in my life, having to revisit all of those 67 missions my platoon conducted in Afghanistan in 2012, going through every one of the 117 insurgents we killed and over 200 we captured in freeze frames, and making sure that there wasn't something there that looked out of place in the context of 2019, 2020, in a context that was claiming more of the guys than I knew in my work to contemplate and conduct their own suicide than we'd actually lost in combat. And I took to the media to start speaking out. Then the Brereton report was released, which also had the Chief of Defence Force step up, saying he was going to remove the 3,000 honours and awards from our Special Forces members, 21 of those who were Special Forces members that were lost during that conflict. And I stepped up my organisation, Voice of a Veteran, and we campaigned and launched a petition that gained 90,000 signatures in 2 weeks, and then started campaigning for the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide using that platform and that media exposure I had. And both of those were achieved just before Anzac Day last year. And we have the Royal Commission underway at the moment. And during that time, particularly last year, campaigning for that Royal Commission, I physically went to Canberra and wrote a motion that was just an ornamental motion, because only the Prime Minister can call a Royal Commission. And working with others, including Senator Lambie, Pauline Hanson, nearly all the independents, walked from door to door and basically lobbied to gain 2 of the National Party members who were going to cross the floor on the Royal Commission, and ended up succeeding. And during that process, got to see behind the curtain of what's going on in Canberra, and got to really meet some good politicians, but really appreciate that too many of them are in there simply because they're designed to be mouthpieces, designed to be media entities, designed to be the front people for these big political parties that are actually the root cause of so many of the problems in our current system. And really realise that COVID and what we've been through as a society has actually just really demonstrated the fractures and fault lines within this system, and that comes about from a lack of leadership.
Heston, that was
lack of leadership.
I'm actually a little bit.
Yeah, you're on. So I was going to say that lack of leadership is again coming from a place whereby, I spent 4 years in Canberra training before I was allowed to command 30 people in our military. Before I went out on a mission in Afghanistan, I had to provide 100 pages worth of group planning that I sat down with my team when I was in Iraq, and we planned and took on ISIS, the modern day manifestation of evil, in 2016 and 17. We provide strategic plans 6 months in advance, how we were going to draw down from Iraq, how we were going to hand over back to the people, back to other coalition forces. And then when we had the fall of Afghanistan in August last year, and this charity that I've stepped up, Veteran Support Force, and I got to see the government basically stand up and say that this was a surprise, basically stand up and provide all these brilliant press conferences while myself and my volunteers were engaging with Australians and Afghans who are still stuck in Afghanistan. I realised that, again, our government is focused on public opinion, it is focused on media, it is focused on providing marketing messages as opposed to rolling up its sleeve and getting it done. And after having 8 separate political parties ask for me to run for them in some capacity over the last year, I decided to go through the process with a few of them and again see that not enough are actually the people out there on the floor making the decisions. There's too many backdoor bureaucrats and party members who are more interested in their own power and their own authority. So I set about putting out a call to action to the public. At that time, they changed the law, so you needed 1,500 people to form a political party, and within 2 weeks, we had 2,000 members. And as of January this year, the Australian Values Party was formed. And I'll just quickly close on the quick summary of the Australian Values Party. It originally was just a party for me to launch into politics, and now at the moment, working through a short list of candidates, got about 300 applications and whittled down to about 20 good candidates at the moment, and we're still receiving more applications, and anyone who wants to can go to australianvalues.org.au. And per our constitution, we're a political party that encourages people to have their own conscious vote. And in my opinion, and in my experience within Special Forces and running selection courses, the party is here to demonstrate its value to those politicians. People should want to join the Australian Values Party, even other independents or people from other political parties, because we have our first policy, which is our workforce policy, that requires everyone to sign up to, including staff members, mandatory random drug and alcohol testing, extra behavioural standards that include fitness and nutrition training, yearly compulsory leadership training and planning training, actual proper strategic planning, using a lot of my old guys and girls that I used to work with in other government departments, including the Department of Defence. And I believe the party should be there to help to develop our politicians to be the very best. They are meant to be our elite level of leaders. And I have my own podcast, the Heston Russell podcast, previously the Voice of a Veteran podcast. And I've interviewed Tony Abbott, I've interviewed Julia Gillard, I've interviewed a bunch of other people. And the current leadership crisis we have is because we have people who are not professionally developed to be politicians. It's great that we have a democracy where anyone can put their hand up to be a politician, but we then must bring about the systems and processes to make sure that they are professionally trained in those key elements that we are failing in at the moment. And that is leadership, not being a leader through authority, strategic planning, not relying on bureaucrats to provide them all the plans, and teamwork, as opposed to being individuals and factions within parties, but looking to work together. And we are a party that is set on being right in the middle and approaching every policy with a pragmatic mindset, accepting the strengths of the other parties and working with them, and looking to do, as you've heard before, and I love Topher's video for those who haven't seen it, winning that balance of power to make sure that we can get into there and do what I did during the campaigning for the Royal Commission, bring people together with purpose and remind them what is actually needed and put that through a professional process. And the only way we can do that is leadership by example. So that's our goal, that's our plan, and that's our mission leading up to this next federal election.
Powerful.
And I was going to say, you speak with such sincerity and just razor sharp truth and a wealth of experience as well. So you actually got me hook, line, and sinker here for the Australian Values Party.
Yes.
Honestly, you're really speaking my language, especially in terms of education and leadership
and the standards.
And just the BS you called on the other political parties and the experiences that you've been in. And I'm wondering, you did summarize it just then, but at the end of the day, if you had to really whittle it down, what is the V in AVP?
So the V is values, and it's a funny word for so many people who go conservative straight away. But for those who aren't used to that shared values, really breaking down what it is you have an intrinsic connection to and motivates you in your own belief system. Just simply put it around and say, what you value. What is that Australian way of life that we value? What are those character traits, or what are those that you would like to do unto others as you would have them do unto you? And particularly in a current society where, when I was a kid, I was brought up, never judge a book by its cover. And, I'm a veteran, I'm special forces. I'm also a gay man, and I have all these labels that people have always tried to throw onto me. And throughout my military career, what I loved was that none of that had any relevance, because I was assessed on my actions and my attributes, my actions and attitudes each and every day, my performance and my personality. And here and now, we're chasing ourselves down these rabbit warrens based on, diversity, not for a purpose, but for diversity's sake. And the role of a leader is to unite people with purpose and make sure that those in between feel valued and a part of that mission. I went on 67 missions just on one deployment to Afghanistan, and I never had to tell my guys what to do. I worked with them in the planning, and when the plan changed, we sat down and reviewed it, and we worked together as a team. And never once on those missions did I fear for my own life. But right here and right now, there's more uncertainty and there's more isolation. There's such a breakdown of communication. There is simply being told what to do. And again, I default back to that year that I ran the Special Forces selection course, the Commando selection course, 2016. And all the conditions are being set for the way in which that we were able to run those courses and have 90% of the candidates on those courses pull out their own form and withdraw themselves at own request. We would isolate them. We would remove any positive or negative affirmation from them. We would deny them that association with each other, and we would create the maximum amount of uncertainty around them. And myself, particularly working with the veteran community and seeing how so much of the trauma that is actually experienced in the veteran community and leads to the mental health and suicide crisis actually comes from moral injury, when people's beliefs have been undermined and when they start to feel abandoned and displaced from those values that they hold true. Not much of it, only about 10% actually comes from proper combat trauma. And yesterday I went down to Canberra. I went to the rally, and I haven't made a big song and dance about it, but I just went there and I spoke to the people. And there is so much fear. There is so much uncertainty. There is so much individual isolation and people who are capitalizing on that as well. There's also a lot of hope, and that hope actually comes from us connecting as a community. And within the veteran community, this crisis wasn't getting any better because everyone's relying on that clinical intervention. They're relying on seeing their psychologist and their psychiatrist once a week. But the best therapy that I've seen for myself and for my peers is when we get together as a community and we connect with the purpose to simply support each other. And then what can be achieved, our actions collectively and our identity restored individually, is actually what could magnify all of our purpose from there. And there's so much negativity at the moment, mainstream media, even a few of your speakers on here have got a lot of chaos and a lot of fear. And the number one thing I call on everyone to do at the moment is to focus on what's not online and focus on what is around you at the moment, because the power of the Australian people, I know, is the strongest part that cannot be broken regardless of what is going on. And we just need to make sure that we unite with each other and educate each other heading into this next federal election, because there are people like myself and an amazing team we have there who are ready to serve and support the Australian people. We just need your help getting awareness out there. And we did our party launch. I did a press conference 3 weeks ago, and Channel 7, Channel 9, and the ABC sent cameras out, and not a single one put a single news article online or a video or nothing. So we rely on word of mouth and the power of the people, and just make sure that we can all do what we can do at our own individual level, and appreciate that a lot of people are scared and worried at the moment, and just we need to support each other at that ground and community level.
Absolutely incredible. And, again, hats off for adding in these standards around your political party. I love that you're bringing in standards around health and fitness and drug and alcohol testing. I mean, I think these things are completely neglected across the board. You see, even in the police force, the standards of fitness and health aren't upheld to the degree that you would assume that they should be. And so I think it's, incredible to see this taking place, and hopefully that then can flow into other institutions and parties, etc. Because again, if we all raise the bar and raise our standards, starting with ourselves, and then of course focusing on the outer, you can really make so much change and so much impact. So I think that's huge.
We need to get proactive with this, guys. You know, we all know that the best we can be with, regardless of whatever pandemic or whatever comes along, is to have our best level of physical fitness. And you guys have all seen the results that were released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. At the same time, we had far more people die to heart disease, far more people die to diabetes. And where are the public health announcements about that? We basically set the most perfect conditions through. The fitness industry was one of the first to close down, isolating people at home, creating higher levels of stress, you know, closing children's playgrounds, but making sure every bottle shop was open during lockdowns, you know. And then all of a sudden, once COVID finally does hit us, people's immune systems are at an all-time low, their cortisol levels are at an all-time high. And during my time in Special Forces, I never really focused on fitness for an aesthetic. It was for a purpose. The fitter I was, the better I was at my job. And now, here and now, our job has to be the fitter we can be, is the fitter that we can combat anything that comes along, pandemic or just our general health and wellness otherwise. And our entire current political system, with people who aren't trained in leadership and who aren't trained in professional planning, are purely reactive. And we need to start bringing in so many more of these proactive measures. And the fitter you are physically, the better you can be mentally and emotionally. And it's only a small area, but, you know, have a look at the politicians in Canberra at the moment. And outside of a handful, show me those that actually look after their physical fitness. Show me those that are potentially aspirational for the next generation of Australians coming through. Trying to raise a political party and go to those people who should be politicians is the hardest thing to be, because they're already successful in their everyday lives. And the last thing they want to do is to be exposed to this cancerous game that politics has become, and this media circus it's become. We need to be supporting and selecting the very best people to be our leaders, or we're going to be in this same position regardless of what the issue is, time and time again.
Completely agree. I would love to see you do a YouTube video in Canberra challenging all the politicians to a push-up competition and or sprints, just to prove the point that we need to improve our physical fitness in the game. But you're right, it does absolutely protect us from so much more than just immediate illness. And I think it's so important to recognize that. You mentioned that during the lockdowns or in 2020 that you faced some challenging times yourself, whether it was mental and emotional. Did you say you lost a business? And so was that due to the lockdowns?
Yeah, so I went through a few phases and stages. I got involved with a veterans charity. There's a great OnlyFans story people will find out about me. I'll put it all on the line in the name of charity. And I actually managed a juice shop and an organic food shop with my sister down in Sydney. And when the pandemic first hit, we took on board a lot of the local workers that were also my friends from the fitness brand Barry's Bootcamp I brought over here, who didn't qualify for any incentive. They're on holiday working visas, they were on student visas, and we basically unfortunately ran that into the ground and had to close that down. And my relationship of 4 years broke down literally when we landed back into 2 weeks self-isolation together, and it was just a very interesting time. And for me, it was the first time in my life that I was alone, and it really helped me appreciate my love language is quality time, and I really miss being around people. And that loneliness is one of the biggest killers that we need to make sure we all do our part to make sure that no one feels alone in this world. And I really sort of spiraled and refused to accept help. I'd gone from 16 years as a poster boy for Special Forces with all medals on my chest and everything else in between, and I saw vulnerability as weakness as opposed to mental health being a reality. And as opposed to facing that and allowing people to see that I was struggling, I sort of persisted on and instead got to the lowest point in my life. And that's why I am here and now, filled with purpose, filled with the emotion you'll hear coming through in my voice. Because once you sort of get to that point in your life where you literally think the solution is to remove yourself from it, and you realize how much more you have to give for the right reasons, there's not really a lot that can penetrate under your skin. And as long as you do what I've managed to do and find that community again, and find that purpose that is authentic and for the right reason, and for someone like me is in service, the way I show love is through acts of service, at a time when I have realized that every single thing in my life has led me to this point with a nation that now appreciates so many of these things, and a nation that is facing that same mental health crisis myself and so many of my veteran friends have experienced. You just couldn't sit by for the next 3 years post this election wondering what if. And the hardest part was to remove others from those pedestals that we constantly put them on, holding ourselves back, thinking we're not good enough, thinking that you need someone else to tap you on the shoulder and say, how about you like to do this? But instead start to act on that authentic purpose and start speaking with that compassion and working with others to achieve what needs to be done, regardless of what that takes.
And Heston, I just want to say, you live in Brisbane, so we have a studio in the Gold Coast here. I'd love to get together with you sometime and do this for a few hours, because there's so much to unpack here with you and your story. I want to know all about your family and the fact that you're a 5th generation soldier, what you went through, get to the bottom of the values party a little bit more. So I'd love to get together sometime and do a longer form podcast, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, let's do it. This is those best conversations are much better in a 2-way range than just sitting there firing from the hip myself.
Yeah. Phenomenal. We're looking forward to it. I want to quickly go back to what we were just talking about, because, the way that I look at it, I understand, I consider myself mentally and emotionally strong. I'm no commando, but definitely work on my mindset, etc. And I look at what's taken place over the last 2 years, and for the first time in my life, I had some big dips, and it was a shock to me because, again, all my businesses, I've got all these gyms in Victoria. We've been shut down for 2 years. We've got businesses closing. We've got people being isolated, as you mentioned, and there really is and was a mental health crisis taking place. And I know, hearing your story from someone as esteemed as you, who's been through so much training, to also feel and face that, I also want to say, good on you for standing up and sharing that story, because that in itself is brave, being that vulnerable. But clearly, if you or me are able to feel it during this time, imagine what the average person in Victoria or New South Wales, the average business owner who's lost all their life savings, everything that their identity is attached to, is going through right now and will go through for the rest of this year. I'm really worried about a lot of people, especially moving forward, when I know in March, lease protection comes off for a lot of bricks and mortar businesses, etc. So with all that said, what is your opinion on how the current government has handled the lockdowns based on the data that we have now, but we have had for a while? And do you think that we need to really change things for the future and handle it a lot better?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to just sing out to the unsung heroes in this. And those are those business owners, particularly those small business owners, those people who have had to not only manage their own lives, but take on the responsibility of supporting their staff and their own lives and managing all the different directives that have come down. And I have so many friends who I've just watched, take on and age years, decades over this last time. And I just really look forward to being able to support them as best as we can, because they are the ones at the cold face. This, like I said, this pandemic has really exposed the fractures and fault lines within our current system. I've gone to Afghanistan 4 times. I've gone to Iraq, and particularly before that last deployment to Iraq, I had to learn how to operate in a chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear environment to up to 3, 4, 5 months in full masks and equipment and everything. And then all of a sudden, I was told as a small business owner that I wasn't allowed to personally manage, my 60 square meter shop because the government sitting up in their ivory tower was going to tell me how I was able to look after my staff, regardless of all the other protocols that every business owner has to go through every single year at council, at state, and safety, and everything else in between. And what we've truly exposed is that there's lots of great lofty statements up here from politicians and bureaucrats who don't have that experience at putting that then into operational and tactical implementation on the ground. What this up here actually means down here. And first and foremost, the biggest thing that it's exposed is the simple fact that we have states and territories who are able to make separate laws for Australians based on health, even though we are all Australians and we're all one country. And the word Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Australia, stands for common welfare. And one of the biggest things we need to do, be it take our nation to referendum, and a big part of our governance policy at the Australian Values Party is we need to revise the delineation of powers between the states and federal layers of government. All Australians should come under one health system law, and individual states should not be allowed to segregate our country based on boundaries, which are lines on a map. And I've spent enough of my time in the Middle East to realize that just drawing lines on a map for boundaries has been learnt by civilizations much older than ours, and we're still sitting here stuffing around with it. The constitutional requirement of quarantine is actually at the federal level, and we could have prevented all of this madness by simply locking down our international border and establishing proper processing regulations here in Australia. And I spent the first half of this pandemic in Sydney, and my military mindset immediately identifies that we're dealing with a pandemic that targets those that are vulnerable, being those who are much more elderly or those that have comorbidities. And also, given the fact that it's an airborne virus, is able to be easily transmitted through, those high population density areas. And I sat there in Sydney, completely locked down as a 34-year-old man who could have got out there and helped our economy keep going, which is a long-term risk while we protect our most vulnerable, only to then watch, hotel quarantine to occur within the middle of Sydney City, our most highly population density city, with those who are at the lowest socioeconomic bracket, providing the cleaning and the delivering of Uber services, and wondering how it would be able to spread so quickly. There's just no operational and tactical analysis going into these things, and that comes from not having politicians who have lived experience, who haven't been indoctrinated through these professional political parties, who haven't been out there and been small business owners, who haven't been frontline medical workers. That's where, again, my mindset always goes to trying to solve the problem up at the arterial bleed, as opposed to dealing with the symptoms that are stemming from that. And until we start to actually put more effort and emphasis into who we pick and how we train our politicians, that's why I keep saying that, there's so many individual lessons we can learn from this pandemic, but there's a way in which we can actually provide a proper cure, a proper vaccination for our leadership crisis. And we have that opportunity coming up at the next federal election.
And I'm looking forward to it as well. I think that, again, with so much uncertainty and disruption, it's an opportunity for great change. And of course, seeing the likes of yourself and others stepping up during this time, I'm actually really hopeful and optimistic that we're going to be able to create the change moving forward. We don't have much time left, but I've got a couple of more questions for you, mate. And again, during this movement, a lot of people call themselves freedom fighters and we're fighting for freedom and that sort of thing. But you literally are a 5th generation freedom fighter. And clearly that means something to you completely different to a lot of people. So I guess looking at what's taken place, you've got a very global view of real war, real democracy, freedom, and also the opposite of that. And seeing everything that's taken place over the last 2 years, do you feel like it is a bit of an attack on freedom and democracy in general, the way that a lot of these Western countries have behaved? You see what's happening in Canada at the moment. What is your take on that?
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. Just last night, my cousin has just joined the army and is off in 2 weeks' time to be the 6th generation. So yeah, I definitely don't take this lightly. And there's this conversation of freedoms. Within our country, the biggest risk Australia has is just how insulated and ignorant we are often here down in our island girt by sea, and it's very hard for us to get that perspective, given we are in such a privileged position down here. And it's then the responsibility of people like myself, people who have traveled overseas, people who have served overseas, to make sure we bring that perspective back to what we are here. And at the moment, I see us pulling ourselves apart over these directives that are coming down from on top. But then at the same time, I go out to my local community, I go out to my local shopping centre, I see people who aren't abiding by some of these regulations that don't make common sense, and it gives me hope back in that humanity that we have here and now. But the simple fact that we have politicians, particularly the state level, stepping up and using freedoms as privileges or things that they can take away means that we are already gone way off track from this system. And again, I'm caught in that nexus between what's being told and what's actually happening here on the ground. That's the only way I'm able to hold on to my faith here. But what you see over in Canada at the moment is pretty incredible and pretty shocking to see. And the only thing I bring from my lived experience is just needing to make sure that, unless I've seen it with my own actual eyes and been actually there, I don't know the full picture. But there is some pretty scary stuff going on there. And that's why I went down to Canberra yesterday. And there's a lot of people who opportunists of chaos. There are a lot of people who love this fear and control through fear. And all I know is that inspiration is the most powerful form of motivation, and we need to get back to that. But the best thing that we can do in the meantime is look at these problems practically and pragmatically and see what we can do at our own level. But when it comes to the case of freedom, look, the biggest issue we have is we actually have a pretty good constitution here in Australia, and the constitutional law hasn't been abided by. The government has abdicated its responsibilities as far as being responsible for quarantine and abdicated that down to the states. And you know what, guys, every single time the system has failed, you've seen the military called out here in Australia, be that from manning borders, manning hotel quarantine, assisting in vaccinations, being called into nursing homes. You know, that's how I know the systems and processes of the military work. I know the culture in the military works. It's not perfect, but it's definitely got those systems, processes, and the biggest part is accountability. And that's the biggest issue that I don't yet know how to propose the best policy for at the moment, outside of putting together a party to go in there and to start achieve what we can at our own bubble. But until we are somehow able to bring back accountability into this country, all these freedoms and everything else we talk about, when they get impacted, we have no mechanism through which we can actually hold them accountable. If we didn't have a federal election coming up in the next few months, I truly am fearful of how much further this would go and how much more this would progress. And a lot of people are talking about the need to establish a federal ICAC and all these sorts of things. And I ask you guys, after what we've seen over the last couple of years of bureaucrats taking power, chief health officers making directives, changing laws, I am very worried about another fully independent of the government bureaucratic organisation with the powers to hold the government accountable that hasn't been voted in by the Australian people, and the inability for that to be put into a political tool. Until we review our governance and have some form of cut-through leadership, I'm unsure how we're going to avoid our freedoms being impacted again. We can make amendments to the Constitution, such as a Bill of Rights or a Bill of Responsibilities, as I prefer to call it. But then that's how I came across the Australian Values Statement that so many people don't know about. Everyone coming into Australia, signing up to be an Australian citizen or to enter on a visa, has to agree to the Australian Values Statement that includes respect for the freedom and the dignity of individual, commitment to the rule of law, which includes the presumption of innocence, parliamentary democracy made by our government, a fair go for everyone, and equality of opportunity based on, not based on any labels that can be applied. If we simply applied those values as our Bill of Rights and Responsibilities, we wouldn't be in this situation. And until we are somehow able to bring about accountability, that is at an intuitive level, you know, people do it because they know it's the responsible thing to do. I don't have the answer, and I don't know if I'm comfortable with another organisation holding our government accountable. That's what the Australian people are meant to do, and that's hopefully what we're going to do at this next election.
It's exciting. I'm really, really excited about it. And your message is a breath of fresh air, my friend. I really appreciate you coming on. The AVP is here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you do in the near future. So again, Heston Russell, thank you so much for joining us on the Global Freedom Rally. I've got a feeling you're going to do some really big things over the next 12 to 24 months, and whatever help you need, we're here to support. So we appreciate the work that you do. We appreciate the bravery in your past, and I know present, and also moving into the future. And we also appreciate you fighting for freedom and democracy. So thank you for joining us.
Brilliant. Hey, thanks so much, guys. And please, anyone listening, help us out. Go to australianvalues.org.au and share our videos, share our information. We just need that awareness, because we're not getting anything in the media, and the people power is where it's at, so we can do that.
Absolutely. Again, Heston,
Brilliant.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Take care.
Heston Russell, awesome. What a force. What a force. Again, as soon as he started talking about upping the standards in his political party and how that translates, for years I've spoken about how that should be placed into the police force, etc. I just think it just brings, imagine if Australia was the first to do that across so many institutions. We would have a standard in this country unlike anything else across the world. And it starts with people like Heston bringing this to the forefront. So I'm excited. Head on over to the AustralianValuesParty.org.au. Also, you can follow Heston Russell on Instagram, always putting out great content there as well. I'm really excited to see what he does in the near future.
And on that note about exercise and you know, the physical part of things, I remember we were talking a few weeks ago about Jocko Willink and how he had the idea of training police officers in armed combat more regularly, so that they're constantly in that situation, so that when they get put in that situation in real life, they don't see red. And I think that it's not the same with politicians, but there are so many different ways that you can benefit from being physically fit and healthy and keeping yourself in good shape and pushing yourself to the limits in a physical sense as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I would love to see
ScoMo
ScoMo doing a few burpees, trying to keep up with Heston.
Absolutely. I think we should organise this for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So again, head on over australianvaluesparty.org.au. That was phenomenal. And that brings us to the end of the Global Freedom Rally #2. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I've had an absolute blast as per usual. This is a passion project for us. And we hope that you enjoyed the different points of views. We hope that you enjoyed some of the education and the wisdom and the inspiration. But more than that, I hope you are leaving this optimistic and positive, that we have people like Senator Rennick and people like Heston Russell and, others that are stepping up. Dr. Stephen Shavura. You've obviously got Dr. Peter McCullough, all the way from the US, but so many positive people out there.
And politicians as well, which is the exciting part. It's that, like, people often get quite cynical and can become quite nihilistic about the system that we exist within. And they think that they can't make a change. But our votes matter. And if we align ourselves with a political party that shares our values, then we can make a difference as well. And that's what makes things feel better for me, because it shows that we can make a change within our already robust political system. And I love to hear from politicians like Heston and Senator Rennick in particular.
Absolutely. I think what Heston's just covered is incredible and just rational, straight to the point, no BS. And that's what we need. We need strategic, smart, brave individuals that are going to step at the forefront and change the game. Not more of the same, but change the game. And that's what I'm excited about. So, guys, if you've been watching and you've loved this, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to do a few quick shout outs before we wrap it up. I would love for you to share the link to the replay. We will be emailing everybody the replay of this incredible event. So all you got to do to get the replay is head on over to the registration page, globalfreedomrally.com, and put in your name and email. We're going to send you more information, more interviews. And as you know, this is presented by Contrarian Daily, where we bring you podcasts, other awesome interviews ongoing, a lot more cool education as we go, especially going into the elections. We're going to be bringing a lot of amazing politicians to the forefront and just doing our part to educate as much as we can. So we're really excited about that. The other thing I want you to remember is we have free gifts from some of our speakers. Head on over to globalfreedomrally.com/action if you want some freebies, free gifts. Some of our speakers have been kind enough to share some things with us, some little goodies. Stuff. Exactly. So we really can't wait to share that with you. Head on over to globalfreedomrally.com/action in order to get that. And we also have a special series coming up called People of the Pandemic. We're going to be sharing the stories of individuals. Actually, Heston hit this with how he felt going through the lockdowns. I know I did, and so many others in Victoria, my home state, and so many in New South Wales have had their lives freaking destroyed.
That's the thing, isn't it? There's so much chaos going on, and there's so many of these massive movements for us to try and wrap our heads around. But we forget sometimes that behind these mandates and behind these lockdowns, there are people, and Heston's just highlighted that beautifully with his story and how he went through his own depression and anxiety and PTSD, and so many people have suffered in so many ways. And I think that it's important for people to understand that you're not alone, because the suicide rates have gone up in Australia, and we can't make a song and dance about it because it's just the facts. And people need to understand that they're not alone, and that there are many people who have been in the same boat. And we're all going to get through this if we sort of wrap our arms around each other a little bit.
Absolutely. So we're here to share some of those stories. We're going to share stories from small business owners, from entrepreneurs, from individuals, people that have had adverse reactions, and so much more. And if you are one of those people, or you know someone that wants to have their story told and deserves to have their story told, then head on over to globalfreedomrally.com/people, and you can apply your story there, and we'll reach out and have a conversation. We cannot wait to share these stories with you.
And also just our link tree as well. I want to make make it known that Contrarian Daily, we're here to stay, and we're going to be trying to eventually, this is the goal, to rival the mainstream media. We want to provide a different source of information. We want to bring together the voices of Australia, of the alternative voices that don't get heard because maybe they're a little bit too controversial. So Linktree/Contrarian Daily, CONTRIAN, Rarian. Did I get that right, Chris?
Yes.
Contrarian Daily. Never was very good at English, no. Linktree/Contrarian Daily. Make sure you follow us on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on Rumble, Telegram, especially Rumble and Telegram, because those are the more uncensored ones.
right.
And I've been
Be shut
nearly
down.
kicked off TikTok for all my dancing. No. We've been shadow banned on Instagram. YouTube, we've got a community guidelines violation. So, yeah, follow us in those platforms where you guys can get the juicy stuff.
Absolutely. We've been really, really pumped bringing out all this content for you. As I said, Rumble, some of these other platforms are a little bit nicer to opposing opinions. So head on over. We've had a lot of people watching today on Rumble, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram. Again, I want to say a huge thank you. You guys could have been anywhere in the world, but you decided to tune in today to hang out with us. It's an absolute privilege and an honor. And I need to give another huge shout out to all our speakers. We had so many great speakers. They brought the fire today, the passion, and you're going to get to watch all of the replays later on. And so to all the speakers, thank you so much for everything you do. We really appreciate the energy, the effort, the passion, and you're going to hear a lot more from them. Absolutely no doubt about it.
And it's a voluntary base for the speakers as well. Like, nobody's getting paid to be here.
That's
so
right.
These guys are doing this of their own volition, and they care about their messages, and we are so happy to have them on here.
Absolutely. I want to give another shout out to the man behind the scenes, Chris
Cam. Get it on.
Chris Cam. There he is. Mate, thank you for everything you do. Appreciate you. I also want to... Awesome, mate. I also want to give a big shout out to this man here.
Thanks, mate.
Jake. And of course, I want to give myself a shout out because no one else will do
I'll
it.
give you the
Good
shout
on you,
out.
Andy. Well done, buddy. Appreciate you. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We love you all. Stay tuned. Keep fighting the good fight. And remember, education and action is what it's all about. And together, we can truly create change. And I hope that you've taken that away today. So once again, from the Contrarian Daily, thank you so much for joining us at This Is Global Freedom Rally.
Thank you, guys.